we cannot overstate how important those resistance operations from Hezbollah has been. The resistance is literally erasing the Israeli movement that took them months to create, on the Lebanese side. And we saw how desperate Israel was, that it shut down one of the most important, or the only bridge that is linking the Litani to other parts, of Lebanon. And just because they think that if they destroy the bridge, and they will be able to stop Hezbollah from getting supplies or resupplying itself, they've forgotten that every single part of that land is owned by these farmers, these average people from that land who are defending themselves. They know the land better than you. They know how they will move whatever needs to be moved and get whatever supplies need to be gotten. So this is the reality. The Israelis cannot allow for this war to end, not because they don't want a ceasefire, because the ceasefire is more dangerous than the war for the Israelis. Once the missiles stop raining from Iran to the United States, Israel is left vulnerable than it has ever been in its history. Ever. Let's not forget that the fact that the U.S. military in the region has been weakened is a terrible thing for Israel, because the power that it has been able to exact in the region is not coming from its own strength. It's coming from the power of the military that the U.S. possesses within this region that has now been weakened. We don't know like how many percent, but one can argue at least over 50% of America's military installation. I'm not talking about the numbers of their troops. I'm talking about the military installation, the facilities that allow the U.S. military to function, the information technology that allows the U.S. military to have a detailed battle plan and have an immediate response on how those battle plans are ongoing has been heavily undermined. Not just that, their storage facilities has been targeted, their logistic facilities has been targeted, some completely destroyed, some partially destroyed. It will take them months to refurbish some of those partially destroyed. It will take them years to recreate or restart some of those that has been completely destroyed. So the logistics has been targeted, the technology has been targeted, the spy activities have been targeted. Many CENTCOM generals have been assassinated, and it's not like Iran where if you assassinate a general, automatically someone else will take his place. For the Americans, their chain of command, is top down. And when one is taken out, it takes a long time to find a replacement for him. Even if you can find a replacement for him, the ideas that person has, the information he has, may not be possessed by the person who was taking his place, and he will not be able to perhaps effectively carry out his duties the way the other person were. And according to what we know, at least 20 CENTCOM commanders, were taken out in the very first week of the Iranian retaliation. So this is the issue. So if the U.S. is weakened, that means Israel is weakened. For example, we had the Israeli media start blaming Jordan. Why is Jordan not doing enough to get some of those missiles shot out of its airspace before they enter into the Israeli airspace? And then this is how desperate the Israelis have become. So for them, continuing the war is until they can find some kind of ultimate victory for them, is better than having the sounds of guns and the shooting of missiles come to an end.
At the same time that analysts are talking about Donald Trump is trying to find an off-ramp here, you mentioned it, that U.S. and Israel have been weakened by this war. One question that arises here, Zainab, is that this is a very dangerous precedent of this war. I mean, the outcomes of U.S. and Israel being weakened by Iran and how it looks to other superpowers in the world, the emerging global system to Russia and China, namely, is actually something very dangerous. I mean, the U.S. might be considering using nuclear weapons just to send a message to other countries. What are your thoughts on that? And regarding Donald Trump finding an off-ramp, one thing that is very important to talk about is the facts on the ground do not show at all that Donald Trump is trying to find an off-ramp and an exit of this war, because we are seeing more units being deployed to the West Asia region. Some are talking about the boots on the ground situation, taking an island and other matters as well. Do you think that is likely?
Yes, very, very likely. Look, again, we're talking about how Trump cannot stay within one single confine for too long. And the fact that he's surrounded with the worst of neocons. These are people who are contractors working with the, military establishment. Some of them have shares with some of this weapon manufacturing. Some of them used to be American generals, and now they are lobbyists for these weapon manufacturers. For them, war is money. The longer a war expands, the more they can make money. You and I know, and many of our viewers know, that in the US right now, if you are a soldier, you've served maybe in Iraq or Afghanistan, and you become an average citizen, you don't make enough. What have they created? They've created mercenaries out of American soldiers to be able to make money. They became gun for hire, literally. Some of them, are used to steal, kidnap, extort. This is the mentality of the U.S. Military-industrial complex. That once you're a soldier, the experience that you have, mentality.
But on that point, Zainab, sorry to interrupt, but
believe they're dying for their country. They don't understand that they're dying for Israel. They don't understand that they're dying for few people to make more millions and put it into their own pockets, just so these soldiers, if they return home, will go back with PTSD and sleep on the street and beg for money. That's what I'm saying. The entire industrial complex sees everything in form of how much money can be made. So it doesn't matter whether they are Iranian people being killed by American soldiers or Iranian people being killed by American bombs, or it is US soldiers themselves dying, as long as that meat grind blood keeps making a few people money, they will continue to escalate this. I think Trump has to use all the cards he has before he accepts defeat. I mean, this is the quagmire that the Israelis designed for him, that once he gets in, they will not be able to let him get out. So right now we're still talking about three very important cards that the Israelis and the Americans are working on. The Zio-American alliance, that is creating internal chaos in Iran. They've not been able to do that. It doesn't mean that they still won't find an avenue to create it. So that is still one of the cards they have, and it is fastly becoming their #1 card. The second is boots on the ground. They think that if they can get Kog Island, they will be able to submit Iran, because Iran then will no longer have enough money to continue profiting of this war or keep the war going. So they're going to try and take Kog Island. If not, because they can't really militarily invade Iran. They can't. They know they can't. So it's
just
either
taking an island.
Yeah. It has to be.
At the same time, I mean, it is said by a lot of different analysts that if something like that happens, first of all, it would be temporarily taken, and the American soldiers on that ground will be basically sitting ducks.
I mean, that's the reality. Look, the mentality within the American military-industrial complex has to be understood. These are people that are after money. It's not always about result. It's about how much can be made of it. But the president may not necessarily have this information. The president may be supplied with information that, we can get the Kug Island. We don't have to stay for a long time. We just need to stay for this short period of time until we get the Iranians to submit. And once they've submitted, we'll find rational ways to control the islands together. You heard Trump saying that he's going to control the Strait of Hormuz with Ayatollah. You heard him, when they were
the same Ayatollah that he said he is not living.
It makes no sense. Which Ayatollah? There are lots of Ayatollahs in Iran. Which of the Ayatollahs has he been speaking to? It's bullocks at this point, the statement coming from Trump. It's bullocks. And you can see that, they are not meant to have any effect on the battlefield. They're meant to have effect on the people of Iran, who may start wondering, like, who are you talking to? Because if you're talking to average people on the street, they're like, we don't want to go back to a situation where we have a ceasefire for a few months, and then after these people come and attack us because we know the next attack is going to be worse. We want the end to ceasefire, negotiations, war. So people are not looking for, a ceasefire. They're looking for a permanent end to the war, a punishment that deserves for the bloodshed of the children of Minab, for the leader of the Islamic Republic that was assassinated with his family many of the officials who were assassinated with their children as well and their wives, because many of the officials who have been assassinated along with their family. This is the reality that we've been living in Iran. So people are not looking for a ceasefire per se. It has to be an end to the war, an end to all of the wars in the region, whether it's in Hezbollah, in Lebanon, or whether, you know, in Iraq, where the Americans have been targeting the PMU, who are an official branch of the Iraqi military, by the way. So that is the reality. But statements from Trump, again, like I said, Trump is one of the most important aspects of this war that the Americans have unleashed against Iran, with his statement, you know, his flip-flopping, his dilly-dallying, his one statement in the morning that looks to one side, another that looks to the other side. Let's not forget that, you know, like I mentioned earlier, at least two, we have confirmation of at least two of Iran energy infrastructure being struck just after Trump came out with that, you know, statement, all in caps, and he couldn't even spell which very well is, he wrote, you know, with lots of misspelling and just fallacies within the statement.
It is said that he is not writing those posts, but I don't think that he is in the right condition to do that. I will come back to you, Zainab. Joining me live is Sohail Mahmood, writer and political analyst, joining us from Lahore, Pakistan. Mr. Mahmood, welcome to Press TV. I would like to begin with a general question of your thoughts. How do you think this war is going so far?
The conflict has been raging on and it has escalated, and things got from bad to worse, and there was a lot of tension in the region. What surprised us was the scale of attack on Iran in the first place, and then I must say one thing, that as far as we are concerned, the second round that happened and that ended on February 26th was going well, and there was a glimmer of hope. The most important thing was the statements made by the Foreign Minister of Oman, and he said very clearly indicated that this time the deal would be far better than the JCPOA of the deal that Iran and the USA had in 2015 in the Obama administration, and we were very hopeful, and there was a glimmer of hope, and then all of a sudden, within 2 days, on February 28th, the Americans struck. It was unprovoked, and there was no imminent danger. I mean, there was no imminent threat, and that was a very big surprise to all of us. But later on, the attacks that happened on Iran, that was surprising, the range of attacks that happened on Iran. And then what was also surprising was the range of attacks that Iran, undertook in the region, in Dubai and Qatar and Saudi Arabia and other places, okay. But what has happened now is, this is my opinion, I've been looking into this situation for the past, now this is the 4th week, okay. In my opinion, what I understand is that the Trump administration, is getting a reaction inside the USA, and that is very important. One of their most important persons, who was head of a big agency, Kent, he has resigned, and he told Trump very clearly that there was no imminent threat. There are voices coming from within the Republican Party also. Of course, the Democrat Party, they are very critical of the whole war thing. But there are voices coming from within the Republican Party also, that this has to somehow be curtailed. And another important thing is that America does not have allies in this war. NATO is not coming forth, and President Trump has been very, very critical of NATO allies, calling them cowards and whatever. But he tried to amass a force to protect in his opinion, to open up the Gulf of Hormuz. But countries are not willing to enter the war. Some countries are willing to help only after a ceasefire, and that is very important. That is very important, okay. I think the leverage that Iran has is the Strait of Hormuz. 1/5 of the oil supply and the LNG supply go through the Strait of Hormuz, and it is for all effective purposes blocked. Only it is open for a few friendly countries like China, like Russia, and like Pakistan. Okay, but things are bad. But what happened lately is that Trump, because of the reaction from within the USA, overwhelming public opinion is against the war. Overwhelming public opinion is the war, and now there is a lot of criticism coming out. Okay, people are now saying openly that they do not want a war; they want an off-ramp. I think that Trump has succumbed under the pressure, and that is the reason why he has sort of gone one step back and said that that his ultimatum of 5 days, which had elapsed a day before, and he said that there are some hope, that there is some glimmer of hope, there is some negotiation going on between Iran and the USA, and therefore he's hopeful that something might come up here. Okay, although Iran has denied that there is no negotiation going on, and of course Iran would not negotiate. I mean, once bitten, twice shy in the case of Iran. This is the third time it would happen. I mean, in June last year, the Iranians were negotiating, and the joint Israeli-American attack happened for 12 days. That was then again in February. I mean, negotiations were happening, and I'm repeating myself. There was a very clear signal that there can be a nuclear deal. And the Omani foreign minister was very hopeful, and he has said in a number of times that it's too bad that the Americans backed out at the last minute. Okay, but having said that, I believe I'm looking at the situation. I believe that the Iranian leadership is very pragmatic. Very pragmatic. I mean, they have shown that they would negotiate a deal. They would negotiate a peace deal with the Americans if circumstances allow. The circumstances now are such that the Israelis and the Americans are continuing their attacks, and the war is raging on. But behind the scenes, what is happening is that a number of countries are getting involved. Turkey is involved, and the most important glimmer of hope is coming from Pakistan. Pakistan is trying to facilitate some sort of negotiation. And I believe that a round of negotiations between the Americans and the Iranians is going to take place in Islamabad now. Okay, like it was taking place with the facilitation of Oman previously, which backfired and the war started. But this, I believe that the Pakistanis have a good relationship with Iran, and the Pakistanis, of course, have an excellent relationship with the Americans, okay, and the Saudis and the Qataris and UAE and Kuwait and all that, the Arab brothers, So there is a glimmer of hope again. There is a glimmer of hope, and I wouldn't give up the chances of an off-ramp. I wouldn't give up the chances, although the Iranians deny that there is a negotiation going on, and Trump was asked that, the Iranians deny it, and Trump was also circumspect and, said, well, it might happen. I'm not saying it will
Mr.
happen,
Mahmood,
but there is a chance, something like that.
So sorry to interrupt, but talks of ceasefire, saying Donald Trump wants an off-ramp out of this war, saying he is finally listening to the reasonable voices around him who are telling him just find an off-ramp and exit from this war. The facts on the ground are showing otherwise. They are showing that the U.S. is deploying more military units, airborne units, in order to have boots on the ground situation. Now, two questions arise here. So the chances of a ceasefire and negotiations were just words, empty words said by Donald Trump just in order to control the market. I wanted your thoughts on that. And secondly speaking, you mentioned the rifts within the U.S. society as this war is entering its 24th day. do you think that a boots on the ground situation, which has always been the American society has always been very sensitive about boots on the ground, do you think that is going to create a more chaotic situation between the U.S. administration of Donald Trump and its MAGA base?
Okay, first of all, I mean, boots on the ground. I mean, this is, I think, not possible. Okay, even if President Trump wants it, that is not possible for a very simple reason. Most of the people in America, I'm not talking of the Democrats. Of course, the Democrats are opposing. I mean, of course, they are opposing all the way, and very strong opposition coming from the Democrat Party. Some Republicans are also opposing, but I'm talking about the American public. The American public now is sick and tired of American interventions in the Middle East. This has been going on for decades. Remember, I mean, 2021, Afghanistan, I mean, 20 years of Afghanistan war, they pulled out after 20 years. Then again, Iraq, 2003. Americans have suffered. I mean, trillions of dollars lost and thousands of lives lost. The Americans do not want a war. They do not want a war, and they are now openly expressing themselves from within the administration. I'm repeating myself. And this is the most important thing. The most important thing for Trump administration is domestic public opinion. It's not what the NATO says or what Iran says or what the Gulf countries say. Okay. I mean, all politics.
I mean, this war was the least supported. I'm so sorry to interrupt. This war was the least supported war in the in U.S. recent history, but it is still happening. So many are saying that Donald Trump was coerced or manipulated into starting this war.
Yes, he was manipulated. There's no doubt about that, He was manipulated by the Netanyahu government, okay? And, he was misinformed by his own Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, and Steve Witkoff, his buddy, who were negotiating a peace deal, with the Iranians through the facilitator Oman. Okay, and Trump has now sort of acknowledged it, and usually the indication is that Trump is on the back foot. I mean, I'm talking of facts. The facts are that he was manipulated, he did not understand, he's very aggressive, I mean, he wanted to placate his MAGA base, and of course the Israeli lobby in America is very strong. The Israeli American Public Affairs Committee has a lot of clout in Washington, D.C. That goes without saying. Okay, so that is, in essence, this is an Israeli war, not an American war. Okay, but the Americans are with the Israelis, and the Americans, struck on February 28th with the Israelis. So the Americans are fully involved. Fully involved. I mean, there's no way about it. But yes, I mean, he was manipulated. He was manipulated, and now that is why he is trying to find a off-ramp. He's desperately trying to find an off-ramp. Okay, now, you say that, he's buying time. He's buying time because the 82nd Airborne Division, is making its way. It will be in the Gulf, I think, in the next 3 days or something like that, And then another, it is about 8,000. Then another 10,000 is on its way, and then another 10,000. Yes, the Americans are coming in, But the Americans will not enter Iran proper. That is out of question. This discussion has been going on for a very long time inside the American establishment. I'm talking of inside the American establishment. I'm not talking of Iran or the Gulf or China or Russia, I mean, there is no support for a ground invasion. There is no support for a ground invasion. So all that can happen. That is a possibility. That is a possibility is that the Marines come in and they take control of Karg Island. Remember Karg Island in the north, 18 miles from near Basra, 18 miles from the mainland. Okay, the evidence is that the Americans struck Karg Island, but they did not strike the oil installations at all. I mean, that is the biggest, terminal where 90% of the Iranian crude oil is because there's a natural port, the heavy, the big tankers can come in and so sort of a natural harbor. Okay, 90% of the oil export is from the Karg Island. The Karg Island energy and oil installation, the terminal has not been hit. And then again, please, if you recall, the Israelis hit some of these energy and oil refineries in Iran, and President Trump stopped them. Stopped them, and the Israelis acknowledged that the president has stopped them, and the Israelis stopped them. What can happen? What is a possibility? I fear, this is a fear, that the Marines attack and occupy Karg Island. Okay? That's all that can happen. But they will not enter the mainland of Iran. That is out of question because only 3% of the American people want boots on the ground. 97% of the Americans have openly expressed themselves that no boots on the ground. So American president, with all his manipulations and all of the games that he's playing, and with Israeli support and whatever, I mean, there is no question of boots on the ground. But yes, he might be biding for time. He might be, just because the Marines 82nd Airborne Division is going to land in about 3 or 4 days. But they are not going to come through Strait of Hormuz. I mean, they are going to come through Kuwait and Iraq, the other side, north of the Persian Gulf. That is a possibility. But even having said that, I mean, please understand that this war is going bad. This war is a disaster as far as the Americans are concerned. Okay, the American public is now asking for an end of the war. There has to be some sort of face saving for the Trump administration. After all, the USA is the strongest military power in the world. Okay, and it's not easy for the USA just to leave. It cannot leave. So there has to be some sort of face saving. There has to be some sort of, I don't know what to call it, some sort of drama, some sort of I don't know what, but that is a possibility that they occupy Karg Island, and but that occupation is not going to last forever. That is what I am trying to hint is that there is a back channel opening. The Turkey is involved, Qatar is involved, and most important, the Pakistanis are involved. The Pakistanis are involved. That there is a back channel open, or it can be. Of course, it can be. Will be denied by Abbas, Karachi foreign minister. The Iranians are going to deny it, but that is going on. Okay, and that is to prepare a situation where, in the future, if the Americans occupy Karg Island and they want to leave, then there will be some sort of negotiations. And of course, the Iranians are hinting that you have to pay for all the damages that you have done to the energy infrastructure, the oil installation, things like reparations and all that. Okay, those things can happen in the future. So you just cannot sort of ignore the back channel. As far as I am concerned, the Iranians should take it seriously. Because all wars have to end. I mean, as Clausewitz, 19th century strategist, taught us, I am a political scientist, he taught us that wars are politics by other means. I mean, all wars are politics by other means, So the whole thing is political. The whole thing is political, I mean, and there has to be a political solution. If the American administration was manipulated and is now sort of stuck and is very badly is looking for an exit. I mean, Trump has hinted many times, as far as I am concerned, many times that eventually the war will end as far as the Americans are concerned. But the problem is
that is right.
The problem is that
Mr.
the Israelis do not want the war to end. Okay, now we clearly see a discrepancy between two partners. Okay, the Israelis want total destruction of Iran. The Israelis wanted a ground invasion. The Americans are not ready, and the Israelis are, of course, know that they can't do it alone. So, but Israelis want the war to continue. The Israelis want complete destruction of Iran, but the Americans do not want it. Please understand, Trump has hinted again and again and again that we have achieved our purpose. Our first objective was destruction of the Iranian uranium enrichment capacity, which of course he said that they had destroyed it last year, and he said it had been obliterated. But then again, this time again, they struck very hard, okay? And, they are saying that they have again gone and destroyed the enrichment capacity underground. I mean, installations that the Iranians have built deep underground. They have been hit by their most sophisticated B-1 bombers with deep penetration missiles that go deep inside and burst. They have done that, and now
Right.
the Trump is saying that
Mr.
we have
Mahmoud,
achieved
let
our
me
purpose.
also
So
bring
these
Zainab
are-
into
these
this
are the hints-
conversation.
These are the hints of an off-ramp.
Yeah, let me also bring Zainab into this conversation. Do you agree with Mr. Mahmoud's point right here that Donald Trump is trying everything he can in order to find that off-ramp and exit from this war? We have Israel Hayom reporting yesterday. This is probably not the last war with Iran, saying striking Iran is important to set back its capabilities, but Israel must ensure it doesn't cross the point where the damage it sustains exceeds the damage it inflicts. So question marks are expected to multiply in the coming days.
That's the reality, because I do agree with our respected guest, but when he talks about the fact that a ceasefire has to be had, a war that was imposed upon Iran twice in the last 1 year has been so expensive that the population within, even if the government wants a ceasefire, the population within will not allow the government to have a ceasefire for two reasons. War starts for a reason and they must end for a reason. And if you allow yourself to become subtle to a situation where your enemies can decide when they want to strike you and decide when they can no longer strike you and ask for a ceasefire and you accept it, then you've set a precedent. And when the June war happened, many people within Iran cautioned the government from accepting any ceasefire. Obviously, the military understood its own limitation because the war was imposed upon it. They weren't really prepared for a protracted war. And not just that, many of the military leaders were assassinated. So there were issues with logistics and Iran's ability to be able to continue that war. The case has been reversed. One can argue that Iran in the position of war right now is more powerful than it was before the war ends. There is no incentive for Iran to end the war until it achieves a deterrence where the Israelis will not be able to write a column saying that Iran needs to be struck again and again. Imagine a population of 90 million people being told that every time the Israelis decide that it is time to strike Iran again, they come and strike them. How is the population supposed to feel?
But Donald Trump, I'm so sorry to interrupt, Donald Trump yesterday said to the press that the people that seem to be running Iran, because of the things they've said, have taken place. So Iran, based on Donald Trump, doesn't bluff anymore. The threats that Iran make are going to be carried out to the fullest extent possible. So many are saying that this is deterrence enough for Iran.
No, it's not deterrence enough, because it's no longer about the United States. Let's say, for example, that the U.S. pulls out. The Israelis will always drag them into it. Let's look at a situation that occurred in the Strait of the San Garcia base in the Indian Ocean, where just randomly Wall Street Journal wrote about an article saying that Iran struck the base that is being used both by the London and also the United States. And all of a sudden the statement coming out of the EU suddenly flipped. The EU that has said that they were not interested in joining this war, that they don't have any intention of participating, are now being told that Iran has missiles that can reach the EU, so the EU must join this war against against Iran. So, and now we have confirmation that the Israelis are shooting at, that base from their submarines. I mean, it's not just about the United States. It's what Israel can do to drag those countries in. We also had a recent false flag in London where some Jewish ambulances were targeted, and now you see an atmosphere where people are saying, well, this war is no longer in Iran, it has now come to Great Britain, and Great Britain has to join in this war to strike Iran down. It's almost the same thing we saw in Australia when randomly a guy went into Pambondi and shot many Jewish people during their holiday, and what do you know, the Australians sent the Iranian ambassador out. There was this false flag operation saying that Iran was participating in it, blacklisting Iran, blacklisting the Islamic Republic's army in the form of the IRGC and all of this. So we see that even if the Americans pulled out, the Israelis will not allow this to continue. They will not allow. So it's not about the United States. It's about making this war as expensive as possible for everyone involved, including the Israelis, that even if they want to attack Iran, it is the Americans that will tell them not to. It is the the Saudis and the Persian Gulf Arab countries that will say this is too expensive for everyone to be able to facilitate. You want to go back to your peace board of peace and have all of your signatures and build your tall buildings on the bloods and the bones of the Palestinians. You want to do that on your conscience, no problem. But you don't come to Iran and strike this great ancient country over and over again and think when you're tired and you can no longer bear the brunt of the Iranian response, you come and say you want a ceasefire. I don't doubt that there are back doors that are calling the Iranian, foreign ministry, and the foreign ministry have said that we've received calls from many of our partners telling us that this war has to come to an end, and we agree. We agree the war has to end. It's not a ceasefire. The ceasefire means you stop shooting at each other until you decide you want to start going at each other again. We want a complete end to the war, and the complete end to the war will only come from military pressure, not just on the Americans but also on the Persian Gulf countries that allow for their bases to be used to target Iran. The pressure has to be on EU countries that have been using the Strait of Hormuz for free. And the reality is, after this war ends, that strait will no longer go to the way it was before. Everyone will have to pay.
Regarding the Gulf states, there was a Wall Street Journal article saying that these Persian Gulf states edge toward joining the fight against Iran. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates get tougher on basing and finances. And a bigger coalition you mentioned because of the thing that they said happened to Diego Garcia. Do you think a bigger coalition is going to change the outcome of this war?
No. It will only prolong it. It will not prevent it from happening. Look, we've seen this playbook before. Let's consider countries like Yemen, for example. There was 11, if I'm not mistaken, coalition that the Saudis formed against Yemen to try and reinstall the president that they were supporting and to quell the resistance operation and the revolution that happened that was led by the Houthis, but now they've become Ansarullah because there are many other groups that joined in that movement. For 10 years, everything we saw in Gaza was being perpetuated against another Muslim country by a majority of Muslim countries. Countries like Saudi Arabia, the foreign ministry gave a speech saying that Iran should not have struck Saudi. This has nothing to do with Islam. I think they must have forgotten that when they were striking Yemen. They must have forgotten that when they placed an embargo on Qatar, when it said it does not want to participate again in striking Yemen. And it was Iran that came to the help of the Qataris. So if you want to understand this war, you have to understand the rationale behind it, the reason why Iran is angry at this situation. And why Iran is trying to prevent this kind of situation from repeating itself again.
And before we wrap up this section, I wanted to ask Mr. Sohail Mahmoud for his final thoughts. And what do you think the end game scenarios of this war are at this point?
Okay. Now let me repeat myself. Okay. As far as evidence is concerned, the American war is going badly as far as the Trump administration is concerned. There's very clear evidence. Okay, one. There's very clear evidence that the Trump administration is looking for an off-ramp, and I repeat myself that the reason is not Iran, the reason is not Israel, the reason is domestic American public opinion. And that is all that matters as far as Trump administration is concerned. Okay, very strong criticism of the war from within and resignations and open criticism. So they are looking for an off-ramp. What can happen, I am repeating myself, that there can be a temporary occupation of Kirk Island, but that again is subject to negotiations and there will be, eventual departure. When will that happen? I do not know. Okay, but yes, there can be boots on the ground only on Kirk Island, nothing more, nothing less. Okay, one. The other thing is that the Israelis will continue even if the Americans pull out. But then again, the Israelis simply cannot go it alone. They can, for their own face saving, since they were adamant that Iran has to be destroyed, they can continue for maybe, I don't know, for some time. But they will come under pressure of America and other countries that the Israelis will also stop in Iran. But having said that, I am talking of only Iran. Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon will continue. Israeli atrocities in Gaza will continue. And things that will continue. That will continue because that is a different ball game. The Americans are not really concerned that the Israelis are occupying southern Lebanon and about 1,000 people have been killed. That will go on, but that is a sort of a small, side show going on. Okay, that will continue. That will continue, but we are more concerned about the Strait of Hormuz, and the Americans are trying to form a big coalition. A coalition, no one is going to come militarily. No one is going to send their navy. Nothing. That is not. The Germans have refused. Australians have refused. Everyone is refusing. All that is happening is that after a ceasefire, eventually there will be some sort of a peacekeeping, naval presence of allied navy. But that, that is, just a sort of a face saving for the Trump administration. Okay, I'm really hopeful that now we are seeing gradually, that there is a de-escalation going to happen. Even if Kirk Island is occupied, in a few weeks this war will end.
Donald Trump, after his first narrative of 72 hours fell apart, talked about 4 to 6 weeks. Do you think the 6-week point is going to be his off-ramp?
Again, I did not understand. Please repeat yourself.
After the 72-hour point that Donald Trump talked about at the beginning of this war as his strategy, that within the 72 hours point this war is going to end, then Pete Hegseth and the people around him have started talking about 4 to 6 weeks that this war is going to take that long. Do you think, based on your analysis, you said that this war is going to end soon, do you think the 6-week point is going to be the off-ramp for Donald Trump?
Okay. The Iranian strategy was that to make it very expensive. Okay, it was a very clear strategy that this war is going to be very expensive for everyone, including America. Gas prices have risen in America. Okay, and that is very bothersome for the Trump administration. More gas prices will increase, more pressure will come on the Trump administration. The Trump administration does not have a choice. The Trump administration cannot continue the war because of the domestic opposition, because of the, for all practical purposes, the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, is closed. And if this continues for some time, there will be a global recession. A global recession means there will be a turmoil in domestic USA also. So, the Trump administration is concerned about this, is concerned about the rising prices of energy. They are taking a lot of measures, like opening up their reserves, like allowing Russian oil to be sold, like allowing Iranian oil to be sold. Please remember, they are fighting Iran and they are still allowing Iranian oil to be, they're saying that for 30 days. Okay, but these are These are matters that are very serious. They are affecting the economy of the USA, and the Trump administration has to respond. I mean, it's not easy to carry out a war when there is a threat of a global recession and the American economy suffers. If American economy goes into a recession, there will be an eventually an off ramp. It is not up to the Trump administration to continue the war. Okay, they cannot continue the war. All I'm saying is that the Israelis will continue for some time, and that will complicate matters. But eventually, the Israelis will be forced by the USA. The Israelis cannot go it alone. I mean, they cannot go it alone, and they will also eventually have to agree to an end of the war. So things are going in the direction of an end to the war, but it will take some time. I mean, the war is not going to end in a day or two, but there are clear indications that it will happen because of American domestic public opinion and the situation inside the USA. Okay, and the fact that no ally, no NATO ally, no one, not a single country has agreed with America. Of course, why should they agree? It was American aggression, and it was unprovoked, and there was no imminent threat by the Iranians. As a matter of fact, things were going well, and we were very surprised that this thing happened. I mean, 2 days before, on 26th, there were clear signs that there is a glimmer of hope, and all of a sudden, I mean, the world was shocked into an American invasion and Israeli invasion. Okay, but my point is very clear that the Trump administration cannot continue this war because of the economic effect that it is having, and in this way, the Iranian strategy has been successful. That because the Iranians have a lot of leverage by the Strait of Hormuz. Okay,
yes,
and the Strait of Hormuz is really blockaded, then it will be havoc. It will be economic havoc, and the Americans will have to pull out. There's no doubt about that. So it's just a matter of time.
Sohail Mahmood, a writer and political analyst, joined us from Lahore, Pakistan. Thank you so much for your time today. And also my colleague right here, Press TV's political correspondent Zainab Zakaria, joining us right here in our studio. And that brings us to the end of this section. The war goes on as we are in its 24th day. There are so many talks of ceasefire and negotiations. At the same time, the facts on the ground suggest otherwise. Stay with us as we are going to cover this war more and in depth with my colleague Kaveh Taqwai, as this is going to be it for me. That's it for now, and bye-bye.
Almost 3 weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, their strategic plans are falling apart. The objective was clear: cripple Iran's military, dismantle its leadership. On day one, they martyred senior commanders and the leader of the Islamic Revolution. They hit military installations. They hit residential areas, hospitals, schools, 1,500 people dead, more than 200 of them students. And yet, Washington and Tel Aviv have failed. Iran has not broken. Instead, the response has been swift, organized, deadly. Iran has now launched numerous waves of its Operation True Promise 4, each wave more precise than the last. U.S. military bases across the Persian Gulf, Israeli command centers, hit with precision-guided missiles. Iran has also taken control of the Strait of Hormuz. American-Israeli-linked vessels denied passage. Global oil markets rippling. Washington's traditional leverage in the region undermined. Western media tries to censor the losses, but the truth leaks out. Damaged aircraft, disabled radar systems, American defense circles now admit Iranian missile technology has challenged decades of presumed U.S. superiority. Unable to win militarily, the enemy shifted tactics, tried to destabilize from within, incite protests, trigger economic panic, force regime change. It backfired. From Tehran to Mashhad, Shiraz to Tabriz, millions have taken to the streets. Not just government supporters, even critics of the system united against aggression. Internal divisions dissolving in the face of external threats. And while the bombs fall, the country keeps running. Essential goods are available. No panic buying, no shortages. Tehran's metro still operating. Emergency management infrastructure working. This is not luck. This is decades of preparation. Sanctions and pressure forced self-reliance. A nation under assault functioning with discipline. The balance of power in West Asia is shifting. Iran's doctrine, deterrence, strategic depth, indigenous innovation, is holding its ground against technologically superior adversaries. And on the global stage, nations across Asia, Africa, and Latin America see this for what it is, unjustified aggression. Iran's right to self-defense, enshrined in international law, is gaining recognition. What was meant to weaken Iran has done the opposite. The aggression exposed Western strategic miscalculation. It revealed Iranian resilience. It showed the world a nation that under fire does not fracture, it unites.
Quds Day, observed on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan, was designated by Imam Khomeini as a day to support the cause of Palestine. From the early hours of the morning, the people of Tehran gathered at the University of Tehran, sending a clear message that despite war and all, committed to the cause of freedom and justice. As you can see, from the very first hours of today, people carrying Iranian flags have conveyed to the world their support for steadfastness in the face of arrogance and oppression. Our reports and coverage will continue to follow this march moment by moment.
Hello, welcome back to Press TV's rolling coverage of Day 24 of this illegal aggression by the U.S. and its regime against the Islamic Republic. In the studio, we have with us Zainab Zakaria. Thanks for staying with us, and we appreciate all the comments that you're giving and analysis on this issue. Obviously, the headline that's been making the news right now regarding this illegal war that's being waged against the Islamic Republic are the statements that are made by the U.S. President Donald Trump. We are getting droplets of news that's seeping through from the Islamic Republic regarding what is going on, but what is very evident is the overall stance and posture that the fact that you have the U.S. President saying that is not only filled with fake news as it's been characterized to be or described to be, but also the fact that Iran will never give up on the conditions that it has set in the past regarding if there's going to be any type of ceasefire, which I'm not going to even call it a ceasefire. I think any type of agreement, because a ceasefire would be going back to what used to be. Maybe it's worth the time to discuss what those conditions of Iran are, if you can recall. I think there's 6 points that are made there. Even though I think the fact that sanctions lifting was not part of the 6, but it's something that perhaps is added or mixed into those 6 requests that Iran has.
I think perhaps one of the reasons that we're not having sanctions being mentioned for Iran is because for Iran, if you're looking at it from the way that they see it, that the American hegemonic environment that has allowed for sanctions to be had against Iran will no longer be effective for Iran in the next after this war ends, and so that's why Iran has not specifically mentioned sanction within its demands. But we have to understand that from the American side, I do not necessarily think Trump is lying about the fact that they are having engagement with Iran. Obviously, there are no direct engagement between the Iranian side and the American side, but you can bet your last dollars that there are engagements coming from some of Iranian neighbors who will be talking to the to the foreign ministry and to try and find an off-ramp for this issue. So there are definitely, backdoors and conversation going. But just like you mentioned, there is a national unanimous consensus within Iran that there can be no ceasefire. There can be an end to the war. And the war will only end when certain realities are accepted. And the reason why I'm calling it realities is that for the Iranian, they have a position that they've maintained from the very beginning, which is deterrence has to be had. Unfortunately, the strategic patience that they exercised did not bear fruit. The strategic patience only led to the, attacks on Iranian consulate. That was the first attack on Iranian sovereignty directly by the Israelis. Then you had, the imposition of the pre-JCPOA era sanctions, the blacklisting of Iran in the media, the direct attack on Iranian economy infrastructure by the U.S. Secretary of Treasury's Besant, and also, the crisis that was created within Iran, the protests that led to the riot, that led to the terrorist activities, and then the amassing of military infrastructure, especially naval military infrastructure all around Iran, the activation of the CENTCOM to directly target Iran, and then ultimately the war that happened, and the attack on the #1 personality in Iran. Look, for Iran, it's not just that the Americans and the Israelis crossed the red line. It's the Iranian felt like the Americans and the Israeli grabbed them by their throat. And when you're grabbed by your throat, your automatic response is to fight for your life. So Iran right now is fighting for its existence. And when you're fighting for your existence, you're in a no holds bar kind of fight. And in a no holds bar kind of fight, that means everything goes. And I think that is the reality now that unfortunately Trump learned the hard way, that you don't come at Iran, with your fist up. The Iranians are going to punch you as much as they can. And that is why we had that statement coming from him, and perhaps you had many of these regional ally countries telling Trump that, we've spoke to Iran, they're very serious, it's not a threat, it's a promise, they will carry it out. This will be very terrible for us, do not do this the way you want to do it. They will still attack Iranian energy infrastructure. Have no doubt, we already have confirmation that they've targeted the Khorramshahr gas turbine, which generates some sort of electricity, and also we had an attack in Isfahan. They will still carry out their threat of targeting Iran's energy infrastructure. They will only do it in such a subtle way that perhaps they will be able to influence how Iran respond. So Iran will not respond the way it threatened to respond. Iran will be forced also to respond in a measured way, instead of this all-out kind of complete destruction of everything within the region, from economy to also infrastructural wise.
Okay. Let's bring in Mick Napier into the conversation. Mick Napier, welcome to the program. Taking a look at the most recent piece of news, obviously, that you're well aware of, is the fact that you have had the statements coming from the U.S. President Donald Trump regarding having very fruitful and productive talks with the Islamic Republic. Now, in terms of the stance by the Islamic Republic, it's very hard to decipher exactly what the details are, but what is evident is the fact that the person that they have mentioned, which is Iranian Parliament Speaker, Dr. Ghalibaf, has said that this is fake news, and that there is no direct talks with the U.S., that the notion that Trump has said about having these talks is purely fiction, and Iran is going to continue down its path. I guess the more important question from you that I want to ask is, why do you think the U.S. President at this point is making the statements? Of course, he claims that Iran was the one who made the contact first. Where do you think things stand in terms of that, and also why the U.S. at this point would be even interested in this? Because they have claimed that they've done what they can, and they've defeated Iran. Meanwhile, the facts on the ground prove otherwise.
Well, when someone has to lie, it's because they're in trouble. The truth is much easier, you're much more confident with the truth. But the lie suggests that Trump is in deep trouble. Look at this war from the point of view of Washington. Washington invades countries or puts a blockade around Cuba to inflict punishment on the population, to make them hungry, to make them live in the dark. But it's a complete blockade, and they intercept any ships that try to help the people there. And the idea is that if you inflict enough pain, then the population will rise up in Cuba and Iran and everywhere else, and America can have a client government. But from time to time, they make a mistake. Very often, that has to be said, they win. And they cause tremendous suffering. I mean, the year after the Americans overthrew Mossadegh in Iran in '53 and established a reign of terror for 26 years. The following year, they overthrew another democratically elected government in a place called Guatemala and unleashed a generation-long war of terror, absolutely horrific genocidal violence by the US installed regime. So Washington does this, and it does it very frequently. But from time to time, they come up against a very hard rock, and they're not used to that. This happened in Vietnam, it happened in Afghanistan, the French found it in Algeria, and now the Americans have discovered this in Iran, that all their calculations are turned to dust, because the American goal is to terrorize with 5,000-pound bombs, with the threat of sanctions, which, if you remember, after Iraq had served its purpose to the empire by attacking Iran, then the Saddam regime had to be tackled by America. And in the run-up, sanctions killed 500,000 children. Sanctions, that's before the bombs start to fall. And Madeleine Albright, an American Foreign Secretary, when challenged about that, she said it's a price worth paying. So we're watching barbarism, we're watching terrorism, state terrorism, which is often effective, it has to be said. I don't believe it when people say justice always prevails. It doesn't. What prevails with America is force. And when they encounter a people, not just a government, that's not enough, but when they encounter a people and a leadership which is determined to fight back to the limit of its ability, then you can see why Trump has to lie, because he's got himself into an awful mess. He promised his base in America that they could intervene in Iran. It would just be a quick excursion. The language is weird, but said, he could do this quickly. He could do this in his, standing on his head. And that's now they're in a situation where it suddenly dawns on them that the animal that they're prodding, the beast that they think they can kick around, fights back, can bite. And the biting is felt not just in Washington, but in Brussels and in Abu Dhabi. And this is very real, and it's a real fear, and Trump's coming under pressure from within his own circle. Some of them are not completely 100% sycophantic, some of them, but coming under pressure from allies across the world. Look, you don't know what you're doing, Donald. You cannot do this, because the implications for the world economy are catastrophic. And we know that Israel and America will inflict pain on anyone to achieve their goals, but this is something they've never encountered before. And of course he lies. Donald Trump lies. Somebody said he doesn't always lie. He only lies when he opens his mouth. And of course, who could believe a word that he said? If you know his career from the very beginning until today, the man is walking deception and dishonesty. But to explain why he's lying, he's in trouble. Children lie when they get caught. It's just what they do, because they're weak. And Donald Trump is lying because he doesn't know how to get an off-ramp. Because he wants peace. He wants Iran devastated. He wants Israel triumphant. He wants Israel to complete the genocide in Gaza and then to spread its terror across the region into Syria. Already ministers are saying they should seize the south of Lebanon. Well, that didn't end well for them last time when they faced resistance. But the whole project is one which promises the Iranian people they can be attacked at any time with death ships, with 5,000-pound bombs, with aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines. They can face a future of an American jackboot on their neck forever, or they can fight back. And if they fight back, there's every prospect of winning, because geography is their friend, and the Straits of Hormuz give Iran the opportunity to put its hands around the American throat, as they so often put their hands around other people's throats. So the whole world is watching this. Trump's in acute discomfort, and that discomfort is because he made a gigantic miscalculation.
Okay.
And already, I speak to you from the safety of Scotland at the moment, and I realise that as a journalist you're under American bombs. And that America and Israel always try to kill journalists. It's just what they do. Every time they attack, they try to kill journalists. So I salute your heroism, your courage. That real journalism is still alive somewhere when it's dead in Britain and almost dead in America. But yes, these are terrible times, and an empire in decline will cause great suffering. But it's in decline. The whole world knows it's in decline. And the lies, well, how can he tell the truth? The truth, if Donald Trump in a parallel universe was to tell the truth, he would say, I thought I could defeat Iran, but it looks very much as if they have the cards and I don't. He took Zelensky to one side in Washington and said, publicly I think, you don't have any cards, meaning there's nothing you can do. We don't respect you. You have no cards. What can you do to us? Nothing. They treat people with respect who fight back. The Americans treat the Vietnamese with great respect now, because they suffered a catastrophic defeat because of their arrogance, their racism towards non-white people, that you can do what you want with them. I mean, in the past, Europe and North America attacked countries constantly. I mean, Trump's not so new. I mean, he may be unhinged, he may possibly be not quite healthy between his ears. A man who talks to the world that he may begin to bomb Iran again for fun, he said, just for fun. And he said other sick things as well. A man who talks like that is not very balanced. He's a danger to the American empire, I'm glad to say. But going forward, this is a moment of tremendous importance for the whole world, because America wants a triumphant Israel. A triumphant Israel means terror, permanent terror for the entire people of the region. But a victory for the Iranian Republic, for the Islamic Republic, will be a victory for all of us. It will make the world a safer place. But I fear that in the immediate period, the Iranian people will pay a high price.
Well, Zainab, as the notion of talks, peace talks, as the U.S. has said, has been going on with Iran at this point, based on the claim that U.S. President Donald Trump has made. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of the Israeli regime has said that Israel is not done, and he said we will safeguard our vital interests in any agreements, which means he will continue striking Iran and Lebanon. I think that speaks volumes in itself. What is your reaction to his statement there?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was speaking about this just a few minutes ago, that there are three sides to this war. There's the American, there's the Israeli, and there's the Iranian. Each side has a declared objective, and all of that declared objective do not meet at any point in time except on the battlefield. The reality of whether the Iranians can achieve what they want, whether the Americans can achieve what they want, whether the Israelis can achieve what they want, will only be spoken about on the battlefield. Talk is cheap. Everyone can come out and say, this is our position, this is the position we're going to take. The reality on the ground is what will determine if that can be achieved or not.
Do you think there was a point in the battlefield, sorry to jump in, that Iran did something that perhaps the U.S.
Definitely. Look, Trump is an arrogant narcissist that sits at the threshold of the most powerful military power in the world, and he took a step back. That does not come from, smiling and giving flowers. That came from the reality on the battlefield. It was because they understand that Iran has the power, the military capability to wipe everything off. Not just for the regional countries, but also for Israel, most definitely. Iran is vulnerable, no doubt. They may still come after many of Iranian leadership. They may still destroy many of, Iranian infrastructure. But the more vulnerable party to this, war is not Iran. It is the population of the regional countries. It is the infrastructure of the regional countries. It is most especially the Israeli regime itself that is more vulnerable to attacks on its own infrastructure more than Iran. Right now, Israel is not powerful. It is speaking from a position of weakness, and that is why the Israelis would never allow the Americans to pull out of this. They will do everything they can to get everyone involved. Just before Netanyahu made that statement, I was reading one of his statements where he's saying the world should come and help us. And you see, with the rate of the false flag attacks that the Israelis have unleashed over the past few days alone, from the Garcia attack on the American base that is now trying to say, Iran can reach all of Europe, so you need to come and help us and fix this, to the false flag attack, in London, of the ambulance attacks, not just can their missiles hit you, some of their resistance, groups can also reach you. This is desperation. It's not from strength. Israel had to blow up a bridge in Lebanon because Hezbollah, that they told us they had destroyed, is kicking their, behind, in Qiyam and in many of these border villages. So, like I said, there are three groups involved in this, and all of them have different goals, and the reality will only be presented on how effective each of them are able to achieve their goals on the battlefield. And for now, we can see that the Iranians, you know, by some miracles or sort, have a much higher upper hand from the public support that they enjoy, you know, relatively very public support from people who support that the government must go on with this attack, which the Americans do not have. Trump right now sits at the lowest point when it comes to public support within the American political base. Voices from within the Republican Party are beginning to tell him, get out now, declare victory, do whatever you need to do, just get out. His own generals are telling him, get out, we cannot sustain this, it's of no benefit for us in the short term or in the long term.
Okay. Very well. Thank you very much for that, Zainab. We do appreciate it. Zainab Zakaria here in the studio. Also like to thank Mick Napier, co-founder of the Scottish Palestine Solidarity Campaign. Thank you both to your contribution. Do stay with us. We'll be back with some news here on Press TV. For now, it's goodbye.
Lord's Day, observed on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan, was designated by Imam Khomeini as a day to support the cause of Palestine. From the early hours of the morning, the people of Tehran gathered at the University of Tehran, sending a clear message that despite war and all, they remain committed to the cause of freedom and justice. As you can see, from the very first hours of today, people carrying Iranian flags have conveyed to the world their support for steadfastness in the face of arrogance and oppression. Our reports and coverage will continue to follow this march moment by moment.
Hello and welcome to Press TV International News, coming to you live. Thank you so much for joining us. The Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has announced the implementation of the 78th wave of Operation True Promise, the fourth. It has hit Israeli targets in the occupied territories, as well as several U.S. military bases in the region. The new wave has targeted Israeli positions in Eilat, Dimona, northern Tel Aviv, and several bases of the U.S. Army in the region using precision-guided missiles, including multi-warhead Ahmad and Gad systems and attack drones. The IRGC warned the enemies that once the remaining IRGC combat units of the besieged force join the battlefield, they will sharpen the battle and block the aggressors' escape from the battleground. Israeli media has reported that several Zionists have been killed and injured in the latest attacks on Tel Aviv and other areas. Videos circulating online show major destruction in the occupied territories following Iran's retaliatory strikes. An Iranian military spokesman says that the country is fully capable of ensuring the security of the Persian Gulf without needing to lay mines. He also warned that the extra-regional countries have no right to interfere in this area.
The Islamic Republic of Iran, with full authority, holds the initiative in the Persian Gulf region and the territorial waters of Oman, and controls the Strait of Hormuz with great intelligence and authority. Therefore, due to sufficient dominance and power, there will be no need to lay mines in the Persian Gulf, and we will use any means necessary to ensure security as required. The armed forces, with their dominance over the American Zionist enemies, and in cooperation with regional countries, are capable of ensuring the security of the Persian Gulf, and extra-regional countries have no right to interfere in this area.
Meanwhile, Iran has denied holding any negotiations with the United States during the past 24 days of war, although the Foreign Ministry says that messages were received through friendly countries. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqai confirmed that in recent days, Iran received America's request for negotiations. He said that Iran responded appropriately with warnings against any attack on its energy infrastructure, which would be met with a decisive and immediate response. Baqai denied any talks with the U.S. and said that Iran's position on the Strait of Hormuz and conditions for ending the war remain unchanged. Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf also denied any talks, describing the claims as fake news aimed at manipulating markets and escaping the quagmire in which the U.S. and Israel are trapped. Ghalibaf added that the Iranian people demand the complete punishment of the aggressors and officials stand firmly behind the nation and the leader of the Islamic Revolution until this goal is achieved. Iranians have held fresh rallies in various cities to slam the U.S.-Israeli aggression and to express allegiance to the Islamic establishment. The rallies brought together people of all ages and all walks of life. The participants carried the flags of the Islamic Republic of Iran and pictures of both the martyred leader and the new leader of the Islamic Revolution. They chanted slogans against the U.S. and Zionist regime, praising the armed forces for their retaliatory operations. Since the imposed war began on the 28th of February, Iranians have been gathering every night in various cities across the country to condemn the U.S. and Israel for their attacks and to show support for the Islamic establishment. A new intelligence assessment reveals that Hezbollah's sustained retaliation has forced the Israeli regime to redeploy its air defenses, stripping the southern occupied territories of aerial protection. Now, according to the assessment, the Lebanese resistance group Hezbollah's ceaseless strikes on the northern occupied territories have compelled the regime to transfer air defense systems from the south, creating a critically vulnerability there. Israeli intelligence had miscalculated Hezbollah's operational capacity after more than a year of the group's strategic patience. Despite the near-daily Israeli ceasefire violations, since the 2nd of March, Hezbollah has carried out a record number of retaliatory operations. On Monday alone, the movement conducted 62 operations against the regime targets. Analysts point to coordination between Iran and Hezbollah as a key factor, noting that successful Iranian strikes on Dimona were enabled by the shift in Israeli ground force deployments. Well, at a time Iranian missiles are targeting Israeli positions in the occupied territories, the war-torn Gaza Strip remains under the Israeli siege. Gaza borders are sealed, and the people are grappling with shortages of basic needs. Our correspondent Milas Al-Jabor has more in this report.
March 2026 witnessed an unprecedented escalation as Israeli strikes on Tehran and Bushehr killed 3,114, including Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Iran retaliated with 74 missile waves, while Hezbollah's operation struck Haifa and Tel Aviv. These combined strikes injured 4,564 Israelis and cost the occupation $2.9 billion weekly in massive infrastructure damage.
Israel and the U.S. believed this new military escalation would allow them to destroy what remains of Iran and Hezbollah's power. However, they were surprised by the missile strength used by Iran and Hezbollah, which bypassed all defense systems, including those in the Israeli entity, U.S. bases in the Gulf, and Patriot missiles hitting targets directly inside the occupation state. Hormuz closed, regional war escalates, and Gaza attacks intensify amid global concern.
While Israel used the war with Iran to increase attacks on Gaza and close the Rafah crossing for 18 days, the humanitarian crisis grew worse. However, many people in Gaza felt a sense of joy and relief regarding the Iranian strikes. Despite their own suffering, they saw these attacks as a strong stand against Israeli military power and a form of supportness.
We felt moments of great joy during the Iranian response to the crimes committed by the U.S. and Israel in Tehran and against the Palestinian people in Gaza. We want to see these scenes repeated and increased. What happened to Gaza during the war of genocide is now happening deep inside Israel, right before the eyes of the world.
As this crisis worsens day by day, the escalation between Iran and the American-Israeli side has increased the pressure on Gaza. Israel is cutting off supplies of food, meat, and medicine. Besides, the closure of Rafah crossing that happened increased the suffering of patients and wounded.
Attacks on Iran infrastructure and the killing of its leaders threaten to collapse its economy, with the prices potentially rising by 60%. Locally, Gaza and Lebanon have become the main battlegrounds. Lebanon nears total collapse with 20% of displacement. Fears mount that a weakened axis of resistance will allow Israel to redraw the map of the Middle East, establishing a new regional order.
Since the beginning of the Zionist American aggression against Iran, there has been a negative impact on the Gaza Strip. It appears the occupation is exploiting the world's focus on the Iranian and Lebanese fronts to escalate its attacks on Gaza. Despite precision strikes on critical infrastructure, military assessments indicate that Iran's underground missile cities and mobile launchers remain operational, and Tehran's strike force cannot be easily neutralized.
Questions begin to flow amid the events in Iran and the pressure on Gaza. When will the world stop underestimating the power of the Islamic resistance? Minasij Puri, Press TV, Gaza City.
Well, a massive outcry for peace and sovereignty has taken over the streets of Spain's capital, Madrid. Thousands marched under the banner "No to War," demanding the immediate closure of American military base on Spanish soil and an end to the U.S. Zionist offensive. Our correspondent in the Spanish city, Alberto Garcia, has more in this report.
The mobilization is a direct challenge to the imperialist machine. Protesters are demanding that Spain stop being a platform for foreign interests, calling for the closure of American military bases to ensure that Spanish soil is never again used to launch or support global aggressions.
Spain says no to war. To defend peace, we must leave NATO and remove US troops from Spanish bases. We refuse to be complicit in illegal wars or the actions of foreign leaders. Sovereignty now.
Spain must leave NATO now. It is a criminal tool for US expansion that ignores our pacifist, working-class values. We must stop diverting public funds to war. It's time to choose social needs over military agendas.
The protest is also a powerful stand against the Middle East siege. The crowd is calling for an immediate stop to Israel's aggressions, denouncing the US Zionist axis for its constant threats against Iran and its brutal campaign of destabilization across the entire region.
We are protesting in Madrid to stop imperialist escalation. A no to war slogan is empty without a total arms embargo and ending trade with Israel. We demand a cut to military spending and the removal of US bases from Spanish soil.
Greenpeace stands against military escalation. War is never the solution. Bombs destroy lives and the planet. We demand an end to hostilities and a return to diplomacy. Peace is built through international law, not bombs.
From Latin America to the Middle East, this movement rejects the oppressive order that targets sovereign nations. Supported by politicians, artists, and intellectuals, the message remains firm. International solidarity is the only weapon against the criminal wars orchestrated from Washington.
We take to the streets against imperialist genocide and government complicity. We demand an end to war for resources and stand with international law. Solidarity with the people of Palestine, Lebanon, Cuba, Iran, and Venezuela. Stop the impunity now.
The mandate from the people of Madrid is categorical. No more blood for imperial interests and no more foreign boots on Spanish soil. The warning to the powers of the US Zionist axis remains clear. The world is watching and the streets will not stay silent. Alberto Garcia, Press TV, Madrid.
Well, fuel prices have shot up globally since the February 28th start of the illegal US-Israeli war against Iran, putting pressure on consumers, a natural consequence. In Italy, households and exporters have already been affected by surging energy prices and increased maritime insurance costs. Max Giavelli has more from Rome.
As the US-Israel war of choice on Iran is entering its fourth week, the consequences for the Italians, Italy's trade and economy continue to unfold at speed. Fuel prices across the country are rising sharply, with diesel prices rising above 2 euros a litre, with some gas stations registering diesel above 2 euros and 50 cents per litre. High fuel costs have been putting growing pressure on supply chains, since 80% of goods in Italy are transported by road. Italian consumers are already feeling the effects of the rising cost of gasoline.
Diesel prices have risen sharply over the past days, and it is a well-known fact that diesel is a crucial fuel in Italy, as we are heavily dependent on road transport. I'm afraid that if one side these price spikes are due to the war in the Middle East, on the other side, energy companies are speculating on people's lives.
Invading countries with large oil reserves is typical of the US, which always works to favor the big energy corporations. Personally, I have to think twice every time I decide to get my car following the rising cost of fuel. The cost of food staples and other basic supplies have also increased across the country over the past weeks.
Italy, like other European governments, is reviewing alternatives to quickly help consumers get through the sudden price shock. The Italian government has opted to cut excise duties on fuels as part of measures to help families and businesses cope with higher energy costs triggered by the illegal US-Israel war on Iran. Rome has said the lower excise duties would stay in place for around 20 days, even though the war in West Asia doesn't look to be ending anytime soon.
This measure will only be enforced for 3 weeks and is going to cost the government dearly, about 400 million euros. Some even suspect that this Prime Minister's move was driven by the need to drum up support ahead of a key referendum on a reform of the judicial system. If the closure of the Strait of Hormuz persists, the impact on Italy's economy will be severe. I do not rule out that oil could hit the price of $150 to $200 a barrel in the near future.
The escalating conflict in West Asia is particularly worrying for Italy's agricultural sector. Farmers' organizations have warned that rising oil and energy prices could significantly increase production costs and affect the entire agri-food chain. Max Civilli, Press TV, Rome.
Despite an International Criminal Court arrest warrant, the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán invited Benjamin Netanyahu to Budapest. Netanyahu did not attend, but sent his son Yair to Europe and addressed the conference with a video message. Activists held a day-long protest against it and the collaboration of Hungary with the genocidal regime. Our correspondent Dieter Reinisch has more from Budapest.
Benjamin Netanyahu didn't come himself, but those opposing him showed up in Budapest city center on Saturday afternoon. Meanwhile, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán hosted the 5th Conservative Political Action Conference. It was addressed by several right-wing and conservative politicians, among them Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. US President Donald Trump delivered a video message, and Netanyahu, represented by his son Yair, also sent one.
When women's rights are invoked again to justify another war, while the same people who are doing this invasion, basically creating the war, are the ones who are bombing school girls and killing more than 150 little girls at school.
People took to the streets not only in opposition to the collaboration of the government with the Zionist regime, but also to show their support for the resistance in Lebanon, Palestine and Iran, as well as other anti-imperialist struggles.
I'm asking you, why are you letting your government feed the war machine of Israel before feeding your own children? Why subsidize occupation while your workers struggle to pay rent and elderly freeze in winter?
Hungary is among the most pro-Zionist and repressive states in Europe, banning all shows of solidarity with Palestine since 2023. This Saturday's protest has been only the second pro-Palestinian demonstration to be permitted by the Hungarian authorities.
Benjamin Netanyahu is planning to visit Viktor Orbán, the Prime Minister of Hungary. Apparently they have a very tight connection together, and as we know, he should be banned by the International Court of Justice, but Hungary is still allowing war criminals to Hungary.
Well, I'm very happy that finally I have the opportunity to show up in person somewhere to protest against the genocide and Zionism.
But we are also protesting the fact that virtually no pro-Palestinian demonstrations have been permitted in Budapest for the past 2.5 years.
The Czech Prime Minister Andrej Babiš had also planned to attend the conservative gathering in Budapest, but cancelled his attendance after a newly formed clandestine pro-Palestinian group named Earthquake Faction claimed responsibility for setting the factory of the Israeli arms manufacturing company Elbit ablaze in the town of Pardubice on Friday morning.
Throughout Central Europe, in dozens of cities, from Germany, Austria to Slovakia, Czech Republic, to the Hungarian capital Budapest here, people were taking to the streets against the US-Israeli aggressions against Palestine, Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, and other parts of the world this Saturday. The message was loud and clear. Their governments are not representing their views. This was the message here in Budapest and all over Central Europe this Saturday. Dieter Heinisch, Press TV from Budapest.
In the United States, some political and media elites have widely tried to portray the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran as a success. But a new poll is showing that very few are buying that story. Almost 60% of Americans are saying that they believe that the war is going badly for the United States. Ramin Mazari has more from Washington, D.C.
And he's doing a fantastic job, so we have Marco.
The U.S.-Israeli war on Iran has become the most unpopular war in modern American history, and a new poll finds that it's already being widely perceived as a failure.
You wouldn't know it from reading the nation's newspaper of record, the New York Times, or watching top news channels like CNN or Fox News, but a new poll found that 60% of Americans believe that the war is going badly for the United States.
I think the average American does not support this action, and we believe it's illegal and immoral.
U.S. President Donald Trump's threats to send Marines to Iran's Kharg Island is not only being called certain to fail, but it could be disastrous for his popularity and that of the ruling Republican Party, and also for perceptions of America as a democracy. A top poll found that just 7% of Americans said they would back the president carrying out a boots-on-the-ground, large-scale invasion of Iran.
That attitude is shared by the majority of Americans. We want to protect our democracy. We know that it's a moving target. It's not a right, it's a struggle. It's a constant struggle.
Trump threatened to obliterate Iran's power plants if the Straits of Hormuz are not fully reopened by Monday evening Washington time, even though bombing power plants is a war crime made illegal by the Geneva Convention.
We see this callousness of the people in power talking about gleefully how they are murdering people extrajudiciously because they have not consulted Congress. So any actions that they are doing, wherever they are doing it, in cahoots with Israel, they are doing it illegally.
We believe Trump's got to go now. He's got to stop this cruelty around the world, in this country, all over the place, the things that he's doing, not just here but abroad, and killing children, innocent people just like you and me. You know, he needs to go.
After 3 weeks of war, there is finally increasing admission in the United States media that Iranian military retaliation has proven superior to Israel's air defenses, that the economic toll on the West is mounting to critical levels, and that the U.S.-Israeli war has drastically backfired. Ramin Mazaheri, Press TV, Washington, D.C.
With that report by Ramin Mazari, we come to an end for this edition of the News Bulletin here on Press TV. Thanks for being with us. It's bye-bye for now. Hello, welcome back to Press TV's Rolling Coverage. We are looking at day 24 of this illegal war that Israeli regime and the U.S. are leveling against the Islamic Republic. Of course, the biggest headline to come out of this war, in some respects, aside from the military successes that the Islamic Republic has had on the ground, are the statements that the U.S. President Donald Trump made yesterday regarding how there have been talks and there are many points of agreements with the Islamic Republic, many of which has been refuted by Iran overall, of which we'll discuss that in depth with our guests. Joining us in the studio is Humera Ahed. Thank you so much for being with us. We also have Barry Grossman, human rights lawyer, who joins us as well. I'd like to welcome you both. And Barry Grossman, let me first start with you. Obviously, I need to get a reaction from you regarding what the U.S. President Donald Trump has said. I must add to that, we're getting obviously statements coming from Iran, of which I'm going to go with the Foreign Ministry spokesperson, and I'm going to quote him before you give your take. Recent days messages have been received through some friendly countries for negotiations by the U.S. to end the war, which were appropriately answered according to the country's principal positions. While at this point he also denied any negotiations with the U.S., he didn't mention indirect talks, which is more likely the way to go if there are even communications made between the two. What do you think is going on here?
Well, I mean, I think, first of all, the original tweet yesterday came as a surprise to everybody and certainly was received almost globally as a major backflip by the Trump administration. What actually lay behind it, was a bit unclear at the time. What seems to have happened is, rather than his claim that there had been productive negotiations between U.S. negotiators in Iran, was that contact had been made by high-level officials from variously Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan to their equivalents in Iran. There was some discussion about the issues, not a negotiation. And as that was passed back through the food chain, through to the Trump team and up to Donald Trump himself, after which he spun it his way, it was like a series of Chinese whispers, which he came out and presented publicly as productive negotiations. But it's quite clear from what was already being said yesterday by the Iranian Foreign Ministry that there have been no negotiations, that the Iranian position hasn't changed. So it calls into question what that was all about, except to note the obvious. No sooner did Donald Trump's backflip and essentially back down get communicated publicly than global markets for Brent crude and started to dramatically drop down from the heights they had reached. The market started to correct itself, and even the various stock exchange around the world, and in particular in the U.S., started to rally again to get back some of the losses. But it only took about a half an hour before Donald Trump started yapping again and returned to his, his old sort of nonsense of talking about regime change and the Venezuela model and nuclear weapons, limiting Iran's ballistic missile program and so forth. So that only served to introduce more doubt. But I think ultimately what speaks volumes is that markets around the world corrected themselves in expectation of a resolution, which, I think Trump disingenuously referred to. He seemed to have realized that he laid down an ultimatum that he nor the rest of the world was ready to live with the consequences of. So he committed to extending the deadline that he had unilaterally imposed by 5 days, that is the targeting of oil and gas infrastructure and power plants, but would continue, as he said it later, to bomb his heart out. So it's sort of like he wants to be able to continue pursuing this tactic of trying to bomb Iran into submission, or at least to substantially weaken the Iranian capability to defend itself using missiles and whatnot, in order to ultimately, in his imagination, prevail. But quite clearly that's not going to happen. And somehow markets and those people who wield more power than even him namely the combined corporate sector in the Atlantic world, are going to impose themselves on his administration's view and his view, because nobody wants where this is inevitably going to. And in the meantime, of course, we're still stuck with his flip-flopping. He's like an ice that's been pulled out of a lake during the winter season and is flip-flopping around on the ice surface. He changes his message almost hourly right now. But the world's not going to stand for it. And in the meantime, the fact remains that the Strait of Hormuz has not been closed as such. It's been closed to ships directly connected with the U.S., Israel, or their allies that are supporting them in their belligerent attack of Iran. And quite frankly, I find it very disconcerting the way talking heads around the world, including those in the Gulf and in media outlets that originate, for example, in Qatar and whatnot, they're being incredibly sycophantic in that they're embracing, without any criticism, without any introspection, the narrative that's being pushed on the world by Trump that nobody believes, and using that as a starting point for their analysis, to the point where even the UN, the Secretary General, chided Iran for supposedly targeting Gulf nations, whereas, it's quite clear that what happened was those Gulf nations did deals with the devil years ago that allowed the Americans to set up military bases throughout the region, and that those bases were an integral part of the first 12-day war attack, but also this one. And so Iran was well within its right to target those military bases and any other military assets in neighboring countries associated with the war effort against them. That much is quite clear in international law. And the closest parallel that came to my mind was when we look at the original invasion of Afghanistan back in the day. That mobilization was already underway before 9/11, and then the U.S. quickly pivoted to blaming 9/11 and Afghanistan's hosting of Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda as a reason for basically invading and going to war against Afghanistan, even though Afghanistan was no way directly involved in what happened on 9/11. If we take that as the starting point, Iran targeting U.S. military bases in the Gulf states is perfectly legitimate and part of its inalienable right to defend itself, much like its missile program. It's quite clear that every nation has a right to build up defensive military capability and has the right to defend itself against belligerent attack. And the overriding principle in international law, as embraced by the United Nations, is that the use of force is to be avoided except in very clear cases where there are exceptions. Now, if we apply what in legal circles are rules of interpretation, the starting point, the guiding principle is no war. And therefore, when you interpret, when the exceptions apply, you use a strict interpretation. And since really the guiding sort of legal system involved doesn't involve jurisprudence or common law, as it does say in the U.S. or England, it's purely based on treaties. The documents speak for themselves. The circumstances in which a country has the right to engage in a preemptive attack are quite clear. There needs to be an imminent threat, or if you like, we used to call it a clear and present danger. And even the security apparatus in the U.S. is continuing to make it very clear that their position is there was no imminent threat. There was no nuclear weapons program. There was no justification for making the choice to go to war against Iran, and that therefore the war itself is in violation of the so-called international rules-based order. And I find it purely astounding that so many media outlets and talking heads out of Atlantic world nations just take the spiel that we have coming from Washington at face value and don't hold anybody to account. Don't criticize this assumption that they bring to the table that focuses entirely on what Iran supposedly has done without looking at all at what the U.S. has done. And that includes, for example, Donald Trump's claim that Iran has been killing Americans for 47 years. The historical record proves exactly the opposite. And the fact that Iran has a relationship with resistance groups like Hezbollah and Hamas doesn't mean that those groups are entirely proxies of Iran. So to hold Iran responsible for anything that they may have done and to characterize what they have done over the years as part of their armed resistance as terrorism is all a nonsense. It's a complete nonsense, but nobody's prepared to ask these very obvious questions. The starting point is to take all of that as a given at face value and proceed from there while moaning and groaning about the state of economic uncertainty that's coming to bear in the whole situation as people panic about what this means for the global economy. The reality is, if the rest of the world wants certainty, economic certainty, and fairness and justice to prevail, they need to walk away from this belligerent and highly illegal war on Iran and negotiate with Iran so that Iran is willing to allow ships carrying oil and whatnot to them to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, because Iran is well within its rights to control the passage of ships that are permitted to go through the strait and those which aren't. And we haven't even gotten to what might happen in the coming days if this gets worse regarding the other channel that leads up to the Suez Canal and what the Houthis are capable of doing to stop the flow of shipping through that strait. So it's up to them. The way forward is very clear. It's very simple. If they want to embrace the appropriate principles and stop pretending and get with reality, the way forward to ensure the flow of all-important petrol and natural gas and everything else is to compel the U.S. to heavily lean on the U.S. to back up and get out.
Omer, there's no denying the fact that you have had the U.S. backtrack, and as the saying goes in the U.S., that it was the U.S. that blinked first here regarding the ultimatum that it had given Iran in terms of its opening up the Strait of Hormuz, and then if not, that it would target Iran's electricity grid. So there's no denying that the U.S. has backtracked there. But the reason for that backtrack is what I want to ask you. What do you think has happened here in order for the U.S. to reach the conclusion that it needs to do that? Are we looking at a deception here? What are we looking at?
Deception can be, we can say that this it can be a deception, but if we see the facts on ground, the way Iran has been retaliating, and Iran has been quite clear when the threat was issued. At first, Iran gave, the IRGC and Iranian officials gave statements, and even the former national advisor, the martyred national advisor Ali Larijani had tweeted that if you attack our power plants, we would attack the power plants in the Persian Gulf region, and there will be a blackout in half an hour. And recently, Iran retaliated and said that we are going to attack your desalination programs, we are going to desalination plants, we are also going to attack your electricity power plant. So I think now Trump understood that it is going to be catastrophic for the region and also for the occupied territories. As far as we know, in the occupied territories, most of the water comes from desalination programs, like desalination plants, but in Iran, we have fresh water supply. That is not true for the Persian Gulf countries, neither is it true for Israel. So an attack on Iran's energy infrastructure would have faced a retaliation by an attack on all these structures in this region, and that would have led to something which would be beyond control of Trump or anybody. and during the last few days we have seen that how Iran has been retaliating. Now it has not been showing any restraint. Iran has been attacking in a way where even the world is surprised to see. You can say it is not an eye for an eye now, it's a head for an eye. So I think Trump understood that, but at the same time, we can say that Trump understood that the consequences can be so devastating that he won't be able to control it. But at the same time, we can say it is a trick, and maybe he wants to do something else. But one more thing that comes into this picture is the global energy markets. We have seen the global energy markets have crashed in a way, and International Energy Agency has also issued statements that the price rise that we are seeing in the recent days, the change in the global oil price rise that we have been seeing is worse than the 1970s. The world has never seen this type of effect on the global oil price as we are seeing now. And one more thing which the experts on economy have been saying is that it's not if the war stops today, tomorrow we are going to have the economy back on track. The fuel prices will come down or the natural gas prices will come down. It would take months for the global economy to again come to that position which was before the war, because most of the units or most of the companies in the Persian Gulf region have stopped their normal functioning. They have reduced their production capacities. For them to again start producing to the quantity which they were producing before the war would take a few months, and then they also require a safe passage, and Strait of Hormuz for now is restricted. So all this taken into consideration, and I mean Trump knows all this, and he is a person who never wanted that the world economy should face such a huge blow, and we know that the whole world is facing a huge crunch as far as the energy prices are concerned. So taking that into consideration, I think that has been one of the most important factors that has restricted Trump to carry on the threat that he has issued. And one more thing which I would want to mention here is that Trump has been saying lots of things which he has not implemented. He during the Russian Ukraine war, he issued threats, and then the threats did not materialize. Even during the this Iran war, which has started, it's a 24-day now, almost 3 weeks. I mean more than 3 weeks. He said a number of things, and the things were they did not materialize on ground. So it's not that we take his word for granted. We take his word as it is and think that he's going to do it. There are lots of instances where he has been saying something, and that has just remained to the extent of issuing statements, and we have seen no results on the ground. Even the United States public knows that he's a person who has been lying during most of his tenure. So I think that also we should take into consideration, and not take him that seriously as he appears to be. And secondly, I mentioned that it is also because the most important reason is the oil price rise, the energy crash we are witnessing, that made him restrain, and he knew that if he is going to continue with the attacks, then the economy will face something which would be beyond imagination.
Well, Barry Grossman, the economic factor is obviously maybe one reason. I don't know if you agree or not. This is what our guest Humaira is saying in the studios, but Trump said that it's a small price to pay, the cost that's being incurred for what he believes to be a higher goal, and that is the toppling of the Islamic Republic and its democratically elected governments. But I'm curious as to why he would make the announcement. I think it's worth looking at the different dimensions of this supposed negotiations that have taken place, at least for 48 hours. And that is the fact that some are concluding that maybe Trump is trying to buy time in order to have those troops to go for that ground invasion for Hark Island. and that's something that he's perhaps has announced at this point in time in order for those troops to arrive. Do you think that is the case? And if there are any other factors you believe that are pointing to the direction that Trump is buying time to either regroup or to or for any other reasons that you may think that you can tell us?
Well, I certainly think buying time for the troops to arrive is one of the clear known unknowns. But also, I think he clearly came to understand that he had miscalculated the time frame that it would take for him to achieve his goals, and is still laboring under a complete misapprehension. But he seems to have bought himself a week here, thinking that by doubling down on the routine bombing campaign and having Israel ramp up theirs, that he can somehow weaken Iran's capabilities enough that it'll be easier to achieve his goals and impose a total victory. But, you know, there's certainly no shortage of people, myself included, that take the view that he's still being completely delusional. This is not something that is going to end anytime soon without basically a complete back down and a willingness on the part of Trump to embrace, in large part at least, the terms that have been set by Iran, which are all very reasonable in my estimation. I mean, surely he's gonna have to be conceded something if he ever gets serious, to save a little bit of face. But my personal view is his days are very much numbered now, and he's destined to be thrown out of the bus, you know, any time now, whether it's a matter of weeks or a matter of a couple of months or as long as the midterms, I guess, matters a lot. But he's not going to be around for long. And quite frankly, Netanyahu, also facing elections in October, is going to go under the bus too. But of course, in Israel, or what I call the squatter nation, the options that follow are going to be even worse than having Netanyahu there in the driver's seat as prime minister. The far-right candidates who would invariably, you know, win any election are even worse than Netanyahu, if that's possible. But Trump's days are numbered, and when Trump's days are numbered, you know, the support that Israel feels it can count on from the U.S. is going to undergo a substantial rationalization on the part of the U.S. once the Trump administration is taken care of as well. The question is, I guess, how long can the Iranian forces maintain the intensity of their response to this non-stop, very expensive bombing campaign by the combined forces of the squatters and the U.S. Trump seems to still be somewhat convinced that without having to force the issue on the Strait of Hormuz, he can get where he wants to be with another week or so of standard bombing sorties, possibly coupled with some kind of a landing of boots on the ground, whether it involves paratroopers or amphibious landings remains to be seen. The fact of the matter is that most analysts, military analysts, including those who are very supportive of the U.S., have pointed out the lunacy of that thinking, that the very best that Trump could hope for is a Vietnam type of situation where it drags on for many, many years and still ends up in defeat. So he seems to be laboring under a lot of delusions, but that seems to be the direction he's moved in. I mean, initially yesterday it sounded like he wanted an immediate off-ramp, but he very quickly qualified that by doing a press conference where he went back to his old nonsense about, you know, terrorism and nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles and, you know, the Venezuela model, and supposedly installing somebody or possibly reaching an understanding with the new Ayatollah, whereby he and the new Ayatollah, in his deluded view, would govern together access through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, he's completely delusional. There's no part of Donald Trump's thinking that is in any way connected with reality. And the reluctance of career analysts to call him out on this still leaves me really quite shocked and dismayed. You know, this isn't rocket science. The man is really fit for the lunatic asylum. So we'll have to wait and see. But nothing is going to go the way he hopes it will go. And as was the case the day before yesterday, this could all go horribly wrong to the point where the whole region will be crippled for many years into the future if it comes down to a mutual attempt to destroy the other side's oil and gas processing and shipping infrastructure. And the one place where Iran has the advantage, oddly enough, ironically, is when it comes to, for example, the gas fields and oil wells and everything else. Iran, because of years of sanctions, hasn't been able to pressurize their gas fields to the extent that, say, Qatar has. And, you know, it's one thing to stop the flow of petroleum and gas and everything else. That's already catastrophic. But you can't just turn off the valves. You know, the raw product, the gas and the oil, still has to come out of the ground and go somewhere. And if the capacity to store it or process it or ship it is gone, there's a serious catastrophe shaping up that goes beyond just the infrastructure needed in order to bring that product to market. And not a lot of people have started talking about that, although some have.
Barry Grossman, thank you very much. International lawyer there talking to us. We do appreciate your insight. Thank you so much. However, I'd like to continue with you, and I'm going to ask you in my question first what the Russian defense minister has said, where he said that Iran possesses an offensive missile system that the U.S. does not have, that there are highly advanced missiles that have not been used, and that Iran has a stockpile of missiles capable of destroying the entire West Asia, not just Israel. This is what the Russian defense minister has said. And then he says, we call on the U.S. and Israel to immediately stop the war and declare a failure of the military operation. In other words, raise the white flag. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up before I ask my question to you is that we are looking at a gradual, yet at a pretty high pace of military failures by the Israeli regime and the U.S. Yes, they have hit many targets inside the Islamic Republic, many of which were civilian targets. But just prior to the war, prior to the announcement by the U.S. president, we noticed a couple of major failures. That was the attack on Dimona, if you recall, which showed that if you have a nuclear power plant that probably has very intense missile defense shield activity to stop any thing that threatens its obviously existence, but yet Iran was able to penetrate that. And then we hear more about how the Iranian missiles are getting through and that the missile defense shields are exhausted, along with the target of the F-35 and other achievements on the ground, that maybe the U.S. and the Israeli regime figured it's time to put a pause to this. Because there were rumors about how the U.S. wanted a break, and but we saw this happen. Is it that combined with Iran's missile power overall that perhaps has led Trump to make this announcement in order to get a reprieve of some kind?
I think when Trump launched a military aggression against Iran, he miscalculated. He did not. He was not very aware of how Iran is going to retaliate. Before before the current war started, we have seen that all the threats that were issued by the U.S. or Israel, or the 12-day war, or even before that, with the assassinations of the Iran's nuclear scientists, the terror, the sponsoring of terror in the Islamic Republic of Iran, all what happened during the last 4 decades or more than 4 decades, Iran showed huge restraint. Iran did not retaliate the way it should have, or it was expected to retaliate. So they thought the modus operandi of the Islamic Republic of Iran is such that even if we launch an aggression against Iran, it will remain confined to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it will not, pass through its borders. But and also one of the important things which Israel fed them was that if they remove the top leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran, they assassinate the leader of the Islamic Revolution, the system will topple down. And I think Trump did a mistake by buying this argument which was forwarded by Israel, and we saw the repercussions. Iran launched a horizontal war. Iran extended the borders of the aggression, and it has engulfed the whole Gulf region. And we saw during the last 24 days how American assets in the region got affected. Not only affected but destroyed. We have had reports that the NATO and the US forces in Iraq recently wanted, they asked for some break to be able to vacate the bases in Iraq. We have seen how in the UAE, American assets have been destroyed, how the interceptors they had built across the Persian Gulf region to wade any threat, which they knew that Iran has and possesses for the United States. They had built this huge system of interceptors across the Persian Gulf region. And then we also know the occupied territories having that 7 layers of air defense, be it David Sling, be it the Iron Dome. And in the last 24 days, we have seen all these interceptors most of them being destroyed, Iranian missiles landing in the Persian Gulf states, and also precisely attacking the targets. And also in the occupied territories, we saw, none of the air defense system was strong enough to stop the Iranian missiles. And when you talk about Dimona is a place where the Israeli entities undisclosed nuclear arsenal is. So it is the most protected area in the occupied territories. They would say that it has a very robust air defense system and nothing can pass through it because they hold those nuclear weapons there. But 2 days ago, we saw how Iranian missiles passed through the Israeli skies, through Dimona, and the amount of devastation that was witnessed there, the images that came out, even with the media blackout, it looked like Gaza. So now seeing all what Iran has done, the amount of losses these two entities have suffered, the interceptors, we have been discussing about it, that they cost billions and it's not easy to replace them. They have been destroyed. Now the F-35, which you also mentioned, the face of America's Air Force, that was downed by Iran's domestically manufactured air defense system. That speaks volumes, that Iran, being sanctioned for the last 4 decades, for more than 4 decades, has emerged as a country that has built such a strong defense system that that two mighty, the so-called mighty military powers have not been able to, emerge victorious in their war with Iran. So this, I think, Trump, or for that matter even Israel, was not aware that Iran would respond in this way. And also maybe they were not aware about the arsenals that Iran possesses, because we have seen in the statements that are being given by the IRGC, they have been time and again mentioning that there are enormous surprises for you. So if we link it to the statement that has been given by the defense Minister of Russia, both of the things correspond to each other, that Iran has weaponry which has the power to totally cause destruction on the American assets in the West Asian region, and most of them have not even been used. So now I think Trump and all the other parties which have been a part of this war in launching aggression are understanding that this war is something which they are never going to win, and they are going to suffer more casualties, and it would be something they would not be able to control. That is why I think seeing the reality on ground, seeing what is happening on ground, the NATO forces did not support Trump. We have a very famous statement that was issued by journal of the French army. He said it is like a Titanic ship which has already hit an iceberg, and they are asking us to buy a ticket for that. It is which directly or indirectly means that you have already lost a war and you want us to be a part of the war that has already been lost. So that means now seeing the capability of Iran, seeing that Iran has a capacity to totally level you to ground, you now are trying to find an off-ramp, and I think that is the reason we have been seeing the statements recently issued by Trump, the threat initially and then backtrack. This is because of Iran, the way Iran has retaliated.
Okay, let's bring in Harley Schlanger, Vice Chair of the Board of the Schiller Institute, who joins us. Harley Schlanger, welcome to the program. So it's all about whether the U.S. President is really sincere in what he has said, and it's a very tough call to make. We're looking at the fact that Tehran has denied talks with the U.S. even taking place in the first place, even though the Foreign Ministry spokesperson has said there are some messages and channels of communications that have been opened up, and some messages have been relayed to Iran. But Iran's parliament speaker, which the U.S. President says has been the one that, I guess, talks have taken place, he has said that this is fake news and it's being used to manipulate financial and oil markets. What is your take on it?
Well, I think that's essentially right. I had a chance to speak with Dr. Marandi yesterday, who said that you have from Reuters, BBC, and others fake news. And what they're trying to do is figure out how they can have an exit strategy which covers up the fact that they made a classic blunder by deciding to launch this war and by going along with Israel in this war. I just wrote an article about the problems Trump is having putting together an exit strategy, which includes the fact that sections of the U.S. intelligence community warned him not to go into this war. And now we see Joe Kent, who is the head of the National Counterterrorism Division of the Director of National Intelligence, one of the highest ranking intelligence officials, confirming that they told Trump not to go into this war. So there's disagreement within the U.S. intelligence community, the military, and certainly in the population. And so he's scrambling to find an exit strategy. But from what I can tell, there's no evidence that there are negotiations underway. It sounds like another one of these fake narratives that are coming from the White House.
What's going to happen if we're going to see the 5 days pass? We're looking at the fact that next week, supposedly there's going to be talks that are going to be held in Pakistan. This is what we understand. What if that happens? Then there are certain points that go against the narrative coming from the Islamic Republic vis-a-vis the, I guess, objectives that needed to be that I'm sure Iran has relayed to. I mean, I'm talking about the points of agreements that, or the conditions that Iran wants. I mean, I can't, for the life of me, think that Iran would entertain even going to Pakistan unless the demands that it has made, which are, at least from what we've been told, are pretty obvious and that the U.S. has given a green light to. Or are they going to try to hash that out in talks? Do you know what I mean? I mean, why would Iran even go through with this?
Well, first of all, the Pakistanis are denying that there's any such session coming up this weekend. But you're absolutely right. The question that has to be posed is, at this point, who's in the worst situation? And the Iranian people have essentially shown a defiance and a willingness to stand with the government, which is something that Trump and the Israelis had assumed would not happen. They thought they could organize a regime change, and they were wrong. Now, their intention is to, there's a difference between the U.S. and the Israeli intention. But the main difference is that Netanyahu wants to see Iran destroyed. Now, there's no way that the Iranian government can agree to that. What is Trump going to do? He's already proven that he's not a legitimate negotiating partner. Twice there were serious negotiations going on the nuclear question. And both times, while the discussions were still underway, the U.S. launched, and the Israelis launched strikes last June and then again in February against the negotiators. So who can negotiate under such circumstances? The other point is that there's a complete disagreement on the question of nuclear policy, on the question of so-called terrorism. on the question of Iran's right to defend its own interests as well as the interests of the Palestinian people. I don't see any change coming from President Trump. I think what he may try is to say that as much as we wanted, we've destroyed Iran's capability to fight, which would be another false statement, and then say, we did what we wanted to do and we're going to leave. The problem is that leaves Netanyahu free to go ahead with his next step. And I think that's the thing that most people in the world are worried about, that Israel, under conditions of worsening crisis from the war, may resort to a false flag to justify the use of nuclear weapons.
Okay, that's the nuclear issue is also something that needs to be discussed, I guess. But before that, I'd like to understand from you, Humaira, what you think in terms of the demands that Iran is making, or has made and has made it public, before even thinking about going ahead with any types of talks. I mean, I'm looking at, aside from the 6 core demands, for example, demanding the closure of all U.S. bases in the region, that's part of the 6 demands. A $2 million toll on Western ships in Hormuz, and $100 billion in compensation. I mean, do you think the U.S. is going to agree to this? I mean, you would think that Iran would say, these are my conditions before going into the talks, right?
Yeah, but I think they have not mentioned the amount, the $2 million or $100 billion. I did not read it anywhere. I don't think that has been mentioned. But one of the core demands has been an end to aggression. There would not be any war, waged against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that is the most important demand. And the second demand is that they would have to give the compensation for what damages they have incurred on the Islamic Republic of Iran. And if they do not give the damages, we would take it from them, and if we are not able to take it from them, then we would destroy their assets in the region, and also the vacating of the bases from the region. So these are, I think, the 3 core demands which have been put forward by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and also the officials of the Islamic Republic of Iran have been saying that the Strait of Hormuz would not return back to the position where it was before the aggression against Iran started. I think there is no back off from these core demands, and the statement today that was issued by the spokesman of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Foreign Ministry of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Mr. Ismail Baghai, he said that our demands are the same and we are not going to negotiate on the demands. Because now we have seen that during the last 24 days how Israel has suffered, and how the interest of the United States have suffered in the region, and how the Persian Gulf countries have had a have had a very destructive effect on the economy and on their security. They had formed an alliance with the United States for security in case of a threat, but that alliance led to insecurity and destruction in their countries. And we have discussed that the capital that they lost during the war is in billions or trillions for that matter, and they are also thinking of reconsidering their alliance, because we have had statements from Omanian foreign minister who said, whatever you think about Iran, but this war was not started from by Iran, and it was inevitable for them to respond to the war. So we are seeing how these countries are also understanding that they would have to reconsider their ties with America, and also thinking that whether it is benefiting them to give their territory to the United States and their relations with the Israeli regime. So all this taken into consideration, it has had a very bad effect for them. It has brought them destruction. So I think this pressure is mounting on Trump, and whatever he thought that he would achieve in this war, he failed on every front. He did not achieve even one of his objectives, though all of his objectives were changing because he just had plan A and he did not have a plan B. And what was plan A? Plan A was that he would assassinate the leader of the Islamic Revolution, and Netanyahu had maybe told him that with the assassination of the leader of the Islamic Revolution and the top elite elite commanders of the Iranian army or the IRGC, people would come on the roads and they would topple the government. So this was what I believe was fed to Trump, but what we saw was contrary to that. People came on the roads, but they supported the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that idea of regime change, so that idea that the top leadership has been now assassinated and now there is nothing, nobody holds power and we can do whatever we want in Iran. And he also mentioned that we have killed the top leadership, we have killed the second in command, and now there is nobody to talk in Iran. So that idea that Iran revolves around a single person, and with his assassination we would be able to achieve our goals but because this plan A was not achieved, there was no plan B. So that is one of the most important reasons that we have been seeing Trump changing his statements again and again. And even after he changed his statement that this is our goal, we have annihilated the leaders, and we have also destroyed the Iranian navy, we have destroyed the Iranian army, we have destroyed the missile producing capability of Iran, we have destroyed the nuclear facilities of Iran. He said this time and again, but what happened, what we saw practically and on ground was that nothing of this was true. Iran is attacking important these US targets and Israeli entity. Their air force, the air force of Iran is very precisely hitting the targets. The navy has been able to control the Strait of Hormuz in a remarkable way, and the missile capability of Iran is so robust that you are seeing different missiles being hit and coming as surprises to the people of the world. So none of this is none of what was being said has come true in the case of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that is the prime reason why now they are talking about negotiations. Also with all what Islamic Republic has done, we have seen how it has affected the global economy, and with IEA, the International Energy Agency, saying that we have never we have never seen such type of effect on the energy prices in the history of the world. So that has forced him to now talk like that maybe he wants to control the oil price, or maybe he really wants to negotiate. But Iran, as I already mentioned, Iran has already put its objectives forward, that these are the things which have to be fulfilled before we cease hostilities or before we think of stopping the war.
Well, Holly Schlanger, this piece of news is not confirmed. I'm not too sure if we can or we should even talk about it, but it remains a possibility, of which some sources are indicating that not only are countries agreeing to pay the $2 million that Iran has asked for, again, not confirmed, but it's worth discussing. There's going to be a fee that Iran says, I don't know if you want to call it a transit fee, taxes, whatever you'd like to call it. At this point, we don't know yet. But the $2 million that it wants for these countries to pay is actually in Chinese currency, which is the yuan. Given the fact whether this piece of news is true or not, Iran has said that it's looking and considering at having the payments made in the yuan. How big a deal is that, if that was to be part of the preconditions for Iran for talks, if they're going to even happen, or if this is such a case? But how big a deal is that in terms of the hit that the U.S. economy would take for this condition to prevail?
Well, the whole question of the yuan and Iran's accepting payments in the yuan is huge, because this is why Iran joined the BRICS. Iran is now a member of the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa alliance, which is trying to move away from a total dollar-denominated control of the world economy. That imperial system is collapsing. That's why there's a whole new system coming into being. Now, Iran represents one of the more important countries that's joined that. And I personally believe that a part of the reason for the attack on Iran is to send a message to Iran, Russia, China, and others that the U.S. and the City of London are not willing to let go of their system yet. But they have no choice. The military option has failed. And the one thing I would say about what the previous speaker said, there are certain core demands that have to be met, namely the end of hostilities, I think shutting down the bases. The question of negotiations for money, reparations, things of that sort, those can be negotiated, but there are some things that are non-negotiable and that Iran will not negotiate. And the most important one is to not give up on its sovereign power to control its own destiny. And that's what the BRICS are about. That's what this new order coming into existence is. And that's what, whether Trump knows it or not, that's why the U.S. military is being deployed, and was deployed, first of all, to support the Ukraine attack on Russia, where they're talking about possibly attacking China over Taiwan, keeping China and Russia out of Africa and out of South America, and preventing Iran from standing up for the rights of the Palestinians. So we're seeing a shift globally that President Trump has very little control over, and he may not even be aware of. Some of his advisors know it. Some of his advisors are very close to the City of London financial networks, which is not an unimportant consideration. And this is the Epstein networks, who try to control the world economy using U.S. military might. Now we're seeing that because of the resistance coming from Iran, that U.S. military might is not enough. And especially doing the job for Israel is unacceptable. Let me just add one other thing about the American people. They're beginning to figure out that this is another case that's like Iraq. The Iraq War became extremely unpopular because it was founded on lies. The lies of Saddam Hussein developing weapons of mass destruction. We're seeing the same thing with the lies about the Iranian nuclear program. And I think the American people are becoming tired of paying for wars that have nothing to do with American security, in fact make American security worse, but instead are designed to protect Israel. And that's where you're going to see a change from the United States, and it's already happening. Trump's advisors are telling him that the Republicans will take big losses in the midterm elections in November if this war continues. Now, he's just asked for an additional $200 billion to fight a war. He's not going to get that. The Congress is going to have enormous pressure not to do that. And especially since there are so many needs for that money in the United States. So that's where America first ends up in a fight with Israel first. And so I think the resistance and the determination demonstrated by Iran has now met a certain agreement from some people in the United States that this war is not the right thing to do. And so we have an opportunity to get out of it. Unfortunately, leaving that in the hands of someone as indecisive and capable of saying completely contradictory things as Donald Trump makes it hard to see where an end phase will come. But I think we're headed in that direction, and it's not just an end of this war, it's an end of a 500-year colonial system that was run from Europe and especially Britain, and that the U.S. became the leading enforcer of after World War II. The end of an imperial era, and that's something that the world is going toward no matter what Donald Trump thinks.
Well, if we want to take a look at the different consequences that this war has incurred as a cost for the U.S. president, including, and the U.S. and the Israeli regime for that matter, including the Persian Gulf countries, I'm sure the U.S. president and I'm not too sure so much the Israeli regime, but the U.S. president is under immense pressure to stop this war. One of the things that was very telling about the types of consequences that would be incurred onto the Persian Gulf countries if the U.S. were to attack Iran's electricity grid, Humaira, is what the Qatari foreign minister said. And he said that if Iran goes through after being attacked on its electricity grid, it could target our desalination plants. And he says we don't have any desalination plants. If were they to be hit, After that, because there's no rivers, we don't have any water storages of any kind, and if that were to happen, then there's going to be complete mayhem, and our existence would be under threat. Why is it that the U.S. Does not take all these into account in order to then make a decision to issue ultimatums like it did?
I would respond that question in a way which helps us to understand the psychology of Trump, the way he functions. In his book, which he has co-authored about how to make a deal, he makes it quite clear that he tries to put pressure on the other side. And it's not, the thing is that it's not that he would do the things which he is issuing statements about. It is just mere rhetoric in most of the cases. In the book he mentions it like that. It is mere rhetoric in most of the cases. He wants to put pressure on the other side so that the other side succumbs. And once the other side succumbs, he is able to put forward all his objectives and goals, and he is able to secure a deal. And I think that is the strategy that he has been using in Iran. But it did not work for him in Iran, because Iran retaliated, and Iran, whatever Iran said, it acted on it. So that is why we see him backtracking from his threat. He thought that he would issue a threat and Iran would succumb, and then he would be able to, even maybe able to declare victory. But as we have been seeing in the last 24 days, the way Iran has been retaliating has been exceptional, beyond the imagination of anybody, and specifically beyond the imagination of Netanyahu or Trump. But as we know, old habits die hard. He again thought that he may try to intimidate the Islamic Republic of Iran, and through his intimidation, Iran would succumb, and he would maybe they would open the Strait of Hormuz, and he would have an off ramp, and he would declare victory.
Thank you very much for that. That's Homer Ahed here in the studios. I'd also like to thank Harley Schlanger. He's the vice chair of the board of the Schiller Institute, who spoke to us from Potsdam. Thank you to you both. At this point, we are going to be heading for a quick break here on Press TV. Do stay with us. Lots more to come your way.
Observed on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan, was designated by Imam Khomeini as a day to support the cause of Palestine. From the early hours of the morning, the people of Tehran gathered at the University of Tehran, sending a clear message that despite war and all, they remain committed to the cause of freedom and justice. As you can see, from the very first hours of today, people carrying Iranian flags have conveyed to the world their support for steadfastness in the face of arrogance and oppression.
welcome to the Israeli Watch. Hebrew commentators have noted that Iran has not backed down and is imposing conditions to end the war, while also addressing Tehran's ties with certain Persian Gulf Arab countries which appear to be on a downward trajectory. Local officials, meanwhile, voiced heavy criticism of the government, effectively accusing it of negligence on the northern front with Lebanon. We will discuss these topics and way more with Dr. Mohsen Saleh joining us here in the studio. Hello and welcome, Dr. Mohsen. You're the president of International Association of Political Experts. Thank you for joining us.
Greetings to you. Thank you for having me. Thanks for the audiences also who are following and watching your TV.
The vast damage caused by Iranian missiles that struck the Dimona area in response to the Zionist attack on the Natanz nuclear facility garnered widespread attention. Let's watch.
האיראנים מנסים באופן מוגבר לפגוע בדימונה עם מה שהם חושבים שיש שם, לטענתם כדי לאזן את התקיפות על מתקני הגרעין באיראן ובמיוחד בנתנז, והערב הזה פגיעה קשה של כנראה טיל בליסטי עם חצי טון החומר נפץ. כפי שאנחנו רואים, מערך ההגנה האווירית של חיל האוויר מנסה ליירט עם מספר משגרים, עם מספר טילים, מנסה ליירט את הטיל האיראני. כנראה גם יש איזושהי פגיעה בטיל האיראני, אבל הטיל ממשיך במעופו, פוגע בשכונת מגורים בדימונה, ואת רואה את התוצאה הקשה.
הטיל פוגע, לא שבר של הטיל, לא חלק.
זה נראה כמו פגיעה ישירה של טיל. זה החשד כרגע בפיקוד העורף ובחיל האוויר. אלוף פיקוד העורף, אלוף שי קלפר, בדרכו לשם לתחקר את זה אישית. מגן דוד אדום אומר שנכון לשעה הזו יש לנו 23 פצועים באתר הפגיעה בדימונה, בהם 2 פצועים במצב בינוני, ילד בן 10 ואישה בת 30, ועוד כמובן יותר מ-20 נפגעים במצב קל, ואנחנו רואים את התוצאות שם. במקביל צה"ל מדווח בדקות האחרונות על תקיפה של חיל האוויר, על אתר מחקר ופיתוח של הפרויקט הגרעיני האיראני, אתר אסטרטגי שמשמש אותם לפיתוח רכיבים לייצור נשק גרעיני. אנחנו רואים פה את הצילום האוויר של האתר, אתר שקוראים לו מלק אשטר. הוא שימש את התעשיות הצבאיות של האיראנים בכל מה שקשור לחלום שלהם לרוץ לעבר הפצצה ולהתבסס עם הידע הגרעיני. כאמור, האיראנים מנסים לאזן את זה עם ההתמקדות שלהם בדימונה.
To begin with, Dr. Mohsen, do you think that the accuracy of Iranian missile strikes on the Dimona area and other areas and the heavy losses that these missiles actually targeted could push the war into another phase?
Well, to begin with, that the Iranians are retaliating or trying to deter the Israeli-American aggression against Iran, also under the basis, under this rule that the eye for the eye, or negating the Israeli understanding of hitting and go. No, this time with Iran, everything has its calculation precisely and without hesitation.
Yes.
Iran, when they struck Dimona, they are warning the Israelis and the Americans that their missiles can reach Dimona centrifuge, the nuclear site. And also, if they hit one of these buildings or other around this Dimona centrifuge, I guess the Iranians have hit precisely, and it seems that they are hitting with the pre-understanding of the losses in the Israelis, and it's that the Iranians could really hit with losses, great losses. They are wanting to do that for the Israelis to feel that the Iranians are serious, and they have the capability, and they have the skill, and they have this logarithmic understanding of the Israeli bases and centers that they hit, and they make them harmed by these attacks.
Okay.
Iran is, in terms of viewing the whole battle, that Iran is knowing what kind of retaliation they are doing, gradually, steadily, hitting the places they want precisely, and also in terms of strategic way of going into the ladder gradually to make the Israelis feel that they have been connected themselves to the American aggression and to the Israeli. Anyhow, Netanyahu dragged Trump into this web, and the Iranians are waiting for them. That's what Sayyid Ararji said. We are waiting for them in all aspects of the war.
Okay. And that's why Iran is not retreating and is conducting an intense counter-escalation campaign. 3 weeks into the US-Israeli war on the Islamic Republic, Tehran also appeared to have gone as far as to set its own conditions for ending this war. Let's watch.
נכון, ונאמר שלמרות המכות הכל כך קשות שאיראן סופגת כבר 3 שבועות, צריך לומר, מישראל ומהאמריקאים, ההתנהלות שלה ביממה האחרונה מלמדת אותנו כמה דברים, דני. היא לא ממצמצת, היא מרגישה חזקה, היא מגבירה את האימור, והיא מתחילה, הייתי אומר, בסוג של מיני אדמה חרוכה, מיני עדיין, במזרח התיכון. עכשיו שים לב, כשישראל אתמול תוקפת את אותו שדה גז, פארס דרום, באיראן, היא בעצם מעבירה מסר, והמסר היה ברור, א', תרפו ממיצרי הורמוז, ו2, ייצרו את מלחמת האנרגיה כפי שהגדרת אותה. אבל לא רק שאיראן לא מרפה, אלא אנחנו רואים שביממה האחרונה היא תוקפת באופן באמת חסר תקדים תשתיות אנרגיה ובתי סיקוק, שים לב, בקטר פעמיים חשובים, בסעודיה, בכווית, באיחוד האמירויות, ואנחנו רואים גם בארץ, אם כי בארץ זה באמת שבר ולא מעבר לזה. עכשיו, במקביל לאיראנים ממשיכים לאיים, ואומרים בפעם הבאה אנחנו נשמיד את כל תשתיות האנרגיה, כך הם אומרים, דני, של ארצות הברית ובעלי בריתה, כלומר, במילים אחרות, בכל המזרח התיכון מאיימים להבעיר את זה. עכשיו, שים לב, הם מגבירים את גובה האימור, והם נותנים את התנאים להפסקת מלחמה, ובואו נראה את זה באמת על המסך. ראשית, האיראנים דורשים פיצויים מישראל וארצות הברית, גם המלחמה אגב הקודמת. הם דורשים יציאה של הכוחות האמריקאים מהמזרח התיכון, בפרט מהמפרץ. ערבויות שזו המערכה האחרונה, כלומר זה לא סבב נוסף, ויותר מזה, האיראנים מקדמים אגרות מס, שימוש במיצרי הורמוז, עבור מעבר בטוח, אם תרצה סוג של פרוטקשן. די מדהים לראות את ההתנהלות האיראנית בהקשר הזה. אולי זה מתחיל לעבוד, אני לא יודע, שים לב דברים שאומר הערב ראש ממשלת קטר, הוא אומר חייבים להפסיק את המלחמה באופן מיידי, וזה אגב מתרחש בניגוד לעמדה של סעודיה ואיחוד האמירויות, שבשקט בשקט דוחקות בטראמפ להמשיך ולכתוש את האיראן.
Do you think that Iran's condition for ending the war that we just heard will be met?
I guess the Americans and the Israelis, they have to respond positively, otherwise they are the losers. Because the Iranians, they meant every word they said in terms of the conditions or preconditions in order to go into ceasefire. And it seems that they have planned and delineated the war according to their agenda, the Iranians. And the Israelis and the Americans, every time they claim that we hit this and we hit that and we finished the missiles and the nuclear and the infrastructure and all these, and that's about the Pars oil and gas. Okay. So we are talking about a friend of the peoples in the region has planned in terms of its power. And this power is responding, as I said, gradually, but the Americans and the Israelis, they have hit strongly in order to make Iran surrender or say, well, we accept your conditions. Okay. And that will not happen, and it's not going to happen in the near future. So the Iranians, of course, they will insist on their conditions, and they are continuing. Okay. They have nothing to lose, as they said, well, Larijani, the martyr Larijani, and now Karachi and the president, they are saying that we are continuing until our conditions met with the new mentality of the Americans that they cannot defeat Iran. They cannot defeat Iran. With the peoples of the region, especially the peoples, they have the right to fight. They have the right to fight against colonization, against occupation, the Israeli occupation. The Americans, they have connected themselves to occupation, to something
Yes.
forbidden in terms of the international
Okay,
law.
but is it really likely, Dr. Mohsen, that Saudi Arabia and UAE want this war on Iran to continue?
Well, probably we are having distorted media. Probably I would say. But I guess they think mistakenly in terms of this issue that Iran can protect the Gulf. But the Americans...
But the UAE has accused Iran of terrorism, Dr. Mohsen.
Of course, they and the Saudis and some other nations and the Bahrainis and probably some of the Kuwaitis. But it's been discerned, it's been proven that Iran can bring security and protectionism to the Gulf. But the Americans, they could not, in spite of this holy power and this strong power and of this sophisticated technology and war affairs and these things. But I guess Iran, in terms of its culture, in terms of its understanding of neighborhood.
But how can Iran bring protection to the Persian Gulf countries? You're highlighting that.
Well, I'd say if you prevent the evildoers from occupying your land and putting bases to attack its neighbors like Iran, or probably next against Turkey or against any other country, well, you cannot protect yourself if you are bringing, if you are dragging, if you are counting on these powers in order to protect you.
Okay.
Because these powers, the Israelis and the Americans, they are exploiting you. They are using you in order to fight against your neighbor, your historical neighbor. And you are bringing a new neighbor, newcomers, these new collaborators with the American and with the colonization. So how could you be confident and trust these powers? You have to trust the historical neighbor in terms
we
of...
will talk about this point exactly. Yes, we are upcoming to speak about this topic specifically. However, Dr. Mohsen, the U.S.-Israeli aggressive war on Iran has entered a new complex phase, especially after the attack on Pars Field and Iran's response, as one Hebrew media commentator says.
כבר אני חייב לומר לך, מייצר התחלה של אפקט דומינו, זה מה שאנחנו רואים ממש בשעות האחרונות במפרץ ובכלל במזרח התיכון. קודם כל הזכרת את האיומים האיראנים, מי נמצא על המוקד? קטר, סעודיה וכמובן איחוד האמירויות. הן לא יושבות בשקט, הן מפנות מתקנים, שימי לב, הערב, ארמקו, תאגיד הנפט הגדול הסעודי.
שכבר הותקף בעבר בידי איראן.
נכון מאוד, שהותקף בידי איראן, אגב כמה פעמים מפנה שני בתי זיקוק בשתי קצוות המדינה. יותר מזה, כל אחד מהם מייצר 400,000 חביות ביום. המשמעות של זה יונית, ש800,000 חביות נפט ביום לא ייוצרו אם אכן זה המצב. המשמעות של זה היא עלייה במחירי הנפט. אנחנו מדברים על העובדה שקטר מפנה מתקני נפט טבעי הערב. האיראנים מפסיקים לספק גז טבעי לעיראק, גם זה קורה היום. העיראקים בהפסקות חשמל שם, וזו רק ההתחלה. כל מה שתיארתי לך עכשיו. אגב, דאגה גם באיראן עצמה, חשש מאוד גדול כמובן מהספקת החשמל. יש שם אזרחים מאוד מודאגים מהמצב הכלכלי שלהם. עכשיו, בהנחה שבאמת אותה תקיפת גז הייתה אזהרה ישראלית אמריקאית לגבי הורמוז, בעצם לאיראנים עכשיו יש בחירה קשה במיוחד. מצד אחד, אם הם מוותרים על הסגירה של הורמוז, הם מוותרים על הקלף הכי משמעותי שלהם, ללחוץ על האמריקאים, תסיימו את המלחמה, מיצרי הורמוז. מצד שני, אם הם לא מוותרים, זה כמעט בבחינת תמות נפשי עם פלישתים. המשמעות של זה שהם חושפים את עצמם להתקפות ישראליות, אמריקאיות דרמטיות על משאבי הנפט והגז של המדינה. ועוד מילה אחת אחרונה, במפרציות מסתכלים על זה חרדים מאוד מהמצב, אבל שימי לב לדברים שאומר בכיר אמירתי היום, דברים מאוד מעניינים. הוא אומר, איראן טעתה כשהיא תקפה אותנו, זה מקרב אותנו, מדינות המפרץ כולנו לישראל, וזה ממחיש כמובן למה אנחנו לא נוכל לקבל את איראן, בטח לא גרעינית, אבל גם לא עם תוכנית טילים, מה שישראל כל כך רצתה ונותרה לבד עד תחילת המלחמה.
Okay, to continue what we were highlighting and also to comment on the report that we just watched, some may argue, Dr. Mohsen, that Iran did a mistake by targeting or by striking Persian Gulf countries. According to what we just heard, they are becoming anti-Iran. What do you think about that?
It's a historical irony that a state, a fake state like UAE, is saying that Iran is committing a great or a big mistake. While the Iranians, historically, they are known that they are smart and intelligent, and they know from their culture, civilized people, unlike these Bedouins who are following the American orders and American dictations. And they have these bases, the American bases, and they have these Israeli relationships. They have left the Palestinians, they have left the Lebanese, they have left Arabism.
Yeah, but
they have
isn't
left
Iran
everything.
creating
Let me
for
just
itself,
say,
Doctor?
let me explain this point, especially this point, in terms of the Saudis and the Qataris and the Emirates and all these what so-called countries. They are not countries. They have been fabricated, and that's what Kissinger said to Martin Larijani, that we have made this map in the Middle East. 2 states only we did not, Egypt and Iran, because these are 2 civilizations, and we cannot separate them, we cannot divide them. And now the Americans and this UAE and the Saudis, they are trying to weaken Iran until they divide it, until they split it, until they make this rift inside the society. But they cannot. I guess, as the Iranians said in many statements, that either the oil and gas for everybody, or none, or for none.
Yes, but allow me here, Dr. Mohsen, with that logic that you're highlighting, isn't Iran creating more enemies?
Well, what are these enemies? Who are these enemies? Who are, in terms of the balance of the power, in terms of civilization, in terms of society, in terms of creativity, in terms of international relations, who count on these countries? Who count on these countries like Saudi Arabia? And we have Iran, historically and civilization-wise and culture and relations with China, with Russia. I guess this is a new world that the Americans created and the Western countries created in the Gulf and in the Middle East. And they want to make it permanent, like their creation of Israel.
Okay. The most important question
is a temporary entity. It's not going to be a state in this.
But allow me here to ask you a very important question that's very updated now. Do you think that Trump will actually move forward with his own threat to Iran by hitting power plants if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened?
I don't think so, because in terms, let's talk in terms of the logic of the capitalists. They will lose everything, even in the UAE and Qatar, in Kuwait, and all these fields of oil and gas. They will lose. They will lose the trade, the international trade, and the international.
But also the ramification of hitting Iranian power plants is not a thing to underestimate.
They cannot. The Iranians, they have the power, and they have the. I have heard one of the statements from Russian officials. They are saying, well, look, the Iranians, they have these missiles that nobody has seen, more sophisticated than the Americans, and they can destroy the Middle East, not only the American bases in Iraq or in the Gulf.
Yes.
So we are talking about a new understanding, a new way, a new view of the region.
However, Israeli analysts actually hinted at a plan to intensify the aggression with the aim of weakening the Iranian state from within by reaching what was described as a breaking point.
זה מה שראינו עכשיו, זה ללא ספק חלק מהצעדים. בישראל אומרים הערב השלטון בכאוס, אין שם מי שמקבל את הפקודות, ובימים הקרובים המטרה היא להעמיק את הוואקום הזה כדי שהוא יקרוס מבפנים. אפשר להעריך שאנחנו צפויים לראות פעולות עוצמתיות ויוצאות דופן שנועדו להעמיק את המשבר בהנהגה, אולי גם בטווח הזמן הקרוב. בכל מקרה אומר לנו גורם ישראלי, המטרה היא שהציבור האיראני יבין בעצמו שהמשטר הזה הגיע לגיים אובר, כלומר שלמשטר אין תוחלת, אין קיום, ואז במילים אחרות ייווצרו התנאים כדי שהעם האיראני ייקח את גורלו בידיו. מדברים על נקודת שבירה שלמעשה תיווצר מהדברים האלה ותיתן את ההזדמנות לקרוא לציבור לצאת החוצה. זה עוד לא שם, אבל על רקע הדברים האלה צריך לראות את הימים שאנחנו עוברים עכשיו באיראן, גם חג האש אתמול וגם הנורוז, השנה החדשה בסוף השבוע, אומרים לנו אלה רגעים קריטיים, ואפשר להניח שזה היה מעין ניסוי כלים, הקריאות האלה של ראש הממשלה חגוג, ואם התנאים יאפשרו, אנחנו נראה עוד מהדבר הזה. ברור שזה לא ודאי ולא מדויק, אבל הערב בישראל אני שומעת תחושה שזה מתקדם על פי תוכנית סדורה, ושטראמפ נמצא איתנו בהקשר הזה של לראות אם אפשר להוציא את האנשים לרחובות או להביא לקריסת המשטר.
Is it possible to actually weaken the Iranian domestically, let me say here, in case the aggression continues?
Well, I think Netanyahu and Trump, they are still living in a state of denial, because they know from the streets, from the officials, and from the government that Iran is not gonna be toppled or divided or weakened or toppling the regime. The regime is there. It's in the society, in the hearts, in the souls, in the minds of the people. Every night they are in the street. They are deceiving the media. They are deceiving everybody. They are the ones who are shaking. I mean, Netanyahu and his government and the Trump and the vote, the election in the United States. Only less than 20% they are pro Trump's agenda in the Middle East and in the region and even the United States. So we are talking about a solid regime, solid revolution, solid state inside Iran. In spite of all these losses in terms of our martyrs, these martyrs, I guess, it makes the Iranians united, more stronger and braver and everything.
I have to move to Lebanon. Moving to Lebanon, from dear viewers, and the situation in the northern settlement near the border with southern Lebanon, as the mayor of one of these settlements expressed great frustration over the current state of affairs.
כל כך צודקת, שאתה יודע, אני התחלתי את הרעיון רגוע, אתה יודע, בדרך כלל לא רגוע, זה מתחיל לעלות איתה עצבים, וזה כל כך נכון מה שהיא אומרת. החזירו את התושבים לפה במענקים מסוימים כדי להשיב אותם הביתה. לא נתנו שום מענה ענייני ומעמיק איך משאירים את האוכלוסייה פה ואיך תומכים בה לאורך שנים. אנחנו שנה וחצי אחרי המלחמה, ואני רואה את קריית שמונה לפני שלושה חודשים, יוצאת למאבק, הממשלה באה, הלכה, לא נתנה להם כלום. תשמעו מה אני אומר לכם, לא קיבלו שום דבר. אנחנו במלחמה שנייה, אנחנו עדיין מדברים על החזרה ואיך משקמים את המקום הזה. ממשלת ישראל צריכה להביא דבר אחד, היא צריכה לקחת החלטות ממשלה גדולות כדי לשקם את הצפון. צריכים לעשות פה דברים מאוד מאוד גורפים, אי אפשר לבוא ולתת לנו פלסטר על פצע כזה. הפצע הזה עדיין מדמם, אתם לא יכולים לעצור אותו עם פלסטר. וזה לא רק קריית שמונה, זה גם יישובים גדר ניב, זה גם מרגליות, וסדובה ואביבים, כל יישובים שבסמוכי הגדר, כולם נשארו פה בלי שום דבר, רק עם הבטחות. וזה כל כך מקומם אותי על הבוקר.
What are the implications of such criticism coming from the mayor of Margaliot settlement?
Well, they know what they are going through, and I guess they feel that they are disappointed with this government and they cannot do anything. Well, there are reports talking about the freedom fighters of the resistance of Lebanon. They came to Muscat from the side, from inside Palestine.
Yes.
How could they trust such a government saying that we have damaged, we have crushed Hezbollah, and they are not doing, and they are still there in the borders going into the settlements.
Yes.
How could they
And he spoke about the first war and the second war here.
Yeah.
Dr. Mohsen Saleh, President of the International Association of Political Experts. Thank you very much for joining us. Dear viewers, thank you for watching.
Hello and a warm welcome to our studio. This is Press TV International News. Thanks for joining us. The Islamic Revolution Guard Corps has announced the implementation of the 78th wave of Operation True Promise IV, precisely hitting Israeli targets in the occupied territories, as well as several U.S. military bases in the region. The new wave targeted Israeli positions in Eilat, Dimona, northern Tel Aviv, and several bases of U.S. Army in the region using precision-guided missiles, including multi-warhead Ahmad and Qad systems and attack drones. The IRGC warned the enemies that once the remaining IRGC combat units and the besieged force join the battlefield, they will sharpen the battle and block the aggressors' escape from the battleground. Israeli media has reported that several Zionists have been killed and injured in the latest attacks on Tel Aviv and other areas. Videos circulating online show major destruction in the occupied territories following Iran's retaliatory strikes. An Iranian military spokesman says that the country is fully capable of ensuring the security of the Persian Gulf without needing to lay mines. He also warned that extra-regional countries have no right to interfere in this area.
The Islamic Republic of Iran, with full authority, holds the initiative in the Persian Gulf region and the territorial waters of Oman, and controls the Strait of Hormuz with great intelligence and authority. Therefore, due to sufficient dominance and power, there will be no need to lay mines in the Persian Gulf, and we will use any means necessary to ensure security as required. The armed forces, with their dominance over the American Zionist enemies, and in cooperation with regional countries, are capable of ensuring the security of the Persian Gulf, and extra-regional countries have no right to interfere in this area.
Iran has denied holding any negotiations with the United States during the past 24 days of war, although the Foreign Ministry says that messages were received through friendly countries. Now, the Foreign Ministry spokesperson Esmail Baghaei confirmed that in recent days, Iran received America's request for negotiations. He said that Iran responded appropriately with warnings against any attack on its energy infrastructure, which would be met with a decisive and immediate response. Baghaei denied any talks with the U.S. and said that Iran's position on the Strait of Hormuz and conditions for ending the war remain unchanged. Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf also denied any talks, describing the claims as fake news aimed at manipulating markets and escaping the quagmire in which the U.S. and Israel are trapped. Ghalibaf added that the Iranian people demand the complete punishment of the aggressors, and officials stand firmly behind the nation and the leader of the Islamic Revolution until this goal is achieved. Meanwhile, Iranians have held fresh rallies in various cities to slam the U.S.-Israeli aggression and to express allegiance to the Islamic establishment. The nightly rallies brought together people of all ages and all walks of life. The participants carried the flags of the Islamic Republic of Iran and pictures of both the martyred leader and the new leader of the Islamic Revolution. They chanted slogans against the U.S. Zionist regime, praised the armed forces for their retaliatory operations as well. Since the imposed war began on the 28th of February, Iranians have been gathering every night in various cities across the country to condemn the U.S. and Israel for their attacks and to show support for the Islamic establishment. The Hezbollah resistance movement has announced launching fresh retaliatory strikes on Israeli positions inside the occupied Palestinian territories. The latest strikes targeted Israeli troops gatherings, barracks, a radar site, and artillery positions earlier on Tuesday. Hezbollah said it also used drones and rockets to target a radar site near Ma'alot Tarshiha and artillery positions in the settlements of Sasa and Ain HaKofishmim in northern occupied territories. Israeli media say that air raid sirens sounded in several locations, including Haifa, after rocket launches from Lebanon. Hezbollah had already expressed readiness for a long battle with Israel, aimed at forcing it to withdraw from southern Lebanon. Israel engaged in fresh fighting with Hezbollah after the group announced support for Iran and against the U.S.-Israeli aggression. An earlier Hezbollah attack on northern Israel killed one Zionist settler. At a time when Iranian missiles are targeting Israeli positions in the occupied territories, the war-torn Gaza Strip remains under the Israeli siege. Gaza borders are sealed, and its people are grappling with shortages of basic needs. Our correspondent Minos Al-Shabur has more.
March 2026 witnessed an unprecedented escalation as Israeli strikes on Tehran and Bushehr killed 3,114, including Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Iran retaliated with 74 missile waves, while Hezbollah's operation struck Haifa and Tel Aviv. These combined strikes injured 4,564 Israelis and cost the occupation $2.9 billion weekly in massive infrastructure damage.
Israel and the U.S. believed this new military escalation would allow them to destroy what remains of Iran and Hezbollah's power. However, they were surprised by the missile strength used by Iran and Hezbollah, which bypassed all defense systems, including those in the Israeli entity, U.S. bases in the Gulf, and Patriot missiles hitting targets directly inside the occupation state. Hormuz closed, regional war escalates, and Gaza attacks intensify amid global concern.
While Israel used the war with Iran to increase attacks on Gaza and close the Rafah crossing for 18 days, the humanitarian crisis grew worse. However, many people in Gaza felt a sense of joy and relief regarding the Iranian strikes. Despite their own suffering, they saw these attacks as a strong stand against Israeli military power and a form of supportness.
We felt moments of great joy during the Iranian response to the crimes committed by the U.S. and Israel in Tehran and against the Palestinian people in Gaza. We want to see these scenes repeated and increased. What happened to Gaza during the war of genocide is now happening deep inside Israel, right before the eyes of the world. As this crisis worsens day by day, the escalation between Iran and the American-Israeli side has increased the pressure on Gaza. Israel is cutting off supplies of food, meat, and medicine. Besides, the closure of Rafah crossing that happened increased the suffering of patients and wounded.
Attacks on Iran infrastructure and the killing of its leaders threaten to collapse its economy, with the prices potentially rising by 60%. Locally, Gaza and Lebanon have become the main battlegrounds. Lebanon nears total collapse with 20% of displacement. Fears mount that a weakened axis of resistance will allow Israel to redraw the map of the Middle East, establishing a new regional order.
Since the beginning of the Zionist American aggression against Iran, there has been a negative impact on the Gaza Strip. It appears the occupation is exploiting the world's focus on the Iranian and Lebanese fronts to escalate its attacks on Gaza. Despite precision strikes on critical infrastructure, military assessments indicate that Iran's underground missile cities and mobile launchers remain operational, and Tehran's strike force cannot be easily neutralized.
Questions began to flow amid the events in Iran and the pressure on Gaza. When will the world stop underestimating the power of the Islamic resistance? Minasij Puri, Press TV, Gaza City.
A massive outcry for peace and sovereignty has taken over the streets of Spain's capital, Madrid. Thousands have marched under the banner "No to War," demanding the immediate closure of American military bases on Spanish soil and an end to the U.S. Zionist offensive. Our correspondent in the Spanish city, Alberto Garcia, has more.
The mobilization is a direct challenge to the imperialist machine. Protesters are demanding that Spain stop being a platform for foreign interests, calling for the closure of American military bases to ensure that Spanish soil is never again used to launch or support global aggressions.
Spain says no to war. To defend peace, we must leave NATO and remove US troops from Spanish bases. We refuse to be complicit in illegal wars or the actions of foreign leaders. Sovereignty now.
Spain must leave NATO now. It is a criminal tool for US expansion that ignores our pacifist, working-class values. We must stop diverting public funds to war. It's time to choose social needs over military agendas.
The protest is also a powerful stand against the Middle East siege. The crowd is calling for an immediate stop to Israel's aggressions, denouncing the US Zionist axis for its constant threats against Iran and its brutal campaign of destabilization across the entire region.
We are protesting in Madrid to stop imperialist escalation. A no to war slogan is empty without a total arms embargo and ending trade with Israel. We demand a cut to military spending and the removal of US bases from Spanish soil.
Greenpeace stands against military escalation. War is never the solution. Bombs destroy lives and the planet. We demand an end to hostilities and a return to diplomacy. Peace is built through international law, not bombs.
From Latin America to the Middle East, this movement rejects the oppressive order that targets sovereign nations. Supported by politicians, artists and intellectuals, the message remains firm. International solidarity is the only weapon against the criminal wars orchestrated from Washington.
We take to the streets against imperialist genocide and government complicity. We demand an end to war for resources and stand with international law. Solidarity with the people of Palestine, Lebanon, Cuba, Iran, and Venezuela. Stop the impunity now.
The mandate from the people of Madrid is categorical. No more blood for imperial interests and no more foreign boots on Spanish soil. The warning to the powers of the US Zionist axis remains clear. The world is watching and the streets will not stay silent. Alberto Garcia, Press TV, Madrid.
Fuel prices have shot up globally since the February 28th start of the illegal US-Israeli war on Iran, putting pressure on consumers. While in Italy, households and exporters have already been affected by surging energy prices and have increased maritime insurance costs. Max Jamili has more from Rome.
As the US-Israel war of choice on Iran is entering its fourth week, the consequences for the Italians, Italy's trade and economy continue to unfold at speed. Fuel prices across the country are rising sharply, with diesel prices rising above €2 a litre, with some gas stations registering diesel above €2.50 per litre. High fuel costs have been putting growing pressure on supply chains since 80% of goods in Italy are transported by road. Italian consumers are already feeling the effects of the rising cost of gasoline.
Diesel prices have risen sharply over the past days, and it is a well-known fact that diesel is a crucial fuel in Italy as we are heavily dependent on road transport. I'm afraid that if one side these price spikes are due to the war in the Middle East, on the other side, energy companies are speculating on people's lives.
Invading countries with large oil reserves is typical of the US, which always works to favor the big energy corporations. Personally, I have to think twice every time I decide to get my car following the rising cost of fuel. The cost of food staples and other basic supplies have also increased across the country over the past weeks.
Italy, like other European governments, is reviewing alternatives to quickly help consumers get through the sudden price shock. The Italian government has opted to cut excise duties on fuels as part of measures to help families and businesses cope with higher energy costs triggered by the illegal US-Israel war on Iran. Rome has said the lower excise duties would stay in place for around 20 days, even though the war in West Asia doesn't look to be ending anytime soon.
This measure will only be enforced for 3 weeks and is going to cost the government dearly, about 400 million euros. Some even suspect that this Prime Minister's move was driven by the need to drum up support ahead of a key referendum on a reform of the judicial system. If the closure of the Strait of Hormuz persists, the impact on Italy's economy will be severe. I do not rule out that oil could hit the price of $150 to $200 a barrel in the near future.
The escalating conflict in West Asia is particularly worrying for Italy's agricultural sector. Farmers' organizations have warned that rising oil and energy prices could significantly increase production costs and affect the entire agri-food chain. Max Civilli, Press TV, Rome.
Despite an international criminal court arrest warrant, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán invited Benjamin Netanyahu to Budapest. Netanyahu did not attend, but sent his son Yair to Europe and addressed the conference with a video message. Activists held a day-long protest against the collaboration of Hungary with the genocidal regime. Our correspondent from Budapest, Dieter Reinisch, has more.
Benjamin Netanyahu didn't come himself, but those opposing him showed up in Budapest city center on Saturday afternoon. Meanwhile, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán hosted the 5th Conservative Political Action Conference. It was addressed by several right-wing and conservative politicians, among them Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. US President Donald Trump delivered a video message, and Netanyahu, represented by his son Yair, also sent one.
When women's rights are invoked again to justify another war, while the same people who are doing this invasion, basically creating the war, are the ones who are bombing school girls and killing more than 150 little girls at school.
People took to the streets not only in opposition to the collaboration of the government with the Zionist regime, but also to show their support for the resistance in Lebanon, Palestine and Iran, as well as other anti-imperialist struggles.
I'm asking you, why are you letting your government feed the war machine of Israel before feeding your own children? Why subsidize occupation while your workers struggle to pay rent and elderly freeze in winter?
Hungary is among the most pro-Zionist and repressive states in Europe, banning all shows of solidarity with Palestine since 2023. This Saturday's protest has been only the second pro-Palestinian demonstration to be permitted by the Hungarian authorities.
Benjamin Netanyahu is planning to visit Viktor Orbán, the Prime Minister of Hungary. Apparently they have a very tight connection together, and as we know, he should be banned by the International Court of Justice, but Hungary is still allowing war criminals to Hungary.
Well, I'm very happy that finally I have the opportunity to show up in person somewhere to protest against the genocide and Zionism.
But we are also protesting the fact that virtually no pro-Palestinian demonstrations have been permitted in Budapest for the past 2.5 years.
The Czech Prime Minister Andrej Babiš had also planned to attend the conservative gathering in Budapest, but cancelled his attendance after a newly formed clandestine pro-Palestinian group named Earthquake Faction claimed responsibility for setting the factory of the Israeli arms manufacturing company Elbit ablaze in the town of Pardubice on Friday morning.
Throughout Central Europe, in dozens of cities, from Germany, Austria to Slovakia, Czech Republic, to the Hungarian capital Budapest here, people were taking to the streets against the US-Israeli aggressions against Palestine, Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, and other parts of the world this Saturday. The message was loud and clear. Their governments are not representing their views. This was the message here in Budapest and all over Central Europe this Saturday. Dieter Reinisch, Press TV from Budapest.
In the United States, some political and media elites have widely tried to portray the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran as a success, but a new poll shows few are buying that story. Almost 60% of Americans say that they believe the war is going badly for the U.S. Ramin Mazari reports from Washington, D.C.
He's doing a fantastic job, so we have Marco.
The U.S.-Israeli war on Iran has become the most unpopular war in modern American history, and a new poll finds that it's already being widely perceived as a failure.
You wouldn't know it from reading the nation's newspaper of record, the New York Times, or watching top news channels like CNN or Fox News, but a new poll found that 60% of Americans believe that the war is going badly for the United States.
I think the average American does not support this action, and we believe it's illegal and immoral.
U.S. President Donald Trump's threats to send Marines to Iran's Kharg Island is not only being called certain to fail, but it could be disastrous for his popularity and that of the ruling Republican Party, and also for perceptions of America as a democracy. A top poll found that just 7% of Americans said they would back the president carrying out a boots-on-the-ground, large-scale invasion of Iran.
That attitude is shared by the majority of Americans. We want to protect our democracy. We know that it's a moving target. It's not a right, it's a struggle. It's a constant struggle.
Trump threatened to obliterate Iran's power plants if the Straits of Hormuz are not fully reopened by Monday evening Washington time, even though bombing power plants is a war crime made illegal by the Geneva Convention.
We see this callousness of the people in power talking about gleefully how they are murdering people extrajudiciously because they have not consulted Congress. So any actions that they are doing, wherever they are doing it, in cahoots with Israel, they are doing it illegally.
We believe Trump's got to go now. He's got to stop this cruelty around the world, in this country, all over the place, the things that he's doing, not just here but abroad, and killing children, innocent people just like you and me. You know, he needs to go.
After 3 weeks of war, there is finally increasing admission in the United States media that Iranian military retaliation has proven superior to Israel's air defenses, that the economic toll on the West is mounting to critical levels, and that the U.S.-Israeli war has drastically backfired. Ramin Mazaheri, Press TV, Washington, D.C.
And with that, we come to an end for this edition of World News. Thanks for being with us. This is bye-bye for now.
برای اثبات جنایت رژیم صهیونیستی کافی دنیا این تصاویر رو ببینن. مدعیان آزادی ببینن این تصاویر رو.
ایشون پدر آمده دنبال بچهش. نه همش دانش آموز دختر.
آخ شماره 78 بده قلمرو بزن کیف آبی.
پسر شهیدمون نه این چند نفر از همکلاسیاش ظاهرا زنگ ورزش بوده، موقع ورزش کردن شهید شدن. کفش ورزشیش هنوز پاشه، پشت پاش بنداشو بسته که محکم بازی بکنه. این یه دختر، یه دانش آموز، این یک دانش آموز دختر.
یادت میاد اون روز که وقتی اتفاق افتاد زهرا کجا بودی؟
کلاس.
تو کلاس بودی؟ چند تا دانش آموز بودن تو کلاس؟
نمیدونه یادم نمیاد.
بعد چه اتفاقی افتاد؟
بابا منو صدا زدن، معلم منو صدا زدن. بعد من کیفم برداشتن که برم، همه داشتن جیغ میزدن، ما هم جیغ زدیم رفتیم در باز کردیم. معلم اومد تو، چشماش قرمز بود، بعد ما رو یه جا جمع کرد، منفجر شد.
پای قشنگی چی شده؟
پای قشنگم من که بیدار شدم یه چیز سنگینی روش بود.
کی برداشت این سنگینی؟
بابای رفیقم. آره.
بابا
نه.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حبيبي, come to Dubai.
May God's peace and blessings be upon you all. Habibi, come to Dubai. This phrase, once translated into English, turned into a global trend. Everyone from entire countries to cities and even small villages started using the same format to promote their own places. Then suddenly the phrase was modified and a new trend emerged. Habibi, run from Dubai. In other words, Habibi, escape from Dubai. After years of chasing the golden residency granted to celebrities in the UAE, we're now reading in Western media about wealthy individuals paying enormous sums, hundreds of thousands of dollars, to charter private jets just to escape Dubai with their families. Since the outbreak of the American-Israeli war on Iran at the end of February 2026, most discussions about its economic impact have been limited to one angle: oil prices, especially following the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But the economic consequences of this war go far deeper than oil and gas prices. In this episode, we will talk about the Gulf Dream that made Habibi come to Dubai a global trend. More importantly, we will examine 10 sectors beyond oil that have been affected by the war and explain why some of them may struggle to recover even after the war ends.
حتى بعد انتهاء الحرب. بالعقود الماضية استبدل الحلم الأمريكي.
Over the past decades, the American dream in our region has been replaced by the Gulf Dream, especially the Dubai model. Many people in the Arab world began demanding that their own countries become like Dubai. What they see in Dubai and in the UAE more broadly is investment, wealth, security, technological progress, strategic companies, and a global hub for tourism, finance, and trade. They see good governance, laws, and tax exemptions, among other things. This segment of Arabs has chosen to ignore the darker aspects of Persian Gulf regimes, including the UAE, restrictions on individual freedoms, the banning of political activity, suppression of any form of expression that governments disapprove of, exclusion of citizens from political participation, long prison sentences over tweets, detention without trial, and violations of workers' rights, especially non-Western migrant workers. In short, authoritarian systems that do not belong to our era, yet spend heavily to polish their image, especially among cultural, artistic, and media elites. For decades, these regimes relied on a central pillar in shaping their image. Not just media image, but something deeper, the perception on which trust was built. This perception was based on security and stability, which in turn were a direct result of full integration into the Western system, financially, economically, militarily, and politically. Stefan Bakumenko, a Washington-based researcher specializing in climate change, peacekeeping, civil protection, and political economy of war, wrote an article titled "The UAE, a Cornerstone of Coercive Capitalism," published in Safa magazine. The article largely captures the true nature of Persian Gulf regimes, using the UAE as an example. Bakumenko explains that in addition to hosting U.S. military bases, fighting alongside American forces, and receiving U.S. training and weapons, the Emirati regime also participates in developing the most advanced technological tools of warfare. He describes how Emirati elites derive their power from wealth and privileges enabled by this system. Abroad, they attract Western politicians, soldiers, and cultural institutions into their networks, while also helping criminal groups and Russian oligarchs evade Western sanctions. Domestically, they run a repressive surveillance state, while millions of migrant workers are subjected to modern forms of slavery. He adds that the UAE also attracted foreign companies and professionals who benefit from low labor costs, but this rapid industrial growth and wealth accumulation are built on modern slavery embodied in the Persian Gulf's sponsorship kafala system. But more simply, the image of Persian Gulf regimes rests on a basic idea that they are immensely wealthy, immune to bankruptcy, beyond accountability, and untouchable in terms of security because they are protected and armed by the United States, which is supposedly willing to go to war to defend them. Based on this trust in security and stability, Persian Gulf countries were able to attract investments and transform themselves. But this trust has turned into a nightmare of despotism. After the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq, Persian Gulf regimes were presented as the successful model, contrasted with countries opposed to the U.S. and Israel, which were portrayed as bringing only chaos and destruction. The American-Israeli war on Iran began at the end of February 2026, with active participation from 5 Persian Gulf regimes. This participation primarily involved allowing U.S. forces to use their land and airspace to attack Iran, as well as opening routes from occupied Palestine toward Iran for joint U.S.-Israeli operations. However, this war has produced the opposite effect. It struck at the very foundation on which these regimes build both their image and their economic reality: security, stability, and American protection. As discussed in previous episodes, it has become clear that hosting U.S. bases and integrating into Western military systems does not guarantee protection. These countries, long described as oases of stability, have suddenly seen parts of their territories turn into war zones. This long introduction is not meant as gloating, God forbid, nor merely to expose truths about these regimes. Rather, it serves as an entry point to discuss how this model has revealed deep fragility since the outbreak of the war. This fragility is not primarily due to the direct impact of Iranian missiles and drones, which appear targeted and manageable, but rather due to the broader economic, social, investment, and humanitarian consequences that will unfold over the medium and long term. For decades, Persian Gulf countries, especially the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, have presented themselves as strategic hubs connecting East Asia, West Asia, and Europe. They host large expatriate populations and offer an ideal investment environment. They also aim to become global cities, as described by sociologist and political economist Saskia Sassen, financial and commercial hubs through which global capital flows like New York, London, or Singapore. Sassen argues that such cities become strategic nodes for financial services and capital management, but are built on social exclusion, erosion of national sovereignty, and prioritization of profit. This description applies closely to Persian Gulf states, which effectively traded parts of their sovereignty, military and political, and security decision-making in exchange for becoming centers of fast-growing capital. But such cities depend above all on political and security stability. This stability collapsed within hours of the war's outbreak. The cities of the future have now become cities of war and instability. The problem is no longer limited to targeting specific bases or facilities. It lies in the collapse of the entire model. The Gulf model, authoritarian capitalism thriving under closed political systems, is now under threat as the region turns into a battlefield. When what economy
The title of your recent podcast is Americans Have Lost the War in West Asia. That puts you among the few who have dared to call the outcome of this widely unpopular aggression the US and Israel have launched against Iran. What makes you so sure so early?
See, it's very clear, sorry, that the Americans never had a clear objective. Because when you start a war, you need a clear objective that includes the center of gravity of the war. And based on that, in this case, the center of gravity is the Strait of Hormuz. But the center of gravity that was chosen by the Trump administration, it was regime change. So based on the center of gravity, then you do a war appreciation. And based on that, then you do the war planning. So the long and short is, as far as the Americans are concerned, there was the wrong center of gravity of war, there was no war appreciation, there was no war planning, and on top of that, now it's coming to light that they actually do not have the adequate stocks of interceptors, they don't have the stocks of missiles, and everything is basically very limited because the whole thing was not planned at all. Whereas on the other side, the Iranians were very clear. The Iranians were expecting a regime change because they have gone through this exercise in the 12-day war that happened in June 2025, and after that, they decided that a unity of command or a centralized command is not a good thing. We need to decentralize the command. Now, what this means in military terms, when you talk of a decentralization of command, is that the unity of command is not important, the unity of effort is important. What that means is that you coordinate. You don't need a leader, you just
be extremely significant. In Qatar, Qatar Airways generated more than $66 million per day, according to Simple Flying, and operated around 500 flights daily. However, Qatar has completely closed its airspace. Those stranded or wishing to travel to or from Qatar must now cross by land through Saudi Arabia, then fly from there, creating additional costs and logistical complications and increasing pressure on land routes. In Kuwait, the situation is even worse, as runways and fuel storage facilities at the airport have been damaged, leading to a complete suspension of flights, including commercial ones. In Bahrain, the situation is similar. Bahrain, previously reliant on aviation as a transit hub, has effectively dropped out of the global air network. Aviation is one of the sectors most sensitive to political and security stability. The region that was marketed for years as a global transit hub between Asia, Europe, and even the United States has suddenly turned into a blank zone on aviation maps. The second sector is food. Most Persian Gulf Cooperation Council countries import around 85% of their food needs, relying primarily on maritime transport, then land transport, and finally air transport. Despite having large reserves and alternative supply routes, these systems are designed to handle prolonged multi-country emergencies like the current regional war. For example, Brazilian shipping companies, especially those exporting meat and poultry, have suspended bookings to what they broadly call the Middle East. In 2025, the UAE imported approximately 480,000 tons of protein, and according to the Brazilian Association of Animal Protein Industries, bookings to Saudi Arabia, Oman, and Yemen are subsequently suspended. This highlights an important point. While Kuwait, the UAE, Qatar, and Bahrain were heavily impacted, Saudi Arabia and Oman have partially benefited, as their airspace remains open and they are now being used as transit routes. However, the real impact on these two countries will likely come not from direct war damage, but from the overall deterioration of the region's reputation. Iran, meanwhile, is the largest supplier of fresh fruits and vegetables to the UAE. Naturally, it has halted all agricultural and food exports due to the war. Indian exporters are also struggling to find ships to transport rice to West Asia, with around 400,000 tons of rice currently stranded in ports or at sea. A 2025 trade analysis by Atlanta, a global supply chain management firm, found that Saudi Arabia, Iraq, the UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain collectively imported around $10 billion worth of grains, meat, and fresh products. Most of these shipments passed through the Strait of Hormuz. While food imports have been heavily disrupted, this sector may be among the fastest to recover after the war, simply because food demand is constant. The third sector is oil and gas. In 2025, Qatar, Oman, and the UAE exported around 97.5 million tons of liquefied natural gas, LNG, about 22.7% of global exports. Exports from Qatar and the UAE, amounting to around 85 million tons, depend on passing through the Strait of Hormuz toward Asian and European markets. Qatar alone accounts for about 83% of Persian Gulf LNG exports, making it the world's second largest exporter after the United States. These supplies from Qatar and the UAE have become completely disrupted. What will importers do? Naturally, they will seek alternative suppliers. This creates a serious risk. Importers may sign long-term contracts with other producers, ensuring stable supply, even if the quality is lower. If that happens, they may permanently reduce or even stop importing from Qatar and the UAE. While this scenario is not guaranteed, especially given Qatar's massive production, it remains a real risk of partial loss of market share. Oman, however, has an advantage. Most of its LNG exports do not pass through the Strait of Hormuz, except small volumes sent to Kuwait. This allows Oman to continue exporting to global markets. Oman's LNG exports remained stable between January and February 2026, around 1.1 and 1.04 million tons respectively. As for oil, the UAE, producing over 3.5 million barrels per day in January 2026, has reduced output, as has Kuwait, which also scaled back refinery operations. Saudi Arabia and the UAE have alternative pipelines that bypass the Strait of Hormuz, unlike Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain. However, Saudi Arabia has also reduced oil production. Even Red Sea export facilities, previously considered safer, have come under threat, with Iranian strikes targeting Saudi refining infrastructure on March 18, 2026. This crisis exposes a deeper issue. The Persian Gulf Cooperation Council appears more fragmented than unified. While oil may recover relatively quickly after the war due to sustained global demand, the same is not necessarily true for gas markets.
ليس بالضرورة التعافي الكامل مثل ما أعطينا مثال عن مسألة الغاز القطري والإمارات. لم يعاني نتيجة الحرب.
The fourth sector, affected dangerously because of the war, pertains to water. According to the United Nations, all PGCC countries except Oman fall into the category of severe water scarcity. This is why many analyses in the early days of the war focused not on oil and gas but on desalination infrastructure as the region's most critical vulnerability. Desalination provides the majority of drinking water in the region, over 90% in Kuwait and the UAE and around 70 to 86% in Saudi Arabia and Qatar. There are more than 400 desalination plants across the region. Any attack on this infrastructure, or even disruption to electricity networks, could trigger a severe humanitarian crisis. For example, the Ras Al Khair desalination plant in Saudi Arabia is one of the largest in the world, producing around 1.1 million cubic meters of water daily. Qatar previously warned that in the event of a major disruption, it could face a severe drinking water shortage within just 3 days, which led to it build 15 large emergency water reservoirs. Studies have also warned that oil spills or pollution could shut down desalination plants for extended periods. Even in peacetime, these risks are serious, so in wartime, they become strategic threats. A leaked U.S. diplomatic cable published by WikiLeaks dating back to 2010, originally sent from Riyadh in 2008, stated that the Jubail desalination plant supplies more than 90% of Riyadh's drinking water. The cable warned that if the plant, its pipelines, or its energy infrastructure were severely damaged or destroyed, the Saudi capital could face evacuation within a week. The danger doesn't necessarily require targeting desalination plants. It's enough to disrupt the electricity grid to shut down desalination plants and plunge these countries into an indescribably severe humanitarian crisis. This is what we meant. Water and electricity will be vulnerable to attack. The problem lies in trust. How can cities of the future reassure investors that such vital systems will remain secure in any future war?
لن يتضرر في حال حصول أي حرب مستقبل. القطاع الخامس اللي رح نحكي عنه هو السياحة.
The fifth sector we will discuss is tourism. A massive explosion struck the Fairmont The Palm, a 5-star hotel located in Palm Jumeirah, the luxurious artificial island in Dubai. UAE authorities also announced another incident. A minor fire broke out on the outer facade of the Burj Al Arab. The ultra-luxury hotel, often described as 7-star, reportedly caused by debris from a drone that had been intercepted. Numerous comments emerged on social media from hotel guests stating that hotel management had not warned them in advance about the risk of falling missiles, despite the surreal nature of these reactions and the way they expose a gap in perception between different societies. This issue will be critical in the coming phase. Tourists, speaking to foreign media on beaches in Qatar and the UAE, said it was impossible. With one expression repeated, "We would cancel 1,000 times before planning another trip to the region." This applies not only to the UAE and Qatar. Travel agencies reported cancellations stretching months ahead, at least 6 months, and stated that recovery would require significant effort. In a report by France 24, workers in the tourism sector at Jumeirah Beach residents complained of declining activity since the war began. One worker said, "I have never seen Dubai like this. Yesterday, 0. Today, 0. No customers came." A study published by Property Finder projected tourism revenues in the Persian Gulf declining by 15 to 25% in the first half of 2026. Real estate sales slowing by up to 20% due to hesitation among foreign buyers. Construction costs rising by up to 12% as a result of supply disruptions. This could slow non-oil sector growth to below 3% if the war continues. The sixth factor we will discuss is transportation and logistics. Reuters reported the Dubai Mawarid Company has stated that operations at Dubai port resumed on March 2, 2026, after being halted 4 days earlier due to the war. However, this means cumulative losses for Dubai's renowned logistics hub, as every temporary stoppage leaves behind congestion in handling, delays in container deliveries, and increased storage costs for importers and exporters. The disruption is not limited to aviation, as mentioned earlier, nor to a single port, but extends to the transportation and logistics systems of all Persian Gulf countries. The Strait of Hormuz, through which approximately 1/5 of the world's energy trade passes, around 20% of the world's oil and gas trade, is currently disrupted, although it remains open to friendly nations. Despite this, it has seen virtually no traffic since the Iranian authorities announced its closure. As a result, dozens of oil tankers and container ships remain stranded outside the Persian Gulf. Within the Persian Gulf, this has led to a significant increase. Firstly, due to the disruption of a large portion of port services in the Persian Gulf states, and also to a substantial rise in maritime shipping costs. For example, in Qatar, as we mentioned briefly regarding gas, and also in the extent of transportation, liquefied natural gas, LNG shipments, faced disruptions due to security risks in the Strait of Hormuz. This prompted some companies to postpone or reschedule shipments. Saudi Arabia attempted to circumvent the Strait of Hormuz problem by diverting a portion of its oil exports to the pipeline around the Red Sea. However, the capacity of this route is limited compared to maritime transport through the Strait of Hormuz, in addition to the risks that have also reached the Red Sea. As for Bahrain and Kuwait, which all rely on ports and logistics services as a primary source of economic activity, they have witnessed a clear slowdown in shipping and transit traffic. All these developments do not necessarily mean delays in goods or the shutdown of even a portion of facilities. Rather, this strikes at one of the pillars upon which the Persian Gulf economic model has been built in recent decades. Dubai has been presented as a stable global hub for trade, energy, and supply chains. This means that Dubai has become a strategic center for trade between East and West, with an economy built on trust and rapid flow. If a brief disruption is enough to cause global markets to rethink their routes and seek alternative ports, perhaps very close to the Persian Gulf countries that rely on transit through the Red Sea, such as Oman or other countries within the Red Sea or the Mediterranean Sea or in South Asia. This raises deeper questions about the ability of Persian Gulf countries to maintain their position as a global trade hub amidst the highly volatile regional environment. The seventh sector we will discuss is one that is not usually treated with the same importance as the oil or gas sector. I'm talking about the insurance sector. According to Reuters, major insurance companies have canceled war risk coverage for ships operating in Iranian and Persian Gulf waters, with cancellations taking effect from March 5, 2026. This means that a portion of commercial shipping will face higher insurance costs or stricter coverage conditions, which naturally increases the overall cost of each voyage. This, in turn, increases the tendency of some countries and companies to reroute their ships and avoid current points of tension. The high cost of insurance in the Persian Gulf region means higher shipping costs, which in turn raise import prices in general, putting pressure on sectors that rely on the smooth flow of goods from manufacturing to retail. The eighth sector we will discuss is aluminum. A common issue, not often addressed in the media, is the large quantities of oil and gas in the Persian Gulf states have allowed them to produce energy at significantly lower prices compared to many other countries. Cheap energy, like cheap fuel, is the backbone of many industries, especially those requiring enormous amounts of energy, such as aluminum production. This is why we find aluminum production in the Persian Gulf states, and 4 out of 5 aluminum production complexes in the Persian Gulf are unable to ship their products due to closures. Of course, the impact of the war is not limited to aluminum. The war also threatens the production of a number of industrial and petrochemical materials, as the Persian Gulf states are among the world's largest producers, or at least among the largest producers. Besides aluminum, exports of petrochemicals such as fertilizers, polyethylene, and polypropylene, whose names I don't know here, but which Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE produce in huge quantities for use in the plastics, packaging, and agricultural industries, are negatively affected. The steel and iron trade with Persian Gulf factories managed to survive and export to Asian and European markets is also impacted. With vast quantities of energy available at cheap prices in the Persian Gulf states, the unrest opens the door for other regions and countries to compensate for the shortage. Canada provides aluminum, Australia and Brazil certain metals, the United States and East Asia petrochemicals, and Norway and the United States natural gas. As tensions persist, these temporary changes could lead to a partial redrawing of the global supply map. This means industrial companies won't wait for the war to end. They will certainly be at the heart of the war, seeking more stable suppliers on a military, security, and political level to minimize risks to supply chains. They will continue to import safely. The ninth sector we will discuss is the least talked about in the media, the technology and semiconductor sector. A global trade and industrial war is underway between the United States and China over semiconductors and their manufacturing. This industry is not widely discussed because it has been affected by the American-Israeli war on Iran, particularly due to the reliance of its South Korean industry on raw materials, especially from Qatar. The technology sector's impact on the war began immediately after Iranian forces targeted several major technology companies' centers in the UAE and Bahrain, following American and Israeli airstrikes on Iranian companies. Cloud services have been affected by factors within the cloud itself. Many services belonging to major companies like Google and Amazon, at least in the Persian Gulf countries, hosting these companies, have been impacted. Regarding chips or semiconductors, which are essential to all technology industries worldwide, South Korea, a leader in this field, is a major player. These industries require some of the raw materials produced in Qatar, as these materials are extracted through industrial processes related to gas liquefaction and other processes. It's globally known that the highest quality of these materials are produced in Qatar. Currently, there is difficulty, if not impossibility, in supplying these materials from Qatar. The point is that we are not talking about a single material, but rather a group of strategic raw materials. For this reason, South Korea has begun seeking to secure these strategic raw materials from the United States, even if at a lower quality. We're talking about materials that are currently amongst the most important in the world, all of which must be combined to be used in chip manufacturing. Samsung did not wait for the end of the war to ensure the continued flow of materials, whether produced in Qatar or processed in some Persian Gulf countries. Therefore, it is quickly seeking alternative sources, confident that it will not be affected in the future by any regional differences or tensions. This brings us to the 10th area, which is the most important. In an article published in the Saudi newspaper Arab Days on March 11, 2026, Dr. Turki Faisal al-Rashid, assistant professor at the University of Arizona and an author specializing in Saudi development policies, explained that the conflict has already revealed fundamental weaknesses in the U.S.-led missile defense system in West Asia. He called on the Persian Gulf Cooperation Council to prioritize regional unity and strategic independence, warning against allowing external powers to drag the region into further confrontations with Tehran. Al-Rashid believes the risks extend far beyond military considerations and pointed out that Saudi Arabia's ambitious economic transformation plans are particularly vulnerable to regional uncertainty. Vision 2030 focuses on three interconnected pillars: diversifying the economy, transforming the kingdom into a global investment hub, and building an ambitious nation with a secure and resilient infrastructure. Achieving these ambitions depends heavily on stable security conditions. All of this hinges on a fundamental condition: ensuring the physical security of existing oil facilities, new gas and petrochemical projects, and a rapidly expanding network of renewable energy plants. Al-Rashid's article summarizes the issue of trust. Trust in the American military and intelligence system, which seems to have become entangled in. The Persian Gulf states are embroiled in a war they did not choose, and they contributed to its demise. They contributed to destroying the very foundation upon which the Persian Gulf states had painstakingly built their infrastructure over many years. Those who dragged the Persian Gulf states into this war are indifferent to the consequences and have not worked to defend them. Those who view the American and Western military bases in general, and the American bases in particular, in the Persian Gulf states as a safety valve for both internal and external security, have revealed the fundamental flaw in the Persian Gulf monarchies. Their economies, societies, militaries, and security are all dependent on external forces, lacking any self-reliance. Reuters reported that the war has negatively impacted Dubai's attractiveness to international companies, diminishing its reputation as a reliable economic hub. This has raised concerns about capital flight, layoffs, and companies relocating elsewhere. When we talk about trust in the military, trust in security, trust in stability, it suffices to mention the cases of people fleeing Dubai. Even those who find a private plane don't leave Dubai easily, as aviation experts told the Financial Times about operational disruptions at some airports, including a shortage of cleaners and disruptions to refueling operations. According to the Financial Times, the cost of evacuating a family of 4 from Dubai on a private plane reached approximately $250,000, amidst a sharp rise in charter flight prices and a decline in commercial flights. Flexible travel costs have also increased exorbitantly, with some departing individuals paying thousands of dollars to travel by private car or minibus from Dubai to Muscat in Oman or Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, hoping to continue their flights from there. The issue here is not at all related to financial costs, important as they are, but rather reflects a lack of trust in people's eagerness to leave this part of the world, even if it means paying hundreds of thousands of dollars. The problem here is not limited to individuals. Major companies have been forced to change their business plans. For example, Google's offices in Qatar were evacuated after an Iranian threat to American interests. Adobe evacuated from Dubai and Doha, as did Qualcomm from Dubai and Riyadh, and Dell from Dubai, Riyadh, and Doha. In most cities in the region, including those in the Persian Gulf countries, major international Western companies evacuated their offices, which instructed its employees to leave its regional headquarters in the Dubai International Financial Center due to American-Iranian threats. Following the bombing of a major Iranian bank by American and Israeli aircraft, Iranian forces threatened American banks in Persian Gulf countries, including Citibank. Standard Chartered Bank also decided to implement a work-from-home policy out of fear for its employees due to Iranian threats. Despite the enormous incentives offered to these companies, such as tax exemptions, all these inducements are overshadowed by stability and the lack of future stability. Furthermore, the issue is extremely sensitive to the economy in general and the economies of the Persian Gulf states in particular. Data issued by the International Labor Organization and reports from the Persian Gulf statistical agencies for the years 2024 and 2025 indicated that the Gulf Cooperation Council countries are among the highest globally in terms of reliance on foreign labor. The number of migrant workers in these countries ranges between 28 and 30 million, representing between 75 and 85% of the total workforce. In some countries, this percentage reaches exceptional levels. For example, in the UAE and Qatar, foreign workers exceed 90% of the labor market, while in Saudi Arabia it is 75% and in Kuwait it is around 80%. This indicator also means that instability and threats may prompt many workers to leave, and this means some Persian Gulf countries lack a sufficient local workforce to sustain their economies. As one Philippine minister stated during the current war with Iran, evacuating Filipino workers from the Persian Gulf states in the event of a deterioration in security conditions would have a devastating impact on the Philippines itself and on the host countries as well. This fragile security situation, coupled with the fragile state of the economic and labor structures, has led several wealth management advisors to express to the media their clients' concerns, that is, the concerns of wealthy individuals regarding the security developments in the region. Some investors are currently postponing their investment plans across West Asia, not just in the Persian Gulf states, while others are considering reducing their investments in the region if the current volatility persists. A report published by Bloomberg stated that Dubai was, until recently, synonymous with promising opportunities for bankers working in wealth management. According to the same report, a number of financial experts left Singapore after many years of working there and moved to the UAE, where there is a large pool of wealthy clients, no taxes, and a lower cost of living compared to Singapore. Furthermore, the most prominent talent scouts in the wealth management sector have also relocated to the UAE. West Asia is searching for major opportunities, but Dubai's image as a safe and stable international hub for the wealthy and the bankers it serves is beginning to face a real test due to the ongoing war in or against Iran, according to the agency's report. Dubai is facing this test after banks like Goldman Sachs and Citigroup asked their employees in the UAE and other foreign countries to work remotely, and other banks gave their employees the option of working remotely. The United Kingdom is also facing this test and there may be a move to transfer some of their wealth again from the Persian Gulf countries to Hong Kong and Singapore. Here we are talking about the possibility of investors fleeing the at-risk countries and not returning to them in the short and medium term at least. The issue of foreign investment is not a major concern, even for countries whose economies depend primarily on oil and gas, because the Persian Gulf countries have already implemented plans and projects to diversify their sources of wealth, meaning they are now...
Almost 3 weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, their strategic plans are falling apart. The objective was clear: cripple Iran's military, dismantle its leadership. On day one, they martyred senior commanders and the leader of the Islamic Revolution. They hit military installations. They hit residential areas, hospitals, schools, 1,500 people dead, more than 200 of them students. And yet, Washington and Tel Aviv have failed. Iran has not broken. Instead, the response has been swift, organized, deadly. Iran has now launched numerous waves of its Operation True Promise 4, each wave more precise than the last. U.S. military bases across the Persian Gulf, Israeli command centers, hit with precision-guided missiles. Iran has also taken control of the Strait of Hormuz. American-Israeli-linked vessels denied passage. Global oil markets rippling. Washington's traditional leverage in the region undermined. Western media tries to censor the losses, but the truth leaks out. Damaged aircraft, disabled radar systems, American defense circles, and now admit Iranian missile technology has challenged decades of presumed U.S. superiority. Unable to win militarily, the enemy shifted tactics, tried to destabilize from within, incite protests, trigger economic panic, force regime change. It backfired. From Tehran to Mashhad, Shiraz to Tabriz, millions have taken to the streets. Not just government supporters, even critics of the system united against aggression. Internal divisions dissolving in the face of external threats. And while the bombs fall, the country keeps running. Essential goods are available. No panic buying, no shortages. Tehran's metro still operating. Emergency management infrastructure working. This is not luck. This is decades of preparation. Sanctions and pressure forced self-reliance. A nation under assault, functioning with discipline. The balance of power in West Asia is shifting. Iran's doctrine, deterrence, strategic depth, indigenous innovation, is holding its ground against technologically superior adversaries. And on the global stage, nations across Asia, Africa, and Latin America see this for what it is: unjustified aggression. Iran's right to self-defense, enshrined in international law, is gaining recognition. What was meant to weaken Iran has done the opposite. The aggression exposed Western strategic miscalculation. It revealed Iranian resilience. It showed the world a nation that under fire does not fracture, it unites.
President Trump started by claiming that the strikes were to stop imminent threats from Iran. He talked about nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. But then, just days later, he admitted it was just his opinion that Iran might attack first. No concrete evidence, just a feeling. Then you have Netanyahu. He has been pushing for a war with Iran for 40 years. Even British-American journalist Mehdi Hassan said Netanyahu has been dreaming of this for 40 years. Now the nuclear talk has shifted. Trump is literally telling Iranians to take over your government. It's regime change. And Netanyahu? He used genocidal language, quoting a Torah passage about wiping out the Amalekites, men, women, and children, to justify the killing. But the biggest giveaway came from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He slipped up. He said the U.S. struck because they knew Israel was going to act. He admitted Israeli plans dictated the timing of the American military. He tried to walk it back, but the damage was done. And here's the kicker. CIA intelligence completely shreds the imminent threat lie. briefings to Congress confirmed there was zero intelligence showing Iran was planning to strike the US first. None. Reports from the AP and Reuters all say the same thing. So what's really happening? The US is panicking, and now the Pentagon is secretly panicking about running out of missiles. The Navy is even refusing to escort ships because it's too risky. The US is being dragged into a war of choice based on shifting stories to serve Israel's agenda. And intelligence proves it was all a facade.
مجازاتی که ملت ایران و نیروهای مسلح ما برای این دشمن خبیث انجام دادن و دارن انجام میدن و برای آینده برنامه دارن مجازات سختی است و اون رو دچار ضعف کرده. همینی هم که دوستان آمریکاییش وارد صحنه میشن و حرف میزنن نشانه ضعف، نشانه ناتوانی اوست، نشانه ناتوانی اوست.
Days after the first barrage of Iranian missiles into the occupied territories, signs of weakness in the Zionist regime have appeared. It's as if the trail of Iranian missiles does not disappear from its skies, and the vulnerability of this regime's multi-layered defense system is fully revealed. The Arrow 3 and David Sling batteries are consuming ammunition at a dizzying rate. A senior American official told the Wall Street Journal that the Arrow interceptor missiles, each worth $3 million, are now being rationed. This means that commanders of the Zionist regime are now choosing which warhead to hit and which to let go. And this means greater effectiveness of Iranian missiles. Whereas before, this regime wanted but could not intercept all of Iran's missiles. The proof is on your mobile screen. The targeting of the regime's sensitive centers, including the Ministry of War in Bat Yam, whose destructive power astonished the regime's leaders, and the precise attack on the regime's army command and intelligence center in Bir al-Sabah, near a hospital, which was targeted with high accuracy and precision. With Ben Gurion Airport closed, thousands of Zionists in Herzliya, Tel Aviv and Haifa are buying $5,000 tickets for sailboats to Cyprus and leaving the occupied territories. The regime's Minister of Transport, Miri Regev, has banned all outgoing travel to prevent a mass exodus that would further weaken the foundations of the occupying regime. When a regime is forced to hold its people by force, it means terror has gripped the entire occupied territories. For years, the regime had tried to portray an impenetrable image of itself. But with Iran's combined missile and drone barrages, that image has been shattered. And images of Iranian missiles hitting their targets, which go viral on social networks despite the regime's widespread censorship, add to the fear and terror of the Zionists. Now, Zionists are asking themselves one question. If the defense systems cannot cope with the waves of Iranian attacks at their peak, what will happen when the ammunition drops? Even voices within the Zionist regime are admitting defeat. Former Israeli ambassador to Egypt, Amir Oren, in an interview that went viral on X, stated plainly, "We cannot defeat the Iranians with a military solution alone." These exposed weaknesses have pushed the Zionist regime leaders to urgently pressure the United States to join the conflict. Tel Aviv knows, with its air defense ammunition dwindling, it cannot withstand the barrage of Iranian missiles. This signifies a further weakening of the regime. Now compare this with Tehran. When the Zionist regime's attack shook the live studio of Iran's state news network, a scene in Tehran went viral. Anchor Sahar Imami, amid the live broadcast during the regime's attack, became a symbol of Iranian resistance through her exemplary courage. And the widespread demonstrations on Friday across all of Iran, a full 7 days after the regime's attacks began, demonstrate the solidarity of a nation defending its homeland from aggression. But what about the world? A shift in perception is taking place, which has led to an awakening. According to a Pew Research Center survey of 24 countries, 62% of people hold a negative view of the Zionist regime, with only 29% expressing a positive one. This represents a dramatic increase in global opposition. We're seeing that opposition manifest in demonstrations worldwide, condemning the attacks on Iran. These protests, previously held in support of Palestine, now see the Iranian flag flown alongside the Palestinian flag. Now, as the weaknesses of the Zionist regime become undeniable, it faces a terrified populace, that is, the Zionist settlers who no longer believe in the illusion of invincibility, and a global awakening to the failures of the Western media's pro-regime propaganda.
On the latest developments in the entire region. Of course, the U.S.-Israeli aggression on the Islamic Republic of Iran, which has, of course, led to dire repercussions and also seems to have resulted in what could be a larger confrontation, not only at the regional level. Of course, the Israeli aggression on Lebanon continues, with both Hezbollah's resistance and Iran retaliating continuously also on a daily basis. Now we have a lot of developments that are happening here with Lebanon taking stances that seem to be quite surprising for many people on one hand, and on the other hand for some seem to be part of the policy of the continuous U.S. hegemony here in Lebanon, how the U.S. seems to be dictating a lot of issues that are happening here. One report that we have is that the Foreign Ministry of Lebanon has called in the attaché or the consulate of Iran to tell them that they are not going to be accepting the newly appointed Iranian ambassador to Lebanon, who is Mohammad Rida Shibani. I believe he was once also before ambassador, and we also have the fact that they are saying they're going to be considering him a persona non grata. So that is a very critical development that we have here. Of course, this is in addition to the fact that Iran has appointed head of national security in the place of Mr. Ali Larijani, and we know that they have appointed, or based on the approval from the leader of the revolution, Muhammad Baqir Dhul Qadr has been appointed as the secretary of the Higher Council for National Security in Iran after Mr. Ali Larijani. And he is someone who worked as a deputy of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps for 3 decades. He was someone who was also in the secretary of the system of, or the Islamic Republic of Iran, 4 years as well. This also comes as the IRGC declared the 79th wave of operations Truthful Promise. In this operation, they targeted Eilat, Dimona, and northern Tel Aviv, as they say, as well as some of other bases of the U.S. In the region, and they were precisely hit by Imad and Qadr and multi-warhead points of fire systems and destructive drones. We also have a wave of attacks in Lebanon. After several days of calm, the Israelis continued once more are pounding the southern suburbs of Beirut. At least 6 or 7 residential buildings were completely demolished last night, and that is just one part of the continuous these attacks of the Israelis. This is, of course, in addition to the attacks that we are seeing in South Lebanon, as well as in the Bekaa. We also have a statement from Commander of Khatam al-Anbiya, the Central Headquarters, Major General Ali Abdullahi. He said the armed forces will continue on this path until Iran achieves complete victory. Over the past 25 days, we have forced Iran's enemies, foremost among them the malicious United States, to defeat. And after their defeat, the enemies are seeking to form an alliance against Iran, searching for a way out and escaping the war they initiated. Now, with all of this, of course, we want to get some analysis from Mr. Radwan Razak. He's joining us now on this hour of coverage. Where would you like to begin? Of course, there's a lot of issues that we want to talk about. Let's begin with Lebanon. Let's begin with
the hot news
this
now
is very
is
significant development
the action was
here.
taken against the what's so-called, what was supposed to be the Iranian ambassador in Beirut. So this action cannot be justified and unfair step from the Lebanese government, and it seems that their foreign minister that represents the Lebanese forces, not the Lebanese government, and he cannot take this action against what's so-called the ambassador of a country like Iran without the approval from the president of Lebanon and the prime minister also. So it seems that they are so stubborn and they are determined to provoke some serious problem with Iran.
You think he took this unilaterally? He took this step, that the foreign minister of Lebanon took this step on his own without
No, he
approval?
cannot do that.
Okay, so
he has limited authority on that. He must get the approval of the cabinet, of the prime minister Nawaf Salam.
You think he did?
Of course, for sure, with no doubts about that, because such thing can ruin the whole relationship with any country. So his authorities, to do such an action is very limited. So because that could lead to a catastrophe against any country, not only Iran. So I believe that Youssef Raji is representing Samir Jaja in the cabinet, not the Lebanese government. And it seems that he's reflecting what they are planning to do in the future. It seems that they are not learning, and I believe and I strongly believe they don't care about the internal affair, and they are not taking into considerations that's the fractions among the Lebanese people towards the stand or the situation of Iran. So they are going ahead with all the steps that could be considered as aggression against a country like Iran, which is defending the Lebanese soil and the Lebanese land. So I can't understand why are they taking such actions, because I would like to ask the Prime Minister and the what's so-called the Foreign Minister also, why didn't take the same or similar step against the American ambassador in Beirut, while he moves around freely, interfere in every single detail in the Lebanese political life with no objections or obstacles whatsoever. So he is planning and he is giving orders to some Lebanese groups and some MPs or parliament members, and this is something that is so ambiguous and cannot be understood, because this is against all political and diplomatical behavior. So I believe
this comes in line also with the fact that we had arrests of two individuals that they claimed that they are members of Hezbollah, and because they had designated them as unlawful because they found rockets or perhaps machine guns with them. And there was a small protest today in the face of the tribunal in Lebanon to say that they are against this.
This is something I was going to come across, because I just read the news that they are held trial today in front of the in the military court, and they are being treated like criminals, while on the other wise that they have released the killers from Rumi prison. They have released the killers of the Lebanese army in Arsal. All right, so I cannot imagine you arrest a fighter who was going to fight the invaders, protecting or defending his own home and his own land, defending Lebanon. While it's not the civilians' duties, it's the Lebanese army duty to do that. So, but on the contrary, they don't, and they never did. Now the resistance is fighting against the Lebanese or the Israeli army, who is threatening Lebanon, killing Lebanese people, children, women, civilians, attacking anywhere, any place, at any time. And we didn't see any kind of reaction from the Lebanese government, while they are arresting resistance fighters who were going to fight in the south, and now they are being trialed in the Lebanese, in front of a Lebanese court, and nobody knows for how long they are going to be or to face a sentence in jail. So this is cannot be explained, cannot be introduced. I can only describe the Lebanese government itself, with no exceptions, as traitors.
Well, if these fighters are tried in the military court and they go back to the Constitution, I mean, shouldn't there be a legal status to show that it is legal to fight the enemy? It is legal to fight the invaders.
This is protected by the Lebanese law and by the international law and by the human rights law, that anybody, any person has the right to defend himself. This is first, to defend his country. The second, this is against the law, with no further explanation. We don't have to go further and explain why are they taking such steps. They are nothing but slaves to the American ambassador, and they are doing exactly what they are being told by the American embassy.
So this is what you think it is. It's actually
With
U.S.
no doubt.
dictates that are forcing the government to do as they say.
To take
Just
such
like
steps.
they accepted the proposal, the U.S. proposal previously, right?
Yeah.
How do you think this might evolve? I mean, even with the fact that they ordered the Lebanese army, which should be, as they said, the army can defend Lebanon. We heard these statements a lot from them during the year and a half. They ordered the army to retreat from South Lebanon.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you look at that? I mean,
Maybe they are plotting against the country, because diplomacy for 15 months didn't lead anywhere, didn't get anywhere whatsoever. The killing continued, the occupation continued, gaining more land, invaded the land of Lebanon, South Lebanon, continued by the Israeli army, with no serious steps taken by the Lebanese government. And then when people stood up to defend their country, now they are being jailed. This is creating a very difficult, and let's say a very itchy situation in Lebanon, because this is going to lead, after the ceasefire, after this war will end, and it will end at the end, that to a very serious internal problems with the government, not a civil war.
No, not with the Lebanese army. But I mean, did you think that? I mean, when the president, I mean, this is really something that strikes me. When the president and the prime minister order the army, because we know that the army has to go by the political dictates and executions. If they ordered them to leave, did they want to see a scenario which is similar to Syria? I mean, this is what we saw, the Israelis taking large swaths of territory very smoothly. I mean, they just took the territory, and they expected that Hezbollah would not be in the south of the Litani. And this is why we had, of course, a large number of fighters hurrying to go to the south of Litani to fight and deter those invaders. But did they want to see a scenario which is similar to what we saw in Syria after the fall, or the evaporation, if we may say, of the Assad government?
Well, I can say it bluntly and clearly that the government, and especially Nawab Salam himself as a person, they never considered the southern of Lebanon as part of the Lebanese country. So the Lebanese Republic. So they never take it into consideration that this is part of Lebanon, and they have the duty to defend it. While if the army cannot defend the country, why are we having 70,000 person in the army? Then what's the duty of the army? Can they tell us? What's the job for the army? Why do we have such a large number of personnel in the army with no mission? And as soon as the Lebanese land integrated by the Israeli army and taken, exploding or destroying villages, taking more and more points and lands and invading bit by bit, and with doing nothing. So maybe they want the Lebanon to be stripped out of all forces so they can be assured that Israel will be so safe to do whatever wants to do in the region. So this cannot be reached in Lebanon. Maybe it applied in Syria. They found an cheap agent like Al-Julani just to buy or to implement their terms and go by their conditions, but this is not in Lebanon because first of all I think the Lebanese government must study very well the Lebanese society and must understand where their policy is going to lead, and they must take into considerations that they cannot take this position anymore. At one point of a time they will be questioned, where do you stand from this conflict with our historical enemy?
Because I would like to just understand the psychology of our prime minister especially. I mean, does he strive to be like the Jolani, or does he really want to go for ties? We saw in the first days of when he was appointed, in an interview he said that normalization is part and parcel of the future of Lebanon. So he was saying from day one that he wants to go to normalization of ties with the Israelis, and that was before he saw the withdrawal of the Israeli occupation forces or an end to the Israeli aggressions on Lebanon. What does he really strive for? I mean, when it comes to this issue, is it the Abrahamic Accords? Is he being promised something for Lebanon? Or hasn't he seen what has happened in Palestine with Mahmoud Abbas?
Well, if you know, first we have to stop at him as a person. Before he became a prime minister, he inherited working for the enemies from his grandfather, Salim Salam. So who sold 52,000 acres to the Jewish organization at that time, and that was in the 20s. And this is not
in
something...
land in Palestine?
In Palestine, yeah,
so
52,000 acres. On this land, or the land that was sold to the Jewish agency, was built the first settlement in Palestine called Btah Tekfa. So this is not new. So he inherited to be working or a foreign, let's say, agent from his grandfather and from his father, and this runs in the family. So it's not something new. But people, I'll get so surprised if I see people surprised with his actions. It didn't surprise me at all. I was
because you know his history. You know why
the history. You have to know the history first. And he was, is he qualified to be to work or to have this position in the country?
Well, he was a judge in the international.
No, well, doesn't mean anything at all. And I wonder what kind of judgments that he has in his mind. Because normalization, you have to study your society, your country first, and the structure of the political structure of your country. Let's say the political parties and the ethnic groups and the religious groups and others. Can you do what they have done with the EU or the Saudi Arabia or Qatar? Can you do that in Lebanon? No, you cannot. Can you do that like they have done? They have sold Syria out of it, all of it, to the Israelis. Now the Israelis are working freely inside Syria with no objections. And on top of that, is he, or if he or with his government are rejecting the presence of the Iranian ambassador in Beirut, can we ask the Lebanese government what are the Israeli Mossad are doing in Hamad air base? Who allowed Israeli Mossad to be present in our land?
We have unverified reports that U.S. troops as well that were taken from Hamad are actually in some of the hotels.
Yeah.
In Lebanon, that could put civilians in Lebanon in danger.
Yeah, of course. And no, it's the Israeli Mossad could be now moving freely in Beirut under the American embassy cover.
Yeah.
So why doesn't and his foreign minister and the Lebanese army too, taking care of the internal safety and precautions that we must understand. Are we safe to move around in Beirut while we don't know who is the Mossad, what the Israeli Mossad is doing in Beirut, covered by foreign embassies, French, British, German, and American? Well, we should ask the Lebanese government these questions.
Also, it's not just the Mossad agents, and we're looking at members of parliament. Yesterday, there was an assassination of a person who the Israelis said he is a commander in the resistance or in the IRGC and who coordinates with the resistance. And before that, there was an attempt when he was in one of the hotels, and we heard one of the members of parliament, Paula Yacobian, clearly come out and say his name. And so they're giving intelligence to the enemy. And if that were the case in countries, for example, facing the Nazi Germany, that would be considered collaboration.
Of course.
That would be considered treason.
And should be, by the Lebanese law, I'm talking by the law, it's not my opinion, she should be facing court. And she should be trialed for dealing with the enemies, contacts with the enemies. And this is against the Lebanese law. So, and nothing is happening. And while we see other also, let's say at many stations, televisions or other broadcasting, they are talking freely with the Israelis. And we saw that the PM, the Kamil Sham'oun, saying that he is seeing the Israeli army is the most moral army in the world.
After all the massacres
After
and all the
massacres
genocide
against the Lebanese people, so I cannot understand. Well, I think Lebanon is going to face a very serious problem after this war, because those two minds cannot live together.
Now, with all said and done, the battlefield continues. The fighters continue with basically one aim in mind, which is to deter the Israeli aggression. We know that Hezbollah has issued a statement saying that they targeted with a kamikaze drone a group of Israeli soldiers in Talat al-Khamara, which is in the town of Qawzah. And Qawzah, because I know the region, it's like a triangle there next to Aita Shab and Ramia, and you also have other peaks in that surrounding. There seems to be a focus from the Israelis on that side when they failed in Khiyam. And although they have taken some areas, like for example Adaisi and so on, but those are considered militarily not significant. I don't know if you can tell us about that. I mean, why are they focusing on certain areas that are for them considered significant? They would give them an upper hand on the military and strategic level.
Well, military, I can explain that because they are now testing the front. They are desperate to find a weak point so they can integrate or they can enter from. But what's the turning point of this battle is the Revolutionary Guard warned the Israelis first, and it's been now attacking the Israelis camps or the Israelis army by Iranian rockets. So not only the rockets from Hezbollah, also as before I entered the studio, that the Revolutionary Guard warned the civilians in the whole Galilee and the Golan Heights just to evacuate for their own safety. So, and he's calling the Palestinians to go in
retrieve their territory.
And retrieve your homeland. So I can see it closer than ever that this is the battle, freeing or to free Palestine, to liberate Palestine. So people are not understanding. I think people are so stubborn or so dumb so they cannot read what's going on. Now the whole Middle East is being drawn from, drawing the new Middle East. That will be by the hands of the resistance and the Revolutionary Guard and the Republic of Iran. It will not go by the wishes of Netanyahu and Trump. Not at all. Not the German, not the British, not the French. We are fed up with invaders and colonialism. They will be kicked out, and anybody, no matter how strong or how big the country is, this land is forbidden for any invader to take it over again or to occupy it. Suppression is we cannot take it. We cannot tolerate anymore to be led or slaved by any foreign power. So they must take it into they should understand that. And if they cannot, they will pay. They have to bear the consequences.
Well, we heard Katz say that he's going to cut off all routes until communication for the resistance fighters by beginning to destroy the bridges. We saw the bridge of the Qasmi bridge being destroyed. They also said and warned that they will target other highways. They have already begun to do so. But doesn't he think that the resistance fighters can find other routes? I mean, we saw the same mistake in 2006, and one Israeli commentator said these are the dreams of the past. Like in 2006, like Omar, the same mistake is being committed right now.
Well, it's so good that to have a stupid enemy in front of you like Katz, because now the Revolutionary Guard and the resistance of Hezbollah told the Israelis separated the northern of Palestine from the south. So the whole Galilee part is being cut off from the south, or the Haifa, because he warned Haifa and warned the whole settlements in Galilee to evacuate. So Haifa is one of the biggest city after Jaffa, and this is going to be creating a new equations in the war, in the battle. So if we cannot go from the northern Litani down to the southern Litani, also you cannot enter the northern part of Palestine from Jaffa and other cities. So it's the same. So they are going to suffer more than what we are suffering, of course, and the prices are going to be even higher for you, because we have the will and the faith and the belief to sacrifice our lives for our country, but you don't have the same doctrine, the same faith. Because when Netanyahu is moving, carrying his shelter on a truck, following him to Arad, and that was a very scandal. That was a scandal, and that was something like a joke. A prime minister to visit a place in Arad, he carried his shelter with him. So and the settlers there were making fun or joke, and they were very mad, because this is telling them that he is so afraid even to move in his in the land or in Palestine anywhere. So he is carrying his shelter on a truck and taking this shelter wherever he goes. So if you, while Martyr Ali Khamenei was doing his daily duty in his own office,
in his own house.
So and Ali Larijani was on top of the demonstrations against the Americans and the Israelis.
Yeah.
Can you compare between both those pictures and those sites? So I believe that they are so scared to move. They don't even hold a meeting, cabinet meeting. They are meeting over the phone by Zoom, Zoom meeting, or.
And he held his first press conference in a bunker. It was they said someplace very secure.
So he is hiding like a rat, while others are moving freely, and the Iranians and the Lebanese resistance are not hiding. They are not in a bunker. They are not in a tunnel. They are not hiding at all. They're doing their daily job. They're doing their duty, despite the danger that is surrounding them, to be killed by a drone or by an air attack or otherwise. So these two different mentalities can just summarize the picture of this battle. So we are so proud to die, and while they are not even, I don't believe that they are seeing the sun for the past 15 or 20 days. They are hiding underground in a very well protected bunkers. So if you want to redraw the maps of the Middle East, you should be a hero, or you should be a strong fighter for your beliefs. But what we have seen is nothing but a coward cabinets who are not allowing themselves even to move around.
How do you look at the weapons used by the resistance? I mean, it's quite remarkable that we're looking at drones, different size of drones. Actually, we have the larger drones, we have the smaller drones, the kamikaze drones that are bomb laden. You also have different types of rockets, especially the Grad or the advanced Katyusha rockets, and also the armored, the anti-armor missiles and the guided missiles and mortars. So with all of this diversity of rockets and armaments that the resistance is using, I mean, how significant is that? Do you see it that they were able to really bring on this fight to the borderline with the Israelis?
Well, I believe that the resistance, of course, suffered from many weak points. Like we had the pager attack, and that was caused thousands of injured people, and then we had the ceasefire, which was worse, and the mechanism working again, plotting against the resistance in southern Litani River, and they were just going into the tunnels of the resistance in the southern Litani River, destroying most of the arms there. And surprisingly for everybody in the whole world, including everybody who hates the resistance and who is with the resistance, it was it was a great surprise that the resistance was still inside the southern Litani River, and that has an explanation, because the fighters of the resistance are the sons of those villages, the sons of those land, of this land. So I don't believe that any foreigner or any fighter from outside Khiyam or Aita or Kafarkila is going there. They are the people of Khiyam. They are the sons of Khiyam. So they were prepared. Of course, they managed to hide enough arms to start or to defend and to see this heroic stand and battle, which is being fought in every village in the south. And so far, the Israelis are fighting so difficult. After 3.5 weeks of severe fighting, to get or to gain any piece of land in the meaning of gaining and resting there. They are entering and retreating and entering and retreating, and they are being hammered by the rockets of the resistance and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard rockets also. Last night in southern of Khiyam, and this is destroying more than 30 Merkavas. So if we can imagine that dreaming of invading the southern Litani River just to get there 15 kilometers away from the border, I believe that as Martyr Said Hassan Nasrallah promised that you will have no more tanks to use.
Yeah. Well, but we spoke about the U.S. influence on Lebanon. I want to go back a little bit to the issue of Lebanon. There's also the Saudi influence, and we know that. We know how impacted the Prime Minister is, and so is the Lebanese Forces Party, Samir Jaja, and his people. They are, we know, somehow maybe unverified, but we know that they're paid by the Saudis also to go along with their policies. And so, do you think that the issue of expelling the Iranian ambassador in Lebanon is also a Saudi demand from the Lebanese government, because they have done the same. They also said that they will expel the military attaché.
It could be. I won't be surprised. It's both. This is the wish of the Saudis, because as I was entering, I've heard the news that the Saudis maybe is taking a decision to go and join the war. And also the American ambassador, who is the mandator of the country, he is trying to, but of course he will not succeed. I would like to ask the American ambassador: is he sleeping in the embassy in Aukar? I don't think so, because the embassy is totally evacuated. Are they well protected in Hamat air base? The Marines are there by thousands. Do you think that you are depending on those will protect you? Did the Iron Dome in the Gulf and the Israel protected you from the the Iranian missiles? No, it didn't, and proven it doesn't work anymore. So it's totally paralyzed because at first it's so insufficient and very high cost. So it's very costly just to fire 2 or 3 interceptors. Cost $6-7 million to shoot down a $50,000 Shahid drone. So this is this is a very high price just to shoot down an Iranian drone or Hezbollah drone.
Yeah, of course. Let me go to the issue of Iran, the developments there. We know that there was an appointment of a new head of the national security. And how do you look at the fact that this is being done while the Israelis continue to, of course, threaten any leader or anyone who is appointed in the Islamic Republic of Iran? They threaten anyone who is there, and even Trump yesterday said, I can't name who I'm talking to because he might be killed. And he's going to be killed because the Israelis are saying they want to kill everyone. So with them declaring the appointment of head of national security in Iran, how significant is that?
It's a direct challenge to the Israelis and to the Americans.
Muhammad Baqir Dhul Qadr, just so we can remember.
All right. Despite the danger, this is part and the price of the war. You don't care about your own life. You care about the life of the nation. You care about the dignity of the nation. You have a duty, and we all know that we can, as Iranians and Lebanese who are resisting the suppression of the Americans and the Israelis, we might get killed at any time, and we have no problem whatsoever. We don't count the days that we live. We count the history that we write for the country. All right? So this is writing a history for the country. And I believe this is the era of the Islamic Republic of Iran, because now it's fighting almost the whole world, because all the Arab countries, those Muppets against Iran, and they have plotted against Iran since 1979 and 1980, since the 8 years war with Saddam Hussein, and then brought the Americans and gave them all the facilities to build up what's so-called bases inside the Arab countries, preparing to invade Iran. They thought that they can they can at one point of a time or at any chance to invade Iran. Now, why are they hesitating? Why don't they continue on? Why don't they put boots on the ground, as they said? And I've heard that Mr. Arakji, the foreign minister, said we invite them.
Yeah, we're waiting for them.
We invite them, and we are waiting. They are welcome. So why don't you come? Why don't you invade Lebanon if you can? You want to invade Lebanon? Well, you did it in 1982 in 6 days. You defeated 3 Arab armies in 6 days.
Now it's been 3 weeks.
Time is totally different. Time has changed. We have changed. You have changed. And everything is, time has changed. We have, we gained more and more experience. You are not qualified enough, because at one point of a time, Arab countries were all plotting against Palestine and against the Palestinian people, against the Lebanese people, against our cause in Palestine. And the Arab countries, most of them, the majority of them, protected the presence of the Jews inside Palestine, facilitated this by the Jordanians and by the Gulf region, by the King Saud, the grandfather of the Saud family, or the creator of the Saud family, by a written letter in 1921 that was very clear, giving the Jews all the rights to take over Palestine. So this is not secrets anymore, and things cannot be hidden. Everything must be loud and clear, so people can understand what we were facing, in which situation we were, and now everything has changed, and we will never allow anybody to bring us to to the past or to, not ever.
Like you mentioned before, the Zionist mentality is there among the Arab leaders first and foremost. Let me bring about some of the details that are coming out from the Israeli regime itself. We have the head of the municipality of Tel Aviv saying that 93 families were evacuated, and this added to the 1,500 of the inhabitants of the city since the beginning of the war because of the Iranian attacks on Tel Aviv. He also said that the Iranian rockets have led to damages to 12 at least buildings, 9 cars, and this is just the last wave of Iranian rockets. And so this is just one part of what we can see as damages that are allowed to be uncovered within the Israeli regime. I'm sure there's much more that is not allowed. We saw in the first war how some press or journalists tried to come close to the so-called war ministry within Tel Aviv. They weren't allowed because, as we learned from the Islamic Republic of Iran, that its rockets struck that building and were able to destroy it. In addition to the Weizmann Institute, there was some hard blows for the Israelis. There were also, of course, the attacks on the civilians, whether in Iran or Lebanon. That continues. It's quite obvious how the Israelis are striking the civilians in South Lebanon, for example, in the surrounding of Zibdin as well as Tyre and Sur. Many civilians have been martyred as a result of these attacks, and in Iran as well, daily attacks against civilian residential buildings without clear objective are being targeted haphazardly by the Israeli regime. Also, an important development is that you have the Union of American Cars. They're talking about a significant increase in the price of gas, 33.2% since the beginning of this military. Although Trump said that he gave this 5-day period in order to help, perhaps this could help lower the prices, but we're not looking at lower prices. I mean, when will this also reach a state where the Americans cannot bear that anymore? I mean, the price of oil and the price of gas and so on.
Well, he tried something that was, kind of, let's say, a trap for the market, because he announced something. He came up with the story with no base, with no evidence as whatsoever. He announced publicly that we are going to have negotiations with the Iranian people.
Yeah.
And that
the Iranian leadership, he said, I cannot name them.
That dropped the barrel about 15% in half an hour. And after the Iranian denial of this news, that the prices, went up again. So he is trying his best to bring the oil prices down, the energy prices down, because everybody is collapsing now. Japan started to use the national reserve of the oil. China is being badly affected by the shortage of supplies coming from Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb.
But Iranians are allowing...
they are allowing, but not enough production in the region. It's allowing it something, and because the Saudis went down from 12 million barrels a day to 2 million barrels a day, and God knows when if they join the war, that Houthis are so enthusiastic to join the war. And I cannot understand how did they control their nerves up till now.
All the time, yeah.
So they are so eager to join. I think if the Houthis stepped in, the production of the Saudis will be down to zero. So, and I've read some reports that saying that the Saudis maybe will not be able to pay the salaries to the in the country. Because as we know that Trump took all their money, and there's no more money left inside their cabins. So they will face disastrous situation if they got, I don't know why, mad enough to go into this war. That will be total distractions for the Saudi, because water desalination are being threatened, and by the Iranians. And they have announced today by the Qatari foreign minister saying that we have only water for 3 days. And the Saudi foreign minister also announced the same speech, that we don't have enough, we don't have reserved water, we don't have rivers or natural reserve water.
They have desalination
the desalination stations, and the largest one in the world in Saudi Arabia. So imagine just a drone can destroy this and collapse all the production of the water desalination in Saudi Arabia. They will fail. That land will be unlivable. Literally like
it was in the past, just desert.
Like it was will be back as a desert. And that reminds me of the words of martyr Muammar Gaddafi, because he warned them in one Arab summit, I think in 2002, was held in Beirut. Take care of your camels, because one day you are going to need them again. And he warned them from reaching this situation.
Yeah, now despite maybe his history, but he was someone who was at the national level. He gave everyone had a house, everyone was provided water. He had a very genius way of providing water to
he had a vision.
That is something they did not
He had a vision. And he warned the Arab, leaders in Beirut summit, which held in Phoenicia Hotel, that be aware, because you are going to face death one by one. And that was 2002. And then we have what? And Saddam Hussein was hanged by the Americans first. And then the Tunisian president fled the country. And also that then followed by Hosni Mubarak, and then followed now by Bashar Assad. Why didn't you understand that the Americans and the Zionist organization are planning for you?
Yeah.
So now I believe that the Arab Gulf countries are in a very are drowning in a very deep situation, because they have no way out. And that will lead to total destructions, because the Kuwaitis always known as, let's say, good intermediary. But the action that was taken by the Kuwaitis against Lebanese hospitals with no reason whatsoever. Who can blacklist a hospital? Kuwait did. 8 hospitals was blacklisted by the Kuwaitis. And as if they provoked the resistance groups in Lebanon and the Iranians for the Kuwaitis allowing the Americans to use or to launch attacks from the bases there against Iran, that made them stand in front of the storm. Why did you do that? Because the Iraqis are eager to invade Kuwait and gain it back as it was before the existence of or independence of Kuwait. And this is going to happen very soon, sooner than what they can expect. Because America proven that America cannot protect their allies. Cannot protect its allies anymore, and the only, the tremendous effort was invested in protecting Israel. And now, even after what we are seeing, that the failing of interceptors working against the Iranian missiles, now we have raised a question: can America protect Israel? No, it cannot.
Even with, especially after the statements of Donald Trump yesterday, where of course very chaotic statements were made by U.S. President Donald Trump. But he said something very interesting. He said, "Well, we're ready to negotiate." God knows whom, but he said with the next Ayatollah. And this is something that, maybe struck Netanyahu, to the core, that everything he did to try to get rid of the Islamic Republic of Iran, to get rid of the leadership and so on. And Trump says he's ready to negotiate with the next Ayatollah in Iran.
Well, Trump knows that he cannot continue this war, because the Islamic Republic of Iran has many cards have not used yet. And the strongest card it can be used is total blockade of Strait Hormuz, and also the total blockade of Bab el-Mandeb.
Yeah.
And then 25% of the oil supplies will be prevented then, and the price of oil could reach $500, and economy around the world will collapse. So what will Trump be able to do? Because this will be the end of the dollarization and the end of the strong dollar, and that could, the whole United States could collapse from the inside. And we might see some, I won't be surprised if I see that some of the states detached from the Union, like California and Mississippi and other southern states, because they've been talking about that for a long time, and I think that now it's time for them to dispatch from the Union, and that could destroy the United States totally, and
that would weaken the influence of the Zionist lobby within the United States, and they would not have. Of course,
because Zionist lobby depends on the United States as a united, government. But if these collapse, that could create a very big, fractions between them and some other states, because some states don't like or don't want to be abide by the Zionist control, or because let's say that AIPAC has an influence on the political life in the United States, but also there are some people who are refusing to serve the AIPAC or to take money from the AIPAC. That's why the AIPAC and the other states that tried their best to destroy the MAGA, because they felt that this is kind of American uprising against the Zionist control of United States. So that is, the power now is a bit shaken in United States. The Zionist lobby is now facing difficult problem, because you are putting the interest of United States equivalent to the interest of Israel. So what do you choose? And that's why we are seeing people are speaking loudly, like Anna Kasparian, Tucker Carlson, and Jon Stewart, and many other influencers and journalists are raising the voice. America is in danger because we are fighting the wars, not only a war, we are fighting the wars of Israel. We are, paying trillions of dollars for the Israel. So the war is not ours. Why do you want to go in it? So this is the questions being asked and making, let's say, a public opinion is creating, awakening the public in United States.
How influential will that be? I mean, some are saying that they have succeeded somehow in making Trump basically back down in a way where he would declare victory and say we're going for negotiations, like he did, for example, now postponing a strike on fuel plants and so on for 5 days. But some are also saying that this could be a maneuver, that this could be just time to allow for more evacuation of the U.S. bases in the region, for the fact that you have Marines and USS Tripoli and other naval carriers and ships coming to the Middle East in order to perhaps begin a new wave of aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran and perhaps a ground invasion.
Well, that will be a very foolish step, because that will make America drown in this long battle, as they did in Vietnam. First they sent 2,000 troops in Vietnam, and that lasted for 10 years, ending by killing 60,000 Marines and injuring 500,000 others, and at the end evacuate or withdraw with total humiliation. And up till now that the American still suffered from this conclusions of the Vietnam War, and that was ended in 1973. Now can you imagine the difference in size, the difference in power, and the difference in geography. So they are going to face brutal battle on the Iranian ground if they will be foolish enough to do that. First, the number of population, the type of geography that the Iranians has, also in Lebanon and in Yemen and in Iraq, because the whole bases and marines will be threatened in Iraq. That will have no rest whatsoever. We will not allow any presence for the Americans inside Lebanon at all, neither diplomatically or military. That will be an open battle against all American interest in the region, and that opens that we will have an open war. So can the Americans afford to fight the battle on 4 or 5 fronts inside the Middle East with all the determinations and the faith and the doctrine that we have? I don't think so.
If you want to give an estimate, I'm not sure what the ratio would be for you on the possibility that we go for maybe talks that would lead to a certain agreement, a regional agreement, or that we go for a more expanded war.
No, I think we will have another, heavy round, and that could lead to total destructions and fractions of the Gulf region. First of all, that Bahrain will be freed from this monarchy, and also Kuwait will be gained back to Iraq, taken again, because that was a region of Iraq historically. And then the fall of the United Arab Emirates, that will go back to its small monarchy regions as it was before the forming of the UAE.
So it will continue to be there, but
no, I don't
not
think
united,
so, because
the
population is not enough there, because no foreigners.
Who would take over?
Some of the indigenous people who were Bedouins just living in the deserts, and because I don't think that any investors will ever come back to the Gulf region, and nobody will reside in the Gulf region. So the whole economy will be destroyed, and they will not have enough money even to build anything. So 800,000 people cannot be. I think that's the AEU or the those emirs that will go back to their original Oman, because that was historically was part of Oman. So Oman could play that role and take over what belongs to her, as a country. And Bahrain will go back to Iran also, and Kuwait will go back to Iraq, and that will be the end of this agony that we are being suffered from since the existence of this country.
We know that the Philippines, the Philippines has declared a state of emergency in the issue of fuel and energy sector because of the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. Now some people are looking at this in a way where a lot of people didn't believe Iran when they said that they can use this card, although Iran did say that up until now it's not really closed. It's just that they need to make sure who is passing by and who is making use of Strait of Hormuz, that anything linked to Israel and the US will not be allowed.
Yeah, of course, that will not be, and by Trump threatening the Iranians that he will open the strait by force, well, he cannot, because this is on the Iranian shores. It lays there, so even mountains are in front of the strait, and the Iranians does not have to be in the water to block it. They can block it by drones or by artillery attack. So they don't have to be there to present or to have ships in the water in the Strait of Hormuz, or to have any battleship there. So the Americans will be even worse situation for them, because they will be an easy targets, and that could create a very dangerous situation for the carriers, for the aircraft carriers, if they dare to step into the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, of course, we're looking at the vessels lining up in Strait of Hormuz. It'd be interesting to get more on, of course, from your insight on the latest developments. Thank you very much, Mr. Ridwan Rizit, for being with me in this past hour. We're going to be continuing with this rolling coverage with the latest. Of course, a lot of developments here. The Israeli so-called home front is talking about sirens sounding in Hanita and Arab al-Haramisha after they detected a drone coming in from Lebanon. We know how significant the use of drones had been for the resistance in the past war, and now this war as well. It was always the drones that were able to strike their targets in a manner which is much more precise than other, of course, forms or other armaments. But they are still using rockets, of course. There seems to be a mixture of rockets and drones being used in addition to the close quarter combat and those missiles as well being used. Before, of course, we continue with the rolling coverage, we'll be going for a short break and we'll be back.
Operation True Promise 4, Day 9. In the early hours of March 8th, the region woke to another round in a widening conflict. At 3 a.m. Tehran local time, missiles were launched toward the occupied territories. About the same time, U.S. weapons depots in Bahrain were targeted. An hour later, security sources reported that Katyusha rockets struck the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Around 5 a.m., a tower in Kuwait, where U.S. troops were sheltering, was set ablaze. Diplomacy tried to keep up with the pace of events. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi addressed the U.S. and Israeli attacks against Iran, warning that the crisis had now become a concern shared by the entire international community. He said plainly that such a war should never have begun in the first place. Meanwhile, new images circulated showing the transfer of bodies of U.S. soldiers killed in Iran's airstrike on an American base in Kuwait. Later that morning, the IRGC naval forces announced they had struck the Al Adiri helicopter base in a combined drone and ballistic missile operation. The IRGC naval ballistic missile units precisely targeted helicopter preparation and maintenance centers at the base, fuel storage tanks for the helicopters and aircraft, and the base's command building. In Washington, U.S. President Donald Trump declined to respond to the earlier attack on the Resh desalination facility, instead offering insulting remarks towards Iranians. Economic consequences were already emerging. In a report, the Associated Press said oil production by American companies operating in the Kurdistan region of Iraq had been halted because of Iran's recent attacks. Then at 2 p.m., another escalation. The 28th wave of Operation True Promise 4 began, launched by new generation missiles from the IRGC Aerospace Force. Targets included areas around Beersheba, Tel Aviv, and the Al-Azraq Air Base. Over the past several days, Iranian forces triggered a systematic destruction of American missile defenses, specifically the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, better known as THAAD, across 3 countries in the region. 4 of those radars were targeted and eliminated within the past 24 hours during operations meant to suppress enemy anti-missile defenses.
The locations cited Al-Ruba, Al-Ruwais, Al-Kharj, and Al-Azraq. Those radars are not easily replaced. Only a limited number have been produced over roughly the past 2 decades. Experts say manufacturing and delivering replacements could take anywhere from 5 to 8 years. Another report added a new dimension to the crisis. The news site Axios, citing informed sources, said the United States and Israel had discussed sending special forces into Iran to seize the country's uranium reserves. The report suggested that doing so would require American or Israeli troops to enter Iran and penetrate deeply fortified nuclear facilities built into mountainous terrain. By 6 p.m., yet another wave of Iranian attacks triggered warning systems across central occupied Palestine. But the most consequential development may have come just after the start of March 9th. Iran announced the selection of a new leader of the Islamic Revolution. The Assembly of Experts voted to appoint Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, son of Iran's martyred leader, as the third leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The decision was announced in a statement issued by the Assembly of Experts. After careful and extensive deliberations and drawing upon the authority granted under Article 108 of the Constitution, by the decisive vote of the honorable members of the Assembly of Experts, Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Hosseini Khamenei, may God protect him, was appointed and introduced as the third leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The statement read, "Key political leaders and the armed forces were quick to pledge their backing to the new leader." Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian said the appointment heralded a new era of dignity and strength for the nation. This valuable choice is a manifestation of the will of the Islamic nation to consolidate national unity, a unity that, like a solid barrier, has made the Iranian nation resistant to the conspiracies of the enemies. The selection of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei's son will no doubt anger U.S. President Donald Trump, who has already dismissed him as a candidate. But in reality, neither Trump's outrage nor his approval has the slightest influence on Iran's course. The Iranian nation determines its own future, guided by its own institutions and interests, regardless of what Trump or the Epstein syndicate may think.
Welcome back to this live coverage on Press TV. Of course, we're giving you the latest on the Israeli aggression in Lebanon, as well as the U.S.-Israeli aggression on the Islamic Republic of Iran. I want to begin with the latest operations for the Islamic resistance here in Lebanon. They declared in their 27th statement that they targeted a military bulldozer, the D9 bulldozer, that is well-known Israeli bulldozer that was targeted in the vicinity of the former Khiam prison. That Khiam prison, of course, was a prison that was used by the Israelis to imprison Lebanese people and keep them there. And so this is a significant development, I believe, in addition to the fact that they have declared in 2 different occasions, 2 different areas on the border in Qawzah as well as Khiam, targeting Israeli Merkava tanks. And so those Merkava tanks are still under the fire of the Hezbollah fighters. And in one of these instances, in Qawzah specifically, Hezbollah used bomb-laden or kamikaze drones, and that is one of the arms that Hezbollah tends to use when they really want to strike their target. Of course, just to remind you of the latest developments that we had a declaration from the Lebanese foreign minister saying that they have recalled the consulate of the Islamic Republic of Iran, saying that they will not accept the designation or the new ambassador Mohammad Rida Shibani, considering him persona non grata. I'm not sure about the legality of this position. We also have, of course, several statements from Iran itself, the appointment of a new head of national security in Iran, who is Muhammad Baqir Dhul-Qadr. That in itself, naming the person, really puts them, I think, in the line of fire. And we also have, of course, the 79th wave of operations from the IRGC, where they targeted Eilat, Dimona, northern Tel Aviv, as well as some bases for the U.S. Army. They said they used Imad rockets as well as Qadr multi-warhead points of fire systems, and so that is part, of course, of their continuous attacks and what they believe is a legal war of defense. We have the commander of the Khatam al-Anbiya, Major General Ali Abdullahi, who's declared that the armed forces will continue this path until Iran achieves complete victory. And he said over the past 25 days, we have forced the enemies into defeat, of course, despite all the attempts by the Americans and the Israelis to completely destroy the Islamic Republic of Iran. On this and on various other issues and developments, I would like to welcome Layla Hatoum with us. Always a pleasure to have you with us, Layla. Let's begin maybe with Lebanon, with the latest development. I want to ask you about the legality of the stance taken by the Lebanese Foreign Minister, Youssef Rajhi, and we know his stance towards the resistance. He's always been anti-resistance, also anti-Iran. And in one point, he would not even welcome the foreign minister of Iran until basically was forced to welcome him and go into accept the fact that he is a diplomatic, representative of Lebanon, who should have, of course, diplomatic ties with Iran. On this issue, do you see a U.S. influence, or is it a Saudi influence, or is he just acting on his own?
Well, you have to understand one thing. When it comes to Youssef Rajhi, people need to understand his background so they would understand where he's coming from when it comes to these decisions that he's making or the statements that he's giving as well. Yeah. So he represents the Lebanese forces in the cabinet, and the Lebanese forces are well known to be what you call the militia that was trained and armed by the Israelis during the civil war. It's a right-wing Christian group in Lebanon, and until today they are still pro-Israeli in their stance and don't mind having peace with the Israelis, even at the expense of the Lebanese citizens in the south. So at the end, even like at the expense of Lebanon, because that's the same minister who actually went out and he had a public statement justifying for the Israelis their attack against the Lebanese. And that's supposed to, he doesn't represent Lebanon with these statements. He represents himself and his political party and his political line. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, our constitution in Lebanon that was amended following the civil war with the help of Arab countries that paid for our MPs to vote on the Ta'if Accord and the amendments later on that came, and because of it, every minister becomes the king of his own ministry. In that sense, they can issue whatever decisions they want and nobody can stop them. The only thing that you can do if the government is against it is either push him to resign or basically kick him out, or he gets impeached by the parliament, because the parliament is the one that gave them the vote of confidence. They can actually, you can have the loyalty to the resistance group MPs actually impeaching him or trying to impeach him in a vote of confidence matter, just limited to that minister, not necessarily the whole government. So we'll have to see how things are going to progress. But when it comes to that decision, I do believe that he was ordered at any point by the American ambassador, maybe. The only ambassador that needs to be considered persona non grata, in my opinion, is the American ambassador. I mean, even the British ambassador is sitting quiet. It's really sad. But I do believe that he received his information or instructions from the American ambassador, and the Prime Minister could have agreed with him, but he doesn't need the cabinet meeting for such a decision, and he made that decision based on his powers.
Well, we're also looking at the fact that there is action being taken against individuals who they say are members of Hezbollah's resistance, and they consider that what their action is doing as a resistance is unlawful. I know we spoke a lot about this in the beginning and the decision that they had taken, but now you have two people being tried, and there was a small protest, I believe, next to the military. I mean, how long can they go on with this, with the fact that you're saying in the parliament there can be action taken? Legally, their lawyers can also have a good case, I think,
They have an excellent. The thing is, the resistance has a really strong case in front of the military court, simply because the district attorney, like the public attorney, actually resorted to a law that doesn't apply to their situation at the end of the day. And even if the actions are considered unlawful by the government itself, the decision that was made by the government is new. Their status precedes the government's decision. So basically, there's no what you call backwardness in terms of law. So like if the law is issued now, you cannot go and try somebody for something that he did before this law was issued. That's one. The other thing, and it's very important, is that Lebanon is a signature to almost all international treaties like human rights, among other things. And in
the
human
UN
rights,
Charter as well.
It's a member of the United Nations, and it has to stick to its charter and its decisions. So there's this one resolution by the United Nations from General Assembly and basically Security Council, along with the international community. As part of the international law, it says you have the if part of your country is under occupation, you have right to resist by any means possible, including armed struggle, and your government cannot consider you terrorist or disarm you based on that. So in that sense, even if the government considers you like your action unlawful, that doesn't mean that you are illegitimate or illegal. At any point under international law, you have that legitimacy and legality.
Well, of course, there's a lot of developments on the south border, and if we're not looking at political action from Hezbollah, it seems like Sheikh Naim Qassem, Secretary General of Hezbollah, had said that it's actually the battlefield that is going to dictate perhaps the politics and the political scene of not only Lebanon but the entire region. When you look at the events that are happening in South Lebanon, we're looking at the Israelis taking more action in addition to the striking the civilians, which is done on a daily basis, the killing of paramedics, first responders. We saw that in Haitit yesterday, which is part of a Israeli policy actually in Gaza as well as in Lebanon. But we also saw the destruction of bridges, and Katz said that this way he is going to cut all routes of telecommunication and transport for Hezbollah. Does this remind you of 2006 and the same mistakes? And we saw one Israeli commentator stress this is just the dreams of the past for the Israelis.
This is a repetitive pattern for those perverts. I mean, like, they cannot change. There's like a leopard can't change its spots, right? So at the end of the day, the Israelis have been practicing what you call the direct attack on paramedics, on infrastructure, civilian infrastructure especially, and the defenseless at any point, because that's the only way that they can actually feel that they're important. When they face the resistance on the battlefield, they either flee away or they get killed. So they cannot fight against somebody who's their match or basically stronger than them, so they go against the defenseless. The bridge is not going to launch a missile against them, right? It's really funny because in 1996 as well, 1993, 1996, 2006, we've seen it's a systematic manner of destroying the infrastructure, because that increases the burden on the Lebanese government and the state itself in terms of financials to rebuild, and in terms of basically the social pressure, because people want to go back. It will create pressure as well. But it has nothing to do. The Israelis are well aware that it has nothing to do with the resistance. The resistance doesn't need roads, and it's like doesn't use basically the bridges. It has what you call its secret routes. So at the end of the day, even if they destroy the bridges, and the Israelis know that very well, the resistance still has different supply routes that it doesn't get impacted. They're doing it just to basically what you call create fear-mongering and pressure the social fabric of Lebanon, at the same time cut off or carve out what you call South Lebanon from the rest of the country. We saw it happen during the Six-Day War in 1996. We saw it happen in 2006, and I was covering that war in 2006. The Israelis started with the bridges because that gives them an advantage in terms of if they wanted to do a ground invasion. Good luck to the resistance, because the Israelis will not be able to go into Lebanon. Basically, they can do the invasion, but they will sustain massive losses. So at the end of the day, them carving those routes, it means that they have put themselves in a box over here.
What struck me in 2006, I mean, we were following up the war, that they destroyed bridges that, I mean, are in areas where you're talking about Dubai, I believe, and that
casino.
Absolutely no military significance for the resistance. I mean, what does that tell you about the Israelis?
I think they are against gambling, because they hit the bridge that leads to the casino, and that made all the gamblers basically be angry about it. But no, let's be serious over here. I mean, the Israelis do understand the situation. If they couldn't pressure the social milieu of the resistance, which is basically people from South Lebanon, they're going to actually create what you call pressure on the other side of the country that's supporting that social milieu, because we recently saw from east to west, from south to from east to west and from south to north, the majority of the Lebanese population stood together. There was unity. People are still helping on the ground, even if they had political differences or religious differences. It didn't matter. And Israelis hated that. They want to push the society towards what you call civil strife, and they're trying to create rift between the various parts of the society by creating sedition. And the only way that you can create that is basically hit the Christian areas to make them hate the Muslims. You brought this on us. Instead of saying the Israelis hit us, they will be saying like, no, the Muslim community is the one that did this to us.
Well, of course, we heard the U.S. ambassador say that we asked the Israelis not to strike the Christian villages in South Lebanon, but they did strike it anyway, trying to blame it on the resistance fighters because they passed by those towns or launched rockets nearby those towns. But you also have the attacks in the Christian towns, like you mentioned. We had an assassination yesterday in the town of Hazmi against one individual who the Israelis were saying he is an operative of Hezbollah, and he was in an apartment that was rented by his family, and his family was there. But we also had his name being recurrently spoken about by certain members of parliament in Lebanon. I mean, when it comes to the legal means or issues, if you're talking about, let's say, a country that was facing Nazi Germany, wouldn't this be considered treason, giving intelligence to the enemy?
Well, it would be considered treason from a legitimate perspective, like from the social perspective, right? Because you are snitching on the resistance that's protecting the country. But at the same time, those people can say like, oh, but the government had outlawed the resistance, so basically we have the right to say that. Forget all of that. You just mentioned the name of the town of Quzah, which is one of the towns that are at the front lines. Like, it's a second-tier village, but it has what you call a mix. It's a mixed area, Christian and Muslim areas. And the Israelis had attacked that town. The resistance basically passed through that town, and basically they were fighting the Israelis at that time. And then the Israelis attacked another town, Leklaya, in the eastern district, so totally on the other side of southern Lebanon.
Far away from.
And they actually killed a
reverend.
Not only a reverend, but they also injured the Christians. Like, they killed a pastor and they injured other Christians, including two elderly couple. So at the end of the day, the Israelis issued footage claiming that the resistance fighters were hiding in that town, but that footage was from Quzah, which had nobody in it. The residents had already cleared it, and the resistance would not go into a Christian area or a Muslim area, no matter what, if it has residents, civilians in it, because that means it is jeopardizing them. So the Israelis turned out to be lying, and the ones who actually were pushing for that propaganda was one member of the parliament who was head of the Phalangist party, the party that has only 3 MPs, but they represent the whole community apparently. So that person was pushing that narrative that the resistance fighters were in the town and they were fighting the Israelis, and that caused the Israelis to target the Christian town. And the mayor of that town came out and said, no, there were no Hezbollah fighters. We were surprised that the Israelis targeted that building where the elderly man and his wife were at. And when we actually gathered to head them out and the paramedics were there, the Israelis hit us with another rocket, and that's when the pastor actually was killed. He got injured badly, and then basically he's come to his wounds. Same thing when it comes to Hazmiye. I lived in Hazmiye for nearly 15 years. Hazmiye is, I consider it part of my hometown because it's part of the Babda district. I'm from Babda, and it's a mixed area. It's not Christian. People claim it's Christian. The higher Islamic Shiite council is actually in Hazmiye.
The first headquarters was there.
Exactly. So it's a mixed area where people coexisted for the longest time, and they continue to coexist. But what are the Israelis trying to do? They're trying to claim that the resistance fighters are sitting between people. They're not allowed to do so, so kick them out from your area, and this way you'll have a mass wave of Christians trying to kick out the social fabric of the resistance, which are majority Muslims, and in that sense basically you create rift in the society and push towards civil strife, and this is what the Israelis want. And if they fail to do so, they will continue to try again. For the MP that actually mentioned it in her interview 2 weeks before the assassination of Mr. Qurani, Sayyid Qurani, because he's a Sayyid, this is very important for people to know, and he's from a Lebanese town in South Lebanon. He's not Iranian, as somebody tried to claim. Just because his last name ends with an I doesn't mean that he's an Iranian. So what happened is that MP, Paula Yacobian, her name is basically Paulette Yacobian, she is good friends with the owner of the hotel, the Comfort Hotel, and his wife. And this is how she managed to get the information. If you get information about somebody who's sitting in a room that's next to the targeted room, Who are you to go out and give the person's name? Maybe he has nothing to do with it. So you jeopardized his name. You're the one who actually name-dropped him and suggested his name for the Israelis. So the Israelis basically were following that person, and by the time that they were already living in that apartment and renting it out as a civil Lebanese, core family living there, the Israelis basically targeted him. So she literally name-dropped him. She is the one who exposed him, and she is the one to be blamed for exposing him, and she can actually be subject by under Lebanese laws for a lawsuit by his family, because that's threatening his life, and that eventually led to his death. So his family can go after her as well. Like her immunity as an MP doesn't cover that situation, so you can go after her legally.
Interesting. Just to point out, the Lebanese foreign minister is saying that not accepting the designation of one of the Iranian ambassador does not mean that we are cutting diplomatic ties. So is that somehow, retreating from a prior
I
decision?
do believe that he might have received a phone call from the parliament speaker and from other members of the cabinet and maybe from the president. You never know. And this shows you that there was a unilateral decision making in that process that was done, because he actually called in the ambassador to hand him a letter supposedly like condemning Iran's intervention in Lebanon or something. And when the ambassador actually received that letter, the letter was declaring him persona non grata and gave him some time leeway until the end of the week to leave. So at the end of the day, I do believe that this, if it doesn't cause an uproar on the streets, at least you'll have influential politicians who are going to wring the neck of the foreign affairs minister, and he's going to try to find a U-turn, and eventually basically they will find a solution to this one.
Well, we have Katz saying that he also will not allow the Lebanese of South Lebanon to return until there is security in the northern settlements. We all know that after 2006, that war, and then later on, there was some 17 years of calm. Hezbollah did not strike those areas, and they know that they can have security if there is security in South Lebanon. Also, this is once more going to make the same mistakes. We know what happened to Olmert. How long do you think they will go on with this issue, especially since they are saying that once they end the war with Iran, they're going to go full-fledged on South Lebanon and Hezbollah?
Well, let them finish with Iran first, right? It's taking them a long time. They thought it's going to be really fast. They thought that the international community is going to stand with them. And suddenly, the Americans and the Israelis were disappointed with the international response when it comes to fighting the Iranians. But put that on the side. The Israelis have always threatened the southern Lebanese to kick them out from South Lebanon. Even when they occupied most of southern Lebanon, and they literally, used to evict Lebanese from their land, the Lebanese would always find another way to come back home, no matter what. Even if it takes time, they will come back home. They will never leave their land. Whereas the Israelis, let me see the settlers in the northern occupied settlements come back to their first, second, and third tier villages, or it's not villages, the kibbutzes, because they don't have villages. They are not people of the land. And at the end of the day, when you start seeing those settlers being killed by the resistance, because the resistance now said like all red lines are dropped, they're now targeting the settlements after giving them ample warning, more than the 5 minutes that the Israelis give to our people to sprint out at any point and claim that they are the most moral and humane army in the world. At least we gave them one warning from the beginning that we're going to target you. So we gave them ample time. If they haven't left by now, it's their fault. And most of those settlers are reservists. People need to understand that. They are not civilians. The only civilians in the Israeli entity are children, and their own parents have jeopardized their lives because they understood the dangers of being settlers, and they accepted that these dangers apply to their children as well.
Well, the Israeli foreign minister said on X, he said that this is a justified and necessary step towards the state responsible for violating Lebanon's sovereignty, for indirectly occupying it through Hezbollah and dragging it into war. I think he's talking about the step of expelling the Iranian ambassador. When you see that, we also saw other Israeli spokespersons basically lauding the Lebanese stance of some
It
Lebanese
feels like
lawmakers.
Kindergarten, doesn't it? It's like, good boy, here's a star. Good for you, Mr. Foreign Affairs Minister. You did good. You actually served us very well. Here's another star.
So
Like,
we're
it's really
not just
sad.
hearing it from the Americans, we're hearing from the Israelis also, we're basically letting us,
I mean,
by the same dictates.
I think the Israelis are not gloating or anything else. They're just happy that they have somebody to represent them instead of sending a delegation basically to negotiate with the government or with the Lebanese. They have somebody to represent them directly. It saves them time and money, and they love
But it's
saving money.
never been the case. I mean, when we look at the past wars, whether in the 1990s, in 2006, we've never seen that before in Lebanon to that extent. I mean, what was it now that you think that now U.S. influence is much stronger in Lebanon to make them have the boldness to come out and speak against their own people? I mean, to speak with the enemy.
Well, I do believe it's the choice of government and people in that government. So the more that they are susceptible to international pressures, the more cowardly they are, the less what you call attached to Lebanon they are, the more that they have foreign passports, because we have ministers who are French, ministers who are American, so like they have an American passport as well. That basically draws a question mark on their what you call loyalty to which country they represent. Do they represent the American interests or do they represent the Lebanese? So at the end of the day, I do believe that going forward, based on the results of this war, things will change drastically on the ground no matter what. People are fed up with having cowards ruling them, or those who are basically what you call echoing the Israeli threats inside the Lebanese government and echoing the Israeli justifications inside the Lebanese government to the international community. And I always give an example, and some people don't like it, but I love it a lot because it's actually from reality. The former Foreign Affairs Minister of Saudi Arabia, with all the mistakes that his country had done, he took a stand from day one. Whenever he's asked about something, he would turn the table against the international community in favor of his own country. And he knew that his country made mistakes. Whereas we have a person who knows that his country is the victim, who knows that the Israelis are the aggressors and the occupiers, but still he justifies for the Israelis against his own country. What does that tell you?
Yeah. Well, we have sirens sounding in the Galilee after they said they detected a drone coming from Lebanon, and Hezbollah's basically with this use of drones is very significant. We saw what it can do in Caesarea and the house of Benjamin Netanyahu, also in Arab al-Haramisha. We know that once they struck a secret meeting for the Golani, I believe in there, in addition to, of course, the other one in Binyamina. When I come to the broader picture, I think we need a psychologist maybe to really help us understand what Trump is all about. I mean, all these statements that he's made, he spoke about the fact that they want to kill all the leadership of Iran. Now he's saying that there is a solid leadership, and I will be talking about with the Ayatollah. So talking about negotiations now in a way where it's really not clear whether he's talking to an invisible friend or to real people.
Well, you have to understand, Donald Trump is a different case scenario. Like that's the result of bringing a clown to the palace, right? So he thought of bluffing as a businessman. Like, you're playing poker at any point. I'm going to say, like, I'm going to attack you and I'm going to bring the international community against you. And he expected the Iranians to back off. And the Iranians were like, no, we're going to do business as usual. If you attack us, we're going to basically defend ourselves and attack some more. And he thought that they were bluffing as well. So he attacked, and he tested the waters, and he got burned by the hot waters that he put his fingers in it, right? So he backed off on that one, tried to U-turn, claimed that they are negotiations, and the Iranians said, like, we don't negotiate. Like, from day one, Sayyid Ali Rajani, his source in peace, he said, we don't negotiate with the Americans. And then when he tried to say, like, we have reached solutions, that reminds us of what the Iranians said from the beginning: the only one who's going to end this war is the Iranians, not the Americans. So we knew that that Donald Trump was lying, to the extent that I do believe that there was this caricature that came out. Who did Donald Trump negotiate with? And he was sitting in front of a mirror. One side he's wearing the American hat, the other side he's wearing the Iranian hat, and he's negotiating with himself. That's one thing. But aside from all of this, I mean, you have to remember he's also a businessman, and watch his statements come out at the beginning or shortly before the opening of the markets on Monday. He always says 5 days maximum, and that's basically the end of the trading week. So it starts on Monday, it ends on Friday, 5 days, and then basically he sits silent until Sunday, and then he gives another statement. So he's speculating on the market. It's part of what the economists used to say. I'm a former macroeconomist. We used to make fun of him back when he was a former president in 2017 onwards. This person is the biggest speculator on the world. He plays with markets, he tampers with markets. He knows that his decision-making process actually impacts gold prices, oil prices, stocks, even like the treasury bills. He's actually
even
jeopardizing
bitcoins now, I believe,
as well. But like the thing is, he's also forget all of that. This is private business. But when he's jeopardizing the T-bills, the treasury bills of the United States, that is big thing, because he's actually ramping up more debt on the Americans, and he's making their life more miserable, because when you actually pay with the markets and there's a hike in oil prices, or there's a hike in gold, or there's a hike basically in certain commodities, that means inflation is going to only increase and get worse in the US. Are the people going to stay silent for so long? No, I don't believe so. And I do believe that the Iranians are banking on Donald Trump's stupidity and his reckless behavior, because eventually it's going to create a snowball effect inside the American society against him and against his administration, much like basically in the Israeli entity, where we are banking on the social fabric of the Israeli entity to go against their own administration.
Yeah, well, we know that based on the American Union of Cars, that the gas prices are up 33%, and that's a very high number. This is in addition to the inflation, that even now with these 5 days and the drop in the price of crude oil, we're still looking at increased prices within the United States as well, although he had said that this will not impact us. But when you look at his, let's say this 5 days, is this a maneuver? I mean, is this another bluff that he's trying to make, or is it just a way to give them time, in addition to, of course, playing with the markets, to give time to the USS Tripoli and those Marines that are on their way to the Middle East to go for something bigger? I mean, is he ready to do that, do you think, or no? We have a high percentage of the fact that we really could see perhaps negotiations or messages, as the Iranians are calling them, from mediators to stop this war.
No, it's actually two things. He wants to show his people that he's still hands-on, and whatever he says can impact everything, including lowering the prices, which is really funny. It's only for short term. And he's failed miserably in convincing them. Remember, we're approaching the midterm elections, and he needs some sort of victory, any type of victory that he can claim of his own. So when he actually approaches these, or basically enters these elections, he is victorious and people will vote for him because he's magnificent. That's in his mind, of course, right? So when he's sending those soldiers of the 82nd Division for their deaths, because definitely they're not going there on a picnic, and the Iranians are not going to let them take Khark at any point or any other place inside Iran, much like the Lebanese refused the Israelis take over Lebanon. There will be a lot of body bags raining on the American society, or basically shipped back home, and in that sense he's going to lose miserably when it comes to the midterm elections. He believes that if they actually land on that strip of sand in the middle of the peninsula, basically the Persian Gulf, as he calls it, like a strip of sand, we're going to take over it. It's going to be magnificent again. I mean, I don't know like why I'm imitating him, but like the guy is a joke at the end of the day. He thinks that it's going to be a picnic. So if he lands over there, he puts boots on the ground, he's going to tell his people, we are victorious, and now we'll go to negotiations. Will the people believe him? No. And when people see their sons and daughters returning in black plastic bags, we're talking about body bags, that's when basically it's the end of Donald Trump as we know it. I do believe that there could be an assassination or an impeachment at any point, but this person is not going to last till the end of his tenure.
Yeah, now, these things did take place, I mean, after the war in Iraq and in Afghanistan, but maybe it was not as accelerated as it is in Iran. Iran, of course, itself said that we welcome their invasion. Of course, we know what the Iranians can do. We know how they were able to defend their land in the 8-year war that was forced upon them from Iraq, which was done with the support of the U.S., the support of the Persian Gulf states. And so if he's accelerating this, I mean, also, do you think that also we're looking at a more broader, prolonged regional confrontation?
Well, you have to understand the Americans, or the American administration, because we cannot actually drag the whole American society into it. Not everybody are pro Donald Trump and the administration, and not everybody is part of the Epstein axis or are perverts as much as the Trump administration and the Israelis are. But when you look at the whole situation, I do believe that it's going to be a very long war. The Americans did not spend trillions of dollars just to basically keep the current regime weakened or in place at any point. in Iran. So the leadership in Iran, they needed to go because it's a strong leadership. It's a leadership that is actually sovereign, doesn't take dictations from abroad. And the Americans need yes men to rule Iran, so they can tell them how much they want to take away from Iran, and they would tell them yes. And they also have to please the Israelis with this matter, and they've already basically put themselves in this swamp, and they don't know how to get out of it. False pride is actually dragging the Americans towards the death of their children, and Donald Trump doesn't know how to basically U-turn around his false pride and acknowledge that he's hurting his own society. Maybe if he now takes that decision to back off and say that we tried the military solution and it didn't work out, it's best that we have good relations with people in this region and natives in this region, maybe his people will start respecting him and he could achieve something on the ground, because defying the Iranians who are natives in this land is not going to get him anywhere but death for everybody, because war basically gets everybody killed, everybody loses. No matter even if you're victorious, you lose basically people who you love, right? So at the end of the day, if he doesn't U-turn and start acting like a president of a country that's supposedly the leader of the world, then he's basically taking the U.S. into its doom, and it's the end of the U.S. as we know it.
I want to ask you about one of the statements that he made when he said, I'm going to go negotiations and to speak to the next Ayatollah. First of all, I mean, is he trying to, send a message to Netanyahu? Because at one point he was saying, look, no, you didn't do this, Netanyahu, we did this. I mean, even when it comes to Israel, he wants to please Israel, but at the same time, he wants the one to be the hero, or he wants his egocentric, of course, character to be the one that is the most significant there, not Netanyahu's. So do you think that is some sort of a pinch to Netanyahu, or
no,
is he trying to?
This is purely a narcissistic behavior, because we did ask psychologists to give us their opinion when it comes to Donald Trump's character, and a narcissist is somebody who would basically be shouting at you, who would be cursing you, who would be trying to belittle you and harm you, and in 5 minutes they will be dealing with you normally as if nothing happened. That's a narcissist. So it's like a good cop, bad cop. I don't know how many people have heard that song by, I forgot the name of the singer, but it's like, you're hot and you're cold, you're in and you're out.
Yeah.
So that's Donald Trump for you. So at the end of the day, when you look at the whole situation, that person is a narcissist.
That white male supremacist.
Plus white
in
male
addition
supremacy,
to a narcissist.
in addition to the fact that he's a greedy businessman who wants to make billions of dollars before he leaves. And he said it. He said, the second term, I'm here to actually make money for myself and my family, because we didn't do that in the beginning, so I'm going to do it now. He literally said it on TV, and people still basically clap for him because they love a macho figure. Now that macho figure is killing your children. What are you supposed to do about it?
Yeah, I mean, what do you think Israel will be doing about this, especially since if he does accept that we stop now, let's say with some pressure from the U.S., we have a lot of influencers that are against this war, they feel betrayed, but what would happen to Israel and Netanyahu if the U.S. does back down, like they did, for example, with Yemen? They did at one point retreat from that aggression, leaving the Israelis on their own in that point, and accepting the fact that, okay, we've done enough, he declares victory, and we can go to perhaps indirect talks with whomever is in power in the Islamic Republic of Iran, in Iran.
No, it's a different case scenario. When it came to Yemen, the Yemenis had nothing to lose. And there's not one single leadership for the whole of Yemen, right? And the Americans needed to weaken the Yemenis or engage them in a different war while they're preparing to attack Iran. In their mindset, if we attack Iran, Iran would have been gone, because we have what you call preoccupied its allies in the region, be it in Yemen or Lebanon or Iraq. So at the end of the day, we have eliminated or subsided Syria, so that would leave Iran alone, and then we can go for Iran. When they signed that agreement with the Yemenis, it's basically to have a truce in the Red Sea where they can actually go over to the Persian Gulf or the Arabian Sea next to Oman, where they can actually start to threaten the Iranians. And that's a dinosaur strategy at the end of the day. No matter how much they know about the region, if they don't know the people, they will never understand that it's going to be a swamp for them. So when it comes to Donald Trump, I do believe that the American society is going to suffer more under him than any other president that passed, even worse than the Vietnam War. And good luck to the Americans trying to change him, because if AIPAC controls all their Congress as well, they're still going to get the same lousy politicians who are going to gamble with the lives of their children, the children of the American society, in favor of the Israelis.
Well, we're looking at a statement for an Indian official who said that 2 vessels carrying gas that have the Indian flag were able to pass the Strait of Hormuz without any accidents. Of course, the Iranians had said it is open to whomever we allow to pass. The German president saying that the war on Iran is a huge, catastrophic mistake. The Philippines also said that they have begun a state of urgency when it comes to the fuel issue in the energy sector in their country. We're looking at Japan also using its reserves. And so this will definitely be able to transform into an international crisis and catastrophe. Many are saying the U.S. didn't see this. Trump is saying nobody told me. And so when you look at this card that Iran is playing, and they still have said it's still not closed, how important is it? And do you think that it will lead to those allies of the U.S. putting pressure on it to stop, or is it the opposite that will happen? Will we see more aggressive or animosity towards Iran?
Well, if those nations did not take part in attacking Iran and its allies in the region, they are, by all means, peaceful nations that can actually do peaceful trade across the Strait of Hormuz. And this is what Iran said from the beginning. We did not close the Strait of Hormuz in your face. It's only in the face of those countries that are fighting us. And when Donald Trump threatened at any point to bring his navy to impose the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, what did the Iranians say? Like, any vessel is welcome to try and cross the Strait of Hormuz. Any vessel on the Epstein axis side, right? Of course, not the peaceful ones. So long that they actually can convince an American destroyer to accompany them across the Strait of Hormuz. Did you see any of the American destroyers accompanying any of the big tankers crossing the Strait of Hormuz? No. We saw a tanker that was hit, and the Iranians said it wasn't them. It was a false flag that the Americans were trying to pin on the Iranians at one point, that they are targeting civilian ships. There's a big difference between targeting a civilian ship and threatening a ship. And the Iranians did warning shots, not basically try to sink a ship, because the Iranians and the GCC nations also know that any tanker, oil tanker that gets to sink, basically gets hit and gets to sink in the Persian Gulf, that means basically what you call a massive oil spill inside. So the Iranians are very responsible. They don't want to harm neither their economy nor their ecosystem nor the rest of the countries that share the same boundaries with them when it comes to the Persian Gulf. But the Americans don't understand that. So when they carry out their false flags along with the Israelis, that's something else. And we did see it with the attack on the infrastructure in the southern parts, basically in the infrastructure, right? The Americans were quick to say, like, it wasn't us, it was the Israelis. Like, they handed over their own ally because they didn't want to get the repercussions, because they have lots of what you call energy interests in the region. So again, I mean, if you look at the whole situation, it's going to be a long war. The Americans are in it because of a false pride that Donald Trump has. He cannot actually U-turn, and because he's also held by the reins by the Israelis through the Epstein files, among other things. So at the end of the day, instead of acting as a responsible person to step down or basically say, like, I don't want to jeopardize my country, even if it comes to like my own self-harm, we see him basically act as a gambler and as somebody who doesn't care about anybody. So he's a narcissist.
Now, despite the good ties, I believe, with Turkey and the U.S., Pakistan and the U.S., also India, of course, and the U.S. and Israel, we're looking at that card that Iran is playing. It's playing pretty well, that diplomatic relations that they have with these countries. And there are, like we said, messages being taken from the U.S. to Iran on that level. And Iran has clearly said, we have conditions. Any sort of agreement should include a regional agreement. What role do you think these countries are playing, like Turkey and Pakistan, although we know that Turkey is not receiving any gas after the attack on Pars?
Well, there's a difference between gas and other energy needs that the Turks have or need, right? So they're getting still basically what you call some of the oil and gas from Russia and Azerbaijan, because they have to send basically some of them to the Israeli entity as well. So they can use that. They can make do because they also have reserves. Until those reserves are depleted, that's when the real crisis starts coming out, and it's going to come out soon, sooner or later. We're headed towards the warmer season. That means ACs. That means basically more equipment that needs basically electricity. So at the end of the day, since nobody is prepared for an international energy crisis, it's going to impact everyone. And there will be pressures on the American administration at one point in time, but I highly doubt that Donald Trump listens to anybody but Donald Trump. Remember, like, he has that mirror, he negotiates with himself. And like yesterday, or was it the day before yesterday, he handed over his own minister, Peter Hexas, blaming him for the whole war. It's like, it's never Donald Trump's fault.
Yeah, he said we can do it, so it's never his fault, it's always their fault.
Like, you're the first to call it out. Let's do it. I was like, what are you, like 5 years old, who somebody tells you like let's do it and you say like yeah, jump, and how high? You're the president of the United States, for God's sake. Start
another narcissist, by the way, Pete Hegseth. He's another narcissist who...
You know what's interesting? I have somebody called Faisal Kindri. He was one of the people who were detained in Guantanamo unlawfully and illegally. He's Kuwaiti, and he said that Peter Hexas was the right-wing brainwashed officer who was trying to act macho with the detainees, and one of them spat in his face, and I think he said like I think that spit is still basically reminding him of who he really is, and that's why he basically he's an Islamophobe since he was an officer. So that tells you a lot. But I want to remind everybody of the best thing that came out this week after Donald Trump spoke about him going to speak with Ayatollah, and like as if he's buddies with them, and that's the caricature that the Iranian embassy in South Africa actually put out when he said like it's us and the Ayatollah who are going to decide when it comes to Hormuz, and we're going to steer it together,
so
right?
Said, maybe me, maybe with Ayatollah.
Yeah, but they put a picture of a car. You know, like the drivers, the teacher who teaches you how to drive cars. You have two steering wheels, one for kids and one for basically the actual driver. And they say like, this is you. Like he'll be basically steering the Strait of Hormuz like a kid. He can't control the situation. It's the Ayatollah who's going to do that.
That's interesting. I didn't see it. Of course, this is one of the things that people are making fun of, and even the United States, we're looking at influencers that are using this war, of course, and the fact that even this administration is talking about it as if it is a game, a video game, and that is what is detrimental, that they are ready to sacrifice perhaps lives of their own soldiers, U.S. American lives, in order just for their limited interest, or is it because of the Epstein files?
It's because of everything. I mean, the Israelis control them by finances. They control most of the Congress, so the decisions over there basically they happen based on how much money they get from AIPAC. So at the end of the day, money plays a major role. Social scandalizing, so the Epstein files, among other files, they have like bribery, porn, murder, whatever, like any single thing that the Israelis have on you as an official, they will use it against you, and they will try to scandalize you if you don't do as they want. And there are some people who are brainwashed. They hate, for example, Muslims, or they hate the Iranians because they hate the Arabs, by the way. Some of them are Arabophobe and Islamophobe to the extent that they are hating on the Persians, not knowing the difference between the Arabs and the Persians. Yes, they are both Muslims, but we say like that. I'm sorry about this derogatory word, the sans N, they call them. They think that the Persians are also what you call Arabs. No, it's two different civilizations. Both are Muslim at one point or another. Both have Christian communities inside their communities. They have also Jews, and they have other basically sects and religions, and they are very well diverse. But the Zionist propaganda over the course of the past 50 years, because they control social media and mainstream media and all sorts of media, Hollywood, you name it, entertainment industry, they've managed to plant this in people's minds that the terrorists are the Muslims of the region. Doesn't matter what your background is, no matter what, and the good people are the civilized West. And the Israelis are all about civilized West. That's why the Western countries were always in favor of the Israelis until the Gaza war literally exposed everybody and exposed the real face and true face of the Israeli entity.
Now, how do you look at the prospect of a regional agreement Iran is stressing that it has conditions that have not only to do just with Iran itself. We're talking also about Lebanon, a withdrawal from Lebanon, an end to the aggression there, also the withdrawal till the 1967 borders in Palestine. Yesterday, their evacuation order to the settlers said also included to the Palestinians, go back and retrieve your own country, retrieve your territory. What does that tell you? Is Iran willing to go to the end with this in order to have some sort of an agreement that would really rein in the Israelis for the first time?
Well, there is so much that you can do as somebody who's helping a population, but it also depends on that population in terms of helping itself as well. So no matter how much the Iranians and the Lebanese bombard the Israelis and trying to kick them out of Lebanon and stopping their aggression on other countries, if the Palestinians don't make a major move from inside out, nothing will change on the ground, and they are very divided. I always say it, and I'm really sorry that I have to say it again and again, because apparently it doesn't appease to a lot of people. The continued division within the Palestinian society between the PA and the resistance, and between basically those who don't want to be with Hamas, but they are pro-resistance at one point or another. I mean, it's because of political differences, because of religious differences or sectarian differences, because some people see it as a Muslim Brotherhood thing, we shouldn't be standing by them, etc. Right? So all these divisions inside the Palestinian society, and there are collaborators also within the PA with the Israelis against their own society. That division will always mean that whatever you put in that bottomless bucket, you will never have a bucket full of water, no matter how much water you put in it. So the moment they close that pit, that's when you start seeing a difference and change. And I do believe that we should be riding on a third intifada to actually just culminate on the attacks against the Israelis to the extent that the Israelis would maybe agree to retreat to the 1967 borders, or even leave the whole region. You never know. But it depends on the natives of the country to actually also stand up and fight the Israelis. I know that they are trying as much as they can with the limited capacities they have, but
they have been fought. They've
but
genocide.
Their PA is a main obstacle for them. I'm not sorry to say that. It's an obstacle. Just like our government is an obstacle to the resistance when they outlaw the resistance in a country that's under occupation.
You speak about intifada. We saw that the intifadas have always been influenced and impacted by events in Lebanon. We saw after the liberation of 2000, as well in 2006, that really gave them a motive, I believe, when it gave them hope that they can liberate their territory. So do you think that it will be the results of this battle, if we do see Hezbollah, Iran having this leverage as a result of this battle, that this would give the Palestinian people hope, and we might see that uprising not only in the West Bank and Jerusalem, but also in Gaza once more?
Well, look, again, we can give them hope. We can give them support, be it military or moral, doesn't matter. We can do everything. But if they don't stand up and rise and go against the Israelis, yes, there will always be a price, a heavy price paid. Nobody can achieve freedom without a price. The Algerians lost up to 5 million people throughout 132 years of fighting the French occupation. 132 years. It took the French nearly 60 years to take over Algeria, and they got kicked out basically in almost similar point after that. The last leg of it was the most harmful to the Algerians, but it led them to total freedom. They lost about 1 million people in the 1 million martyrs. So at the end of the day, you will pay a heavy price, but the consequences will be worth it, because your children and your children's children will be enjoying the fruits of liberty that you have brought about. Now, the second, I think there's some kind of apprehension with the Palestinians when it comes to the second intifada, because when they did the second intifada and they were so, pushed by hope after what happened in Lebanon, the Israeli army, the Israeli military occupation forces had prepared themselves to take over the West Bank, and they actually occupied all of West Bank. So an intifada without preparation, without arms, without actual tactics and support from all parties, rather than having a division, will not lead anywhere. So they need to actually work on their unity first.
Well, of course, they also need to revise the significance of those accords that they had made, which have led to nothing and no given rights to the Palestinians. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. It's always interesting to have a talk with you, Layla. Thank you very much for being with us, Layla Hatoum, here on this talk, on this continuous coverage. Of course, I want you to stay with Press TV for more of the live coverage, but goodbye for now.
It's just happened. Iran has a new leader. After a week of discussions, the Assembly of Experts announced Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei as the new leader of the Islamic Revolution. The news broke late Sunday night during Ramadan prayers. So who is Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei? Let's get into it. He was born in 1969 in Mashhad. He's the son of the martyred leader Imam Khamenei. But his story goes way beyond that. At just 17 years old, during the Iran-Iraq war, he volunteered to fight on the front lines. While still a teenager, he was serving with the 27th Muhammad Rasulullah Division in Tehran. After the war, he dove deep into religious studies. In 1989, he moved to Qom to begin advanced seminary training. He studied under some of the most respected scholars, focusing on jurisprudence and Islamic law. In fact, his lectures in Qom are known to be some of the most widely attended. Students respect his depth and his way of thinking. On the personal side, he married in 1997 and has 3 children. But there's also been immense tragedy. His wife was martyred in the recent illegal US-Israeli aggression, the same attack that martyred his father and his mother. He's also known for his close ties with resistance figures. But there's the thing, he's always kept a really low profile. No personal publicity. Instead, he has focused on scholarship, supporting academic institutions, and even talking about things like AI, tech, innovation, and helping disadvantaged communities. Now he's stepping into a leadership at a critical moment, with the country facing war. But with decades of experience, strong ties in religious seminaries, and respect across the board, he's ready to carry the legacy forward. Officials and armed forces have already pledged their allegiance.
Welcome everyone to this ongoing rolling coverage, of course, coming to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Of course, I'd like to thank our colleagues there in Beirut for continuing their coverage of the current situation. Day 25, of course, of this U.S. Zionist entity imposed war aggression on Iran, and 79 waves which have indeed been launched off there in Troop Almost Operation number 4. A few updates we do have for you, of course, in regards to here in this regional war. We have a new national security chief after, of course, the assassination and martyrdom of Dr. Ali Larajani, Mr. Muhammad Baqir Zulqadr. Also, in regards to the situation, we have large hits, a lot of Iranian missile barrages which have indeed triggered widespread panic and target specifically over there in the occupied Palestinian territories. In response, the Israeli Knesset session was indeed suspended. And then also what we have for you today, last but not least, is that despite all of the attempts, of course, by Donald Trump to go ahead, lie, make claims, make pretexts in regards to the market change, the crude oil has indeed gone back up after dropping a bit yesterday after his announcement, of course, of the postponing of the 5-day, his 5-day 48-hour threat. So the 48-hour threat he had to Iran, if the Strait of Hormuz was not opened, of course, he said he was going to be targeting the power plants, electricity infrastructure in the country, starting with the biggest one. Yesterday was our top headline, where, of course, he backed down, claiming that talks had been going on between Iran and the U.S. and because of this, that they were going to go ahead, and he told his Ministry of War to postpone those threats for 5 days until to see how the meetings and discussions do go on. As we did hear from Iranian officials yesterday, we heard from the Foreign Minister's spokesperson, Mr. Ismail Baghai. We heard from Iran's Parliament Speaker, Mr. Ghalibaf, that no such discussions, neither direct or indirect, are taking place, and again, they are simply a lie by Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and start off, and then we'll bring you the latest developments as we do receive them, of course, next few hours with our Press TV colleague here joining us in the studio, Zainab Virani. Zainab, as always, thank you very much for joining us.
Always a pleasure.
Zainab, I do want to start off, of course, with this, the thing that we have, which is, of course, the continued climbing of the Brent crude oil prices. Yesterday, we know after it, they had dropped a specific percentage, but now, just a day after, and again, we have even some people saying that there's a 5-day for a reason of this. What do we have on the updates in regards to the oil prices rising, of course?
Of course, so just a little background to it is that yesterday U.S. President Trump made several claims about talks going on with Iranian officials, and he came out and gave quite a few statements about postponing attacks on Iran's energy infrastructure, which he had 2 days prior to that, given 48-hour deadline to Iran to stop its retaliation. Otherwise, he said that the U.S. and Israeli coalition, which are currently carrying out an aggression on Iran, would go ahead and strike Iranian energy infrastructure. And he also claimed that he would plunge Iran into darkness, and the kind of claims that he does make. And then towards the end of the 48-hour deadline, of course, the IRGC came out and gave very strong warnings, saying that retaliation would be very hard. Tech companies, IT companies, energy infrastructure of the Gulf country, Persian Gulf countries would be hit in retaliation if Iran's energy infrastructure is touched. So of course he had to back off, and after towards the end of the 48-hour deadline, which was yesterday, he came out and made various claims saying that there were talks going on with the Iranian officials, that and which is why he had, among other things that he said that which is why they had decided to postpone the attacks on Iran's energy structures to 5 days. Now, to keep in mind that these claims were made yesterday, which was Monday, and the 5-day period is indeed till Friday, which is when markets close, and he has indeed tried to do this before as well. Iran's Parliament Speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, came out and very explicitly said that there are absolutely no negotiations going on, and he is just doing that to manipulate the oil markets, to bring the prices down, because he is under immense pressure from, whether it's from the European countries, whether it's from the Persian Gulf countries, because of the power oil and energy crisis that have come into effect and have affected the whole world essentially because of Iran's partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz for Iran's enemies right now. So he is of course under pressure, and he did make these statements to bring the prices down, which did have an effect for a few hours. We saw the prices, oil prices, which were before the war at around $65–66 per barrel. They had skyrocketed. They had already crossed the $100 mark. They came down to $95–96 a barrel. But then after the Iranian side coming out and clarifying the situation that we are not negotiating with them, we are not talking with them, and we are going to continue with our retaliation till the very end, the prices did go back up, and they have once again crossed the $100 mark. We are around somewhere $101 right now.
I mean, as you are saying this, a few updates on how the entire world is now being affected of this. We have, of course, China has now restricted fertilizer exports as the war has deepened a global supply crisis. We also have other countries are announcing emergency situations due to, of course, the current power situation. And also we have some updates in regards to the attacks on Iran, some statistics coming out for our viewers, and updates after, of course, 25 days of the U.S. Zionist entity aggression on Iran. There has been 498, almost 500 schools damaged, 281 medical facilities. We've had, of course, more than 82,000 civilian structures have been damaged or destroyed, and these are all, of course, by the Iranian Red Crescent Society. Also, the damaged structures include 62,000 homes and hospitals and pharmacies, and of course we have 17 rescue points and 12 rescue vehicles which also have been damaged. Let's go ahead and bring it back to Zainab. Zainab, let's go ahead and update our viewers on our new, of course, on Iran's new elected national security chief, Mr. Mohammad Bagher Zulqadr. What do we know about this man in this new, of course, position?
Of course, the first main thing is that he is replacing Dr. Larijani as the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. Dr. Larijani, Ali Larijani, who was killed this past week in U.S. and Israeli strikes on the capital Tehran. And what we have on him is that he is a retired IRGC commander. He has served several positions in the IRGC, and he's held several high-ranking positions in the Iranian government as well. He was the IRGC commander for a brief period. He was the deputy chief of strategy for the judiciary. He has also served as the chief of the joint staff of the IRGC, deputy commander-in-chief of the IRGC, and deputy chief of security and law enforcement for the interior ministry. So he has a more military background, but of course certain diplomatic positions as well, whether it's him serving in the judiciary, whether it's in the interior ministry. So we have a balance of both.
Well, exactly. I mean, as we have seen from Iran, when they do, of course, when one person is martyred, another, I believe they say that three or four are ready to take their place. And again, this is something we continue to see not only by our officials, but of course, we also saw, of course, our number one, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, when he was assassinated and martyred. It took them very short time to go ahead and bring, say, Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei back in as a new leader of the Islamic Republic. Zainab, in regards to person after person taking the place of others, let's remind the viewers that even though, of course, this is someone, Mr. Mohammad Bagher Zulqadr, definitely sounds like someone who is prepared for this specific position. But again, it's very interesting because how the West, how the enemies, again, don't know everything. I mean, when it comes to knowing your enemies, keeping your enemies closer than your friends in this, they knew Dr. Ali Larijani because he's been in a position not only of the national security chief. Before then, we know he had position in media. Before then, into the security and a military, of course, situation. But when it comes to this situation, when we have a new replacement, how do you think the enemy or the other side will respond? Again, we know that a target is already on his head because he did take this position. But the people, nothing has changed here in the nation. Despite the commanders changing, the officials changing, on the ground, everything remains the same.
Of course, it's just very frustrating to the U.S. Administration right now, and to Netanyahu and the Knesset as well, because I mean, just this week, just a couple of days back, we had a whole report come out from the New York Times saying that they had indeed the Mossad chief himself said these things, that they had planned a internal uprising at the beginning of the war, and they had presented this plan to President Trump as well, to try to make him, get on board with attacking Iran. What the plan was that actually Netanyahu had brought Mossad's chief on board as well to try to convince Trump to start this war with Iran, is that their main focus and the main thing that the element that they were depending on was that in the initial airstrikes, which would take out the main leadership of the country, would result in the government becoming crippled, and then they were going to tell the people to come out, take over the streets, and take over the government, which is, of course, the statements that we saw from Trump in the first days of the war. He was saying that take over your cities. I mean, they already, it's a very people's government, so that didn't make any sense what he was saying. But Mossad's chief has actually come out and said that we had a plan to do this, to kill the leaders and to create chaos inside of the country. And instead, Netanyahu, in one of his recent cabinet meetings with the ongoing war, expressed that he was very frustrated that this Mossad plan has actually failed, and the government has just gotten stronger. The people have taken to the streets for all the wrong reasons for them. Of course, they wanted the people to come out and, create chaos and riots like what we saw in January, which were again fomented by the U.S. and Israel. We had CIA, Mossad agents inside the country. They wanted a similar situation, but we've seen instead the people are rallying around the flag. They're coming out to support the government. The main leadership that they were mainly depending on to take out and cripple the government, the main person being the leader of the Islamic Revolution, said Ali Khamenei, he has been replaced with, say, the Mujtaba Khamenei. All the other commanders that were assassinated, either they have been replaced, or whether it's the military, whether it's the government, it is still functioning without them or with their replacement. Like we saw, Dr. Larijani was just assassinated a few days ago. He just got buried, and we have another replacement for him. And look at his background. He has a major military background. He has served so many positions in the IRGC. And this is, of course, Dr. Larijani's position is as a Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. Somebody with so much military background and history has been replaced, replacing Dr. Larijani. It's very frustrating, as the chief of Mossad himself said that Netanyahu was very frustrated with this kind of a reaction that is coming from Iran, whether it's Iranian people, whether it's the government, because this is just going against everything that they had planned, that they had mapped out, that we are going to do this is going to be the effect. But it's completely the opposite. The people are out in support of the government. The government is replacing the people that it has lost. Of course, we are mourning them, but they're getting replaced by people of good caliber, of very high caliber, who are, if not, of course, there's just one more thing about Dr. Larijani, which a lot of analysts were coming out and saying after his martyrdom, that Dr. Larijani was very pragmatic. He had a very academic background as well, and he was a very balanced person to talk to, as the Western people distinguish between hardliners, say people who have more of an IRGC background, military background. They tend to or a theoretical background, they tend to call them hardliners, and then there's people who are more on the academic side, they call them pragmatic and more balanced people to talk to. And according to them, Dr. Larijani was this figure because of course he had a PhD in Western philosophy, and now this person of course that has replaced Dr. Larijani, they themselves are calling him a hardliner, so they are themselves seeing this as a loss for them. And it's not just about Dr. Larijani, all the other people that they have assassinated. Even if you want to talk about the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Said Ali, he had a fatwa from 2004, which is a religious decree to not build nuclear weapons, and now they have killed him. He was essentially the only person standing between Iran and a nuclear power Iran, and Iran having a nuclear weapon. They have removed him. We do not know whether they do not know whether this new leader is going to continue with this or going to change his decision on the fatwa. So everything is just going against what they had planned. I mean, they also had to lift sanctions of Iranian oil. Who would have thought that Trump would come and lift sanctions of Iranian oil? So everything is going against what they had initially planned, of whatever little planning they had going into this war.
Exactly, and it's interesting because yesterday we were here talking about the civilian infrastructure that has been damaged across the nation. And also we want to remind the viewers that they are not hitting as military locations, as important intelligence locations as they should be here in the capital, as in the capital of Tehran, as in other locations across Iran. I mean, the civilian infrastructure we mentioned yesterday. And let's also remind the viewers that we mentioned something in regards to the journalists, the international journalists who are currently in the country and showing the world of the reality on the ground. And they're also they're focusing on the historic or the cultural locations that have already been whether damaged or destroyed by the Zionist entity and the U.S. When it comes to these kind of locations being destroyed, I mean, how does it affect, again, Iran has a long history, but how does it affect when you destroy people's culture or historical background?
The U.S. president, whether it's Trump, whether it's Netanyahu, they're all claiming that we're Iranian people. We're trying to free you. Free you from what? From your culture, from your history, from this world. Like, what are you trying to free them of? The people here are free, but what we see on the on ground reality, these statements are translating into attacks on civilian infrastructure, killing the same Iranian people that they are claiming to free, hitting their sites that are, of course, whether it's civilian, civil services sites, like the Red Crescent societies offices that have been hit, their medical depots have been hit, hospitals have been hit, over 13 hospitals, of course, have been hit. So many schools across the country have been hit, and then there comes the cultural sites that have been hit. If you were actually trying to help the Iranian people, why would you be hitting these things that are essential for Iranian life to sustain inside the country, especially during times of war? So it just goes to show that they are not trying to help the Iranian people, and then they're also trying to erase Iran's culture, Iran's history by attacking these sites. I mean, whether it's the Naqsh Jahan Square in Isfahan that sustained damage through strikes, it is world famous. People from around the world come to visit that place. It's such a beautiful place to visit. Whether it's the Gulistan Palace complex in central Tehran, it has sustained damage. The beautiful the architecture inside the palace has been damaged. It's over 100 historical sites, whether they are UNESCO World Heritage sites, historical sites of Iran, have been damaged in this ongoing aggression carried out by the US and Israel. It just goes to show that they are trying to wipe out Iran's cultural heritage along with the people, and this is not something new. This is what we have seen them do in Syria. They have Syria is also a very ancient civilization. They have some sites there that date back to hundreds and thousands of years, which were destroyed in the aggression, in the attacks, the airstrikes that Israel carried out. Whether it's in Lebanon, in South Lebanon, they had old temples, churches, and these graves of certain important individuals from history that were targeted and destroyed in the attacks carried out by Israel, or whether we want to talk about the Gaza Strip, everything has been destroyed there. There's no school standing. Every historical landmark or anything that could sustain life in that strip for that has been flattened by the Israeli regime. It just goes to show that Israel is the expansionist agenda of Israel is to wipe out the places, historical background and cultural imprint of those people, and just expand its own its own occupation and completely take over that land and essentially leave no sign of that country's history and civilization after it has taken over.
Well, exactly. As you did mention there, that's what they're good at. They occupy, of course, take out history, culture, and anything that stands in their way. We also heard yesterday from Smotrich, of course, there in the Zionist entity, that the new border between Lebanon and Israel should be the Laytani, which, of course, as we did hear yesterday from our correspondent, as we well know there, that will not happen. A few other updates for our viewers in regards to what the situation, how people around the world are reacting to the situation here. We also have the Philippines has declared a state of energy emergency, of course, in the wake of the Strait of Hormuz crisis. We have Iranians have continued to take to the streets, as of course our colleague Zainab did mention. Last night even we have reports staying up till 4 o'clock in the mornings. They're on the streets, not only continuing, whether we're talking about mass funerals, of course, for family members, soldiers, martyrs, but even we have commanders again who are still receiving their funerals, whether they're on the streets condemning the continued U.S. Zionist entity aggression on Iran, or of course we also have them standing out there in solidarity, showing the government, showing their fellow citizens, showing the world that we will not, of course, be removed from the streets as we do stay here. Zainab, it's interesting when we talk about this part. I mean, yesterday I was watching a report, an interview from some of the people there on the streets, and we have, of course, let's remind the viewers that these are the entire Iranian nation, despite the backgrounds, despite the priorities they've all come down in one reason, because this is about national unity, national solidarity. And again, people are saying this is something to be proud of. Yesterday during the interviews, we had a few people, of course, down the streets, and to the interviewer would say that we, during the January 2026, we were down on the streets in support, waiting for our prince. That's literally what the lady said. We were waiting for our prince, waiting for Pahlavi to come rescue us. And when we started seeing how the escalation happened, the violence that happened around us, and he did not come, we withdrew from the streets. And now I am again down on the streets. But this reason, the only reason I'm down today, she said, long live Khamenei, because he's the only one that was able to unite us and made us realize that the real reason for us to be on the streets is for this national unity. That's the only way that the enemy will not succeed. I mean, this is again just a few months. We're at the end of March now. This happened a few months ago. The complete opposite in people's priorities.
I mean, the way, of course, what you're describing, the way the script has been flipped, it's so shocking, actually. My own personal experiences with people I know inside this country who were my own friends, some of them were extremely against the government, and they, of course, were, as you also mentioned, that this lady who was out there in the street now supporting the government was in the January riots outside protesting against the government. I myself have had that experience with some of my own friends who were who were very much against the government, and they did indeed believe that the current Pahlavi, who claims to be the prince, that he would indeed come here and he would save them and he would help them, whatever. Of course, they were misled by the over 300 propaganda Farsi language media houses that are, of course, either funded by the US or Israel or the UK to spread propaganda. some of them were deluded by that, thinking that Pahlavi would indeed come here and help them out. But the strikes happened. What essentially they did was that they manufactured consent for the US and Israel to attack Iran and to kill Iranians. And when they saw that, oh my God, we were so deluded by these people, we did not see that they were actually not in our interest and they were just going to indeed kill us. And they came back to their senses. Now they're on the street saying that the only person we support is Khamenei, because he was the one person who did not flee. He did not go into the bunker. And he stayed there.
He stayed in his residence, and that's where indeed he was martyred. Zainab, I'm going to go ahead and get back to you. Let me go ahead and bring in from Karaj, Mr. Hamid Shahrabi, a research director of the House of Latin America. A pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Shahrabi. Let's go ahead and start off, of course, with the headline that we are now doing, of course, Iran's newly appointed national security chief, Mr. Mohammad Bagher Zulqadr. In regards to his background that we have been saying, again, the situation is Iran has time and time again shown and proved to not only the Iranian nation but to the world that just days apart from the assassination of Dr. Ali Rajani, a new official is in place, and this is just showing the strength of the solidarity here in Iran.
My greetings to your audience, and we are starting from the good question you just mentioned. What they did during the last few weeks, the United States and the Zionist regime, they started attacking our country against all international laws, cruelly, very cruelly, killing innocent people, killing children at the school, killing people, patients in the hospitals, people at their homes, grandfather, grandmother, son, daughter, all those things. Tens and tens of people, hundreds of people have been martyred in Iran. We lost the brave man in our history, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei. They killed him very brutally. Not only him, also his family. But what happened then? What was the plan? They did all those things with an illusion. I want to be very frank with the United States ruling class, Mr. Trump himself, telling him that he should pursue, he should sue his advisors, those who told him that killing Mr. Khamenei, killing the supreme leader, would end up with the fall of the Islamic regime of Iran, which it didn't, and it wouldn't. Actually, this served the opposite purpose. The purpose was to demoralize the people. The purpose was to convince the people that they should give up on their fight for national sovereignty, for the independence. But exactly 100% opposite happened. People are now today more dedicated, more decided to fight against this aggression. This aggression has already failed. This is not what I'm saying. This is not a rhetoric. Look at it. Look at the headline of the New York Times today. The other day, the other media, mainstream even the mainstream media in the imperialist world, they are admitting that this aggression failure. In what sense? Let's see. Let's review this. Why am I saying that this has failed? And the Iranian government has become more stronger, with more support among the masses of the people. They should open their eyes and see every single city in Iran, every single night during the last 3-4 weeks, going to the streets, demonstrating, chanting that we will not give up. We are not going to withdraw from this heroic struggle. So this is what has happened. And when they killed Ayatollah Khamenei, this is the slogan written in the billboards all over the cities in the country, that now we have a younger Khamenei. They killed him And now we have we have another Khamenei following his path of defending our nation with the same dedication, with the same heroism. So I think, I don't know, I wish my words would get to the White House. I wish Mr. Trump gets a chance to listen what I'm telling him, because he has some advisors. They tell him that these demonstrations that they show masses of the people in the streets of Iran, these are made by artificial intelligence. This is how he and the ruling class are living with illusions, with fake information. But these are the figures. Like on the God's Day, the statistics were well above 20 million people in the streets of Iran, in the villages of Iran. To say what? That we are going to follow what our supreme leader told us, which was what? He said it a few weeks after they terrored him. He said that we are a nation that we are not going to surround under the pressures of the United States imperialism. And now the whole world is saying that what he said, he meant it. And it's now shown in the streets of every single city and village of Iran.
Well, exactly. And Mr. Shahrabi, as you are mentioning, there are very important messages being sent out by the Iranian nation. I mean, what we have seen in the past 24 days and nights since, of course, the martyrdom of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei have been remarkable. We've seen mass funerals, we've been seeing pledging of allegiance to Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei. We've seen, of course, celebrations for the Persian New Year, the Eid al-Fitr. We've seen, of course, people coming out saying that till the last drop of blood, they want harsh revenge. And this is indeed what I believe the IRGC and, of course, its factions, 79 waves have so far been shot off in True Promise Operation number 4. In regards, Mr. Shahrabi, for what is being seen specifically in the occupied Palestinian territories, the damage, the destruction being seen there on the ground in the Zionist entity, for even Benjamin Netanyahu himself to come out and say, we are living a very harsh evening tonight. We saw it 2 nights ago. I mean, for the world to now be seeing that the tables have turned, the aggressors, the oppressors are now the ones on the other side. What is your take on, of course, these scenes and these statements that are coming out from there?
What I really believe, very frankly, very honestly, is that the Iranian people are making the history. These days will not be forgotten. Never, never in the history of humankind. I'm not exaggerating. We are showing that the United States empire, with all its might, we are talking about the strongest army in the whole world, in the whole history of human being. This army, this aggression is being defeated thanks to the unlimited really unlimited moral for resistance. This is what's really happening, and we are witnessing it. And you mentioned that when you raised the question that now we have a new commander assigned for the national security of Iran, and this is what is happening. They kill someone, somebody takes his place with the same determination and willpower to struggle, even stronger. And let me tell you, all this has been engineered by the man who Khamenei. He designed this. He went through this whole thing consciously. When he said that I'm not going to compromise with Trump, he knew that what is coming next is they come after his life, but he put his life in his hand to show the whole nation, to show the whole people that there are millions of Khamenei in Iran. And with his passing, we are now more decided. And actually, the other day in the Ingolop Square, in one of the main squares in Tehran, they had this ceremony expressing and saying that what we are doing is that we are not fighting only for Iran. We are fighting on behalf of every single country in the south of the world. We are fighting for all the countries in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, who for decades have been faced with the colonial policy of the imperialism, with their genocide policies. And thanks to this struggle, and when you add this, when you put it on the side of the what is happening in Lebanon, what is happening in Palestine, you will see that such a movement with such a strong belief and ideology cannot be defeated. And as I, the other day, a few days ago, I made a tweet addressing Mr. Trump that it would be wise to prevent further loss, because as you continue this fight, the stake would be higher for you. I mean, you will lose this battle in a way that nobody in the whole world would take the United States government any longer seriously.
Yes.
Because they know that this government can be resisted, this government can be defeated, and this is what is really happening in Iran. As you will see it in the next coming days, if they decide to continue this. I tell you that you can follow the news in Iran. Now the government is united. Now there are more people supporting. You mentioned it in your report, how even some of the demonstrators who opposed the government a few months ago, now seeing this aggression against our nation are coming together. The people are more united. You mentioned it. Right now that I'm talking to you, I am talking from a village, a small village in Iran called Talagan, one of the villages in Talagan. And at nights we go to the square of the center of this area, which is Shahrak, and you see hundreds of people coming with their family, with their child, man, woman, grandfather, old people, young people, children, just to give one single message to Mr. Trump that we are going to defeat you in this aggression. And it's much better, it's very advisable for you to stop this aggression.
Exactly. Mr. Shahrabi, I mean, as you're mentioning, as we're continuing to talk, of course, the solidarity between the Iranian government, the nation, the leaders, the officials, and the people is definitely remarkable. I do want your, of course, elaboration or your take on something else you did mention on in regards to how the outside world is reacting to this. Specifically, we've had a very serious escalation there in Lebanon as the Lebanese authorities have withdrawn the credentials of the Iranian ambassador and have indeed given him a deadline to leave. And this happens after, of course, other Persian Gulf states, even Saudi Arabia, Qatar, I believe, are the others who took similar actions against Iranian diplomatic staff. This is how they're reacting by demanding, of course, that Iranian diplomats leave. In regards to this line of action that they are taking, what further escalation does that mean in the current regional war that we are seeing?
Yeah, what they're doing is just it's a mistake. It's a big, grave mistake that governments in our region that are taking side with the United States, they're taking side with the loser on this struggle, on this historical battle. We have seen it. They have their military bases all over, surrounding our country. And what is the purpose of this military bases? Have these bases served the interest of the Arab world? Our brothers and sisters living in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, living in Emirates. I think in their hearts, the people, the ordinary people in all this region, they support Iran. They're with us. But we do have governments under the influence of the United States government are taking some stance the interest of not only the people of Iran, but the people of their own countries. It is time that we come together, all these nations in this Persian Gulf area, even beyond that, in this West Asia, coming together, becoming more united. When we unite our forces, we would be capable to defeat imperialism definitely, more strongly. So, as I just mentioned, this is a grave mistake that the Lebanese government is committing, is doing by ordering our ambassador to leave Lebanon, or actually taking side with the Zionist regime of Israel. This is what is happening. And I think the reality of life, as we go along this path, the reality of life and the reality of this battle has the power to convince our brothers and sisters in this region, not only the people, but also the government, that it's much better that they keep distance from imperialism, from the United States government, and they come to our side, which is the side of justice, which is the side of truth, nothing else. Not only Muslim. You see, the new, a leader today, Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei, the other day in his statement, he mentioned that he did not address only the Muslims. He addressed everyone in the country with all beliefs, with all ideas, urging them to come to the one front, to be united. And this is what is really happening in Iran. I'm so proud of witnessing such moments in my lifetime, seeing that Iran is becoming a source of inspiration for other nations who wants to preserve and fight for their sovereignty. And this is what is really happening in Iran.
Definitely. This is the reality of the situation on the ground. Mr. Shahrabi, allow me momentarily to come back to you. Let me go ahead and bring it to the studio to our Press TV colleague, Zainab. Zainab, it's interesting that with everything going on, of course, in the region, we have to go back to the situation, how it has affected not only, of course, the solidarity of people, but actually the collapse of other kinds of partnerships. We know that the target of Iran has been those who side with the Zionist entity, that side with the U.S., who have committed crimes. And what I'm talking about, of course, we have collaborators, even the genocide, whose partnership has collapsed. Who do you have for us?
Most recently, like we saw, there was an attack on Elbit Systems. Of course, it's an Israeli arms manufacturing company. We know that from last year's Elbit Systems, the Palestine Actions activists who had attacked it in Fulton. We will get to that in a bit. But one of their other manufacturing sites in the Czech Republic had recently come under attack. It was set on fire by a group of activists who have now called themselves the Earthquake Faction, and they have claimed the attack, saying that they have done this in support of the Palestinian people. And Elbit Systems there had a partnership with a local Czech company called LPP Holdings, and the whole facility was set on fire, and the people, the Earthquake Faction has indeed come out and said that they collaborated with Elbit Systems, the company, the Czech company, collaborated with Elbit Systems while Palestinians were being murdered and maimed, and while children were being literally obliterated in fractions of a second by precision technologies, of course, made in these factories, whether it was the facility in Fulton in the UK, which was attacked, or this one here in the Czech Republic, and operated by cowards who work out of air-conditioned offices, making technology, making weapons that kill children in Palestine. They also said whether it's in Palestine, whether it's in Iran, because they are now using these companies' weapons in Iran as well. And they have also, interestingly, taken LPP Holdings, restricted documents, and burned the rest to the ground. And they have given an ultimatum to this Czech company, saying that they have until the 20th of April to publicly cut all ties with Elbit Systems, of course the Israeli weapons company, and denounce the barbaric occupation of Palestine, or we will release these documents to the public. It's very interesting what the people around the world are rising up, and the kind of action, like on-ground action that they are taking against these companies that have for so long operated in the shadows, in the darkness, and in fact enabled a genocide, whether it's in Gaza, whether it's the killing of the people in Lebanon, whether it is right now as they are doing inside of Iran. I mean, Iran even came out and said that tech companies that will be targeted in the middle, in the Persian Gulf countries, because of course all these AI companies, they have ties with militaries, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Microsoft. These companies have literal defense contracts. I mean, what they are defending themselves from, we do not know, but they indeed have proper like data centers, like the Amazon one, Google, Microsoft, Oracle. They have major defense contracts with, whether it's the US military, whether it's other militaries, the IDF, like Palantir had a contract with the IDF in 2024. They were using AI. Palantir's AI was integrated into the IDF to track and keep a record of Palestinians and then kill them. There have been reports, even Amnesty International came out and said that they had formed a digital kill chain, that they were using AI technology to track Palestinians and then to kill them. So these AI companies, these weapon companies, they have been for so long involved in shedding the blood of innocent people worldwide, and now they are paying the price for it.
Exactly. The collapse not only of partnerships but of their own facilities, the roofs are literally caving in on them. Zainab, I'd like to thank you for that. Viewers, again, we continue to show you images not only of the continued launching off of missiles again and barrage of rockets from the Islamic Republic of Iran. 79 waves have indeed been shot off, but we're also showing you the latest images coming out from the occupied Palestinian territories, where extensive damage is not only being reported but is indeed seen. We have damage, material damage, from buildings to vehicles to infrastructure there, of course, roads, transportation, and of course, despite the continued attempt of media, the blocking of media, of course, the situation is that we do live in the era of technology, and these images continue to come out. They are not AI. This is a reality of the situation on the ground in the Israeli entity, of course, where we've been hearing, specifically we saw last night when the Islamic Republic of Iran issued its latest threat to the occupied territories. They even had a message to the brothers in Palestine saying that the settlers are fleeing these occupied lands, and of course it is time for you to reclaim your land. Mr. Shaharabi, let me go ahead and come back to you. You had mentioned earlier that you're proud of how Iran specifically now has been able to encourage others around the world. My colleague, of course, had mentioned about how even on-ground action, the burning down of facilities, whether that arm the Zionist entity or assisting in arming or have any types of financial support, is being taken. I mean, Czech Republic, other locations around the world. When you see this kind of action, I mean, again, people can post something on X, on the social media, but by boycotting, by taking on-ground action, do you see the escalation of these actions will make a difference for, of course, the effect, the further collapse of any type of regime or alliance that the Zionist regime depends on to continue, whether it's genocide or any other type of war crimes anywhere around the world?
In press TV and other media, alternative media, which are trying to show the truth, is so important. Actually, if the people know what is happening, I have no doubt that the great majority of people throughout the world are already on our side, but they will come to the streets to support us. Because look at it, this is the picture that they draw. It's a totally false picture. That there is a war between two countries. Iran and United States are fighting against each other. Iran and the Zionist regime are fighting. No, this is not the truth. It's not true. There is an aggression against Iran. There is a massacre against Iran. There is a military aggression, killing our childs in Iran, killing our patients in hospitals. This is not a war between two countries. This is a war between a nation that is striving for its sovereignty, for its independence, and a country which is used with
Yes, Mr. Shahrabi, can you hear me?
How many military aggressions do you find? Just recently, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, and nowadays they threaten Cuba. They threaten Venezuela, other countries in Latin America. But what we are witnessing, because the attempts such as military aggressions and coups, we have had it in the other periods of history as well. We have had it. That's nothing new. What is new is that there is a limit. The whole world is seeing the limit of for this military power, the might of this. The whole world is seeing that this can be defeated. This can be resisted. And let me tell you, my area of interest is special interest is Latin America, and despite the image that they want to make, that is now they are bringing back the Monroe Doctrine, they are going to colonize again the whole Latin America. This is what they wish to do. There will be resistance against this line of aggression in that part of the world as well. I use this opportunity to urge everyone listening to these words that we in Iran, every single Iranian is urging our brothers and sisters living, no matter where they live in the world, to come and show their solidarity with us. Through webinars, through seminars, through video tapes sent to Iranian people. I want to urge especially the workers in the United States, in the imperialist countries, because this is not their war. This is a pure lie that this war serves the interest of the American workers. It doesn't. It is exactly against their interest as well. So we are urging more rallies, uninterrupted rallies in the cities of United States, especially New York, Washington, Los Angeles, all the cities, and elsewhere in Europe, all over the world, to show that Iranian people are not alone, to show that the whole world supports us. We need such a solidarity. With the resistance of the Iranian people, together with this support and international solidarity, no power in the whole world can defeat us.
Well, exactly. Mr. Shahrabi, as you did mention, you are an expert, of course, there in Latin America. In regards to what Donald Trump did do by kidnapping, literally kidnapping Venezuelan presidents there in the middle or early morning, and then claiming, of course, putting him on in detainment on his own accusations of drug trafficking. In regards, we know how delusional Donald Trump is. We know how delusional the Trump administration is when they take these kind of actions. In regards to the U.S. specifically, Mr. Shahrabi, do you think that they are going to go ahead and withdraw? Because we know that Iran has said that they will not end this aggression, even though it was a U.S. and the Zionist entity that started it, until the harshest response is received and delivered, of course, knowing that they will not attempt any type of aggression anytime in the future.
Well, actually, I lost part of what you were saying, but I think I got you the question. Well, what I see, and I'm quite confident that the whole world would witness with what I'm claiming at the moment. The winner of this current struggle, this current battle between the Iranian people and the American ruling class, not the American people, the Zionist regime, the winner of this battle, no doubt about it, is going to be Iran. Because of dedication. Because we are talking about a nation that just lost a leader who was ready to sacrifice his life for the struggle of his people. And he was not alone. his successor is following the same path. So this is the leadership. This is the leader. The people in Iran, more united, more decided to continue to resist with possibilities to resist. I remember Sardar Salami, one of the great commanders of our People's Army. A few years ago, he had an interview in TV, Iranian TV, describing what is the policy, what is the military policy of Iran. And what he said basically was this, that first of all, we are not going to attack any country, but we have prepared to stand against the power of all other militaries in the world. Just Iran by itself, we are preparing ourselves to resist such an aggression, and we are proving that with our missiles, with our brave young people sacrificing their lives in the front, which we are really thankful to them. We know that they are doing a heroic job, and we know something else. We know that the same spirit of fight exists elsewhere in the world. They are looking at us. The communists in Venezuela, I hope they listen to this. What we are doing, what we are fighting is your fight, is to make it possible for Mr. Maduro going back to his homeland. We are going to win that fight as well. Nowadays they're talking about some sort of military aggression against Cuba, but let me tell you, we are talking about the land of Jose Marti, we are talking about the land of Fidel Castro, we are talking about the land of Che Guevara, and 11 millions of people who are as brave as Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. So they will be defeated over there as well. All we need is to find each other, to get united in a single battle that we have been faced, and we are the winner of this fight, with no doubt about it.
And Mr. Shahrabi, I mean, hopefully, as you did mention, hopefully not only there, but the world is listening to these messages, because the reality is that this war will continue. Again, just to remind the viewers that Iran is the one that's going to end it, despite, of course, all the damage and destruction, because it is all in self-defense. It is not Iran that initiated it. It is the U.S. and the Zionist regime. And for the last time, again, you did mention Iran is not only in self-defense of itself, but for the world, against these aggressors, against these people who decide to bully and oppress others, believing that they are high above any kind of international law. My last question to you, Mr. Shahrabi, is in regards to, do you see resistance as the only way to defeat these imperialists?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because not it is written in some books that resistance is good. No. We have experienced that any other path, like going through negotiations. Let me be clear. We have nothing against negotiations in general. We defend our rights, we battle in the front, and when it is necessary, we negotiate. But having an illusion that you go to negotiation table with somebody like Mr. Trump, which not even himself trusts his own words. Nobody in the whole world trusts his word. He says something now, he says the opposite 5 minutes later. Exactly the opposite. He says that we are coming to agreement with Iran, and at the same time, few hours after that, he orders the United States airplanes to bomb the Iranian children. So this is not going to get anywhere, to go through having this illusion of that through compromise with the empire you will secure your rights is just an illusion, as the history, not the just recent history. Look at Syria, look at Lebanon, look at Iraq, look at Afghanistan, and their plan. Let me be straightforward. Their plan is to make the big Iran like made up 6, 7, 8 small regions. the same plan they have for the whole region, to have a bigger Israel, a more powerful Israel that has the command and the rule over the West Asia, and this is just a dream. With the resistance of the Iranian people, the Lebanese people, the Palestinian people, our brothers and sisters in Syria and elsewhere in this region and throughout the world, what we need now is a front, a resistance front, all over the world. Not only West Asia, Latin America, Africa, all of us. And this is not a rhetoric. I'm saying this, and the history will witness if I was correct or not. The United States empire is coming to its end. This is happening. If not today, tomorrow. We are getting closer to the downfall of the United States empire, and it's a very it's advisable for the American government to recognize what is happening and to try to minimize their losses. Because when they are thinking, now they are talking about going to the Khark Island or other islands of Iran, let them come. Let them come. Our commanders have announced it, that they are ready. They are ready to fight to kill the aggressors. This is what is going to happen. To kill the aggressors. It's not one-way fight that they come and they kill our children, our people, and they go back. Our supreme leader, our pastor, he said it once, that the time has come, is over now, that you come and hit and run. No, no, no. If you hit, you will be hit back. This is what we are saying. We are hitting them hard. They are at the corner. They pretend that they're the winner. They say lies, 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 that we are strong. Iran has been defeated. No, the facts on the ground shows that Iran is winning.